format, you don't like the format, if you want to see something changed, send me a back channel, a private message. I read them all and I respond to them all. On behalf of the Mod Squad, we wish you and your families a great remainder of the weekend, and let's close with this.
I'm not speaking of that. I should see.
Wait, I thought that was the connection between Chaldean, you said Jesus, and then Aramaic. Isn't Chaldean related to Aramaic? I mean, I could be wrong. Someone could look it up.
I mean, you could go deeper than that. I just know it's all Phoenician. Phoenician is not a people, it's a language.
What do you mean Phoenician is not a people? He doesn't know first thing. Break that down for me.
They're telling you, if you ever heard of Phoenician were a people, that's false. Phoenician is not a people, it's a language. It's like Hebrew is not a people, Hebrew is a language.
Wait. You're saying Phoenicians didn't exist as people in the ancient world?
They were not Phoenicians.
That's right.
Yay! What does the word shalom mean to you? What does the word shalom mean to you? What does shalom mean to you? Wait.
Get it together. We're doing good. Shalom, I don't know. What's that word? They put it in chat.
Wait.
This is a blessing. I'm done. The Redskins about to come on. I can't do anymore. This is too much. I can't do it.
The Bills is coming on, and I don't understand. I don't understand.
I got them all on. I got like 5 games on at one time.
This man said he is a Phoenician by what way of the Chaldean, who is also an American indigenous.
He said the also more. But the cradle of civilization was over here.
Yes, this is the cradle of civilization. Look at today.
So what did the Chaldeans and Phoenicians give us at the cradle of civilization? So why are you all up into them? What languages from the New World do you speak?
From the New World is English.
No, what indigenous languages from the ancient world? I'm sorry, from the ancient world of what is now the New World. I mean, like from over here, from like 1500 BC. What are those languages? Nahuatl, whatever, like the Aztec language. Is that the cradle of civilization? Or?
Well, it's where English come from. It's called Algonquin.
What does that have to do with the question? Now I'm confused.
You just asked me. Yo. Are you being politically correct or what?
No. English comes from You said that's where English. You said that's where English. You said that's where English comes from, Algonquin. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, see, you have to understand though. They started here, but they ended over there. Yeah, English started here and it went over there.
Correct.
Oh, that's what he's saying?
Yeah.
Into a telephone pole?
They
drive it until it got no gas. It's okay, man. He learning something new.
Look, Courtney crashing too. Yeah, see, what y'all don't understand is that the languages, because this is the cradle of civilization, right? The languages started here and then moved over there. So Courtney is crashing in the chat talking about English is a Germanic language. Exactly. Yeah, this is the cradle of civilization.
The baby.
The baby? Are you okay?
See, we can't.
Okay, you said just the cradle of civilization. Politically correct.
Oh God. Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, thank you. I'm just trying to read. I hope I'm capturing what you're saying. I'm trying to understand as well, Lord. But that's what I hear you saying. Is that correct? So it started here, so it would make sense that even the things that develop over there actually came from over here. Yeah, I get it.
Yes, bro. Because inside the Grand Canyon, we can find ancient temples of all these religions. The temple of Vishnu, the temple of Brahma, the temple of Krishna, the temple of Shiva, the temple of Osiris, the temple of Isis, the Holy Grail temple.
Wait, did you say a temple of Isis in the Grand Canyon? Isis from ancient Egypt?
Yes, this is ancient Egypt.
Like, why are you having a problem with this?
Wait, did you also say Vishnu?
Yes, bro.
As in Hinduism?
Yes.
First, y'all do this on purpose.
Hold on. Let's ask questions. Listen.
Lord knows, how did the temples get in the Grand
The
Canyon?
Gita was made by a nigga down the street.
Lord, how did all the temples get in the Grand Canyon?
Mr. Earl made the Bhagavad Gita.
The Grand Canyon, they found many caves that house cities. Like a whole over 50,000 people at a time in the Grand Canyon.
But how did they get there, brother?
See, this is the history y'all never learned before.
Shit, that's the history y'all, because y'all about the white man history. Lord, how did they get there?
Our people built temples and worship over time. We're talking about thousands and hundreds of thousands of years. But the people mainly lived inside the Grand Canyon because the giants roamed the land.
Y'all give them a hard time, but what you don't recognize is there was the internet before the flood. They already had an internet. The flood took it out.
Now, see, brother CEO, you're not being genuine.
That's a fact.
You being disingenuous.
Hold on, Lord.
You playing on this man's top. I don't appreciate it.
So the giants roamed the land, and they had it. They was hiding out in the Grand Canyon.
MJ, don't get mad.
I'm trying to piece it together now.
Don't get mad because he's out hotepping your ass.
No,
See,
listen.
normally you the top hotep.
I'm trying to get knowledge, brother. I'm trying to elevate.
Fall back.
You know what I'm saying? So this brother clearly has the knowledge that's going to elevate me. Now,
Giants had libraries and everything. Do you think man was the first beings on this plane?
Come on, man.
Giants had libraries and everything. And the Smithsonian was hiding all this truth.
Y'all finally getting it. You getting it. You see that? Y'all getting it. Y'all getting it.
if the giants had all the knowledge in the books, how big are the?
They was big. They was giant size book. Look at
Come
them.
on, man. Why would you ask a question like that? He's not serious. He's actually not serious. He over here trying to.
Time play. I'm done.
And he playing bad because when he said he spoke Chaldean, I gave him a Chaldean greeting. He didn't even know what it was. I'm from the land of Chaldeans, the Mecca, which is Detroit. Well, I'm not really from Detroit. I'm from Michigan.
I could do numerology, Chaldean numerology. Bro. That's where I got it from, Chaldean numerology. A
High shower.
That's my name in
I
Chaldean.
guess so, Patty.
If you can speak that language, you can get back with the empire. It was good. Like the Moroccan national government is here. This is the crest of Chief Minister Phoenix, and you see in this crest, you see the crescent and the star, which represents Islam, our self-lord master. That was that's organic religion or organic preservation. You see the yin and the yang represents day and night. The next one over is represents agriculture and cultivation, and the one below that represents the Cherokee lineage, a tribe. This is the crest she made, and her family crest goes back to when 1444, when we were ill, babes, days, owls, and alis, the 5 noble titles in this land. 5 noble titles became the 5 civilized tribes.
Oh shit!
Civilized, we was already civilized. When I say civilized, they became United States citizens. That's when they became civilized under their rule, under their jurisdiction. Peace.
Peace, brother.
He dropped that mic.
See, I told y'all, man, y'all listening to too much, man. Y'all gotta get the real knowledge.
Jay, you trying too hard. It's not sincere.
It's not even.
Now, see, unlike this pale, unmelanated man they call MAGA, top right, who has beasts on his family crest because he is a beast. You, in fact, do not have beasts. You have animals, but you're not an animal, right? And so there's a difference.
Right. They have meanings to them. They hold energies. That's why
Exactly.
the ancient Egyptians depicted as animal pictures and stuff like that. They didn't look like that. They're just describing their essence or their energy at that time. Like Horus was a falcon and stuff.
Yep. No, exactly. Whereas on MAGA's family crests, those beasts were depictions of what his ancestors actually looked like. Yeah, no. It was a literal. It was literal. Yeah, no, I get you.
I appreciate that.
Enjoy your space.
Thank you. All right, brother. Look at that.
What a blessing. I've never seen me so defeated. So
That's twice in one week. V did it.
So surely.
Now Lord knows. Lord knows.
It's all that knowledge.
Take you right on home. That's how you gotta do sometimes. Hey CEO, how are you?
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hey Robert, how are you?
Peace. What's up, man? How y'all doing? What's the science? What's the stage mathematics, man? Y'all good?
Oh, First Lady, I did hear you earlier, and yes, I was taking a nap. No, you cannot use your HSA to pay for insurance premiums. I'm not sure why Fanye said that, since he is a full insurance agency. You can pay your deductible. There are special circumstances you can use it to pay premiums, like COBRA if you're unemployed.
Exactly.
Yeah, so no, that was not good information.
At all. But when we tried to tell him that, he left, he came back, and he was like, all right, you're right about that. But still try to sell us the same plan and idea without the caveat of understanding that won't work.
Well, that's a little scary considering he has an insurance agency, but there you go. A lot of people don't know the nuances of those plans, so we'll give him a pass.
Well, you too nice.
But he probably meant deductible, but people don't understand the difference between the premium and the deductible.
No.
He triple, doubled, somersault.
Really?
Yes.
Well, damn.
Yeah, I wasn't even here, and I could tell that was some bullshit.
No. The conversation was this, Reform. He came up and literally started asking, well, shouldn't we be thinking about something outside of Obamacare because it's just a failed program? When we were literally talking about this current problem with the subsidies ending at the end of this month, and they have by Thursday to figure this out, right? We was listening to Meet the Press. And that's where we were. His question was, well, we need to come up with a different plan. So Maya asked him, well, what's the solution? He gave us that as the solution, saying that this is what they're talking about on Capitol Hill.
Oh, my Lord.
Yes.
Everybody stupid.
Oh, no, he didn't. Well,
yes.
The good Lord had me asleep or I would have been hollering.
Yes, he definitely would have lost his mind. And then when we kept trying to give him information instead of him receiving it, he thought that we just wasn't trying to listen to him. But we did listen to him and then came back and told him why it wouldn't work.
Well, thank you. Is it Tiandria?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow. TJ, let me send him a back channel and tell him he's misrepresenting himself. That's scary.
Oh, then it got real crazy.
Don't stop that bullshit. You being too
use your
nice.
HSA to pay. You can use your HSA to pay for your car insurance. What? I was like, what?
Oh my God. Or maybe in Nigeria, not here in the United States.
But in the process of that, called me dumb and MAGA dumb because I asked the question. Because he kept, for a long time, we couldn't even figure out what he was talking about. And I kept hearing him say HSA. And I was like, why does he keep mentioning it? And then, one second. And then when I heard, I said, wait a minute. I said, the HSA, I said, that's the problem. I said, you can't. So Megan said, so you want us to pay for the premiums through the HSA? And he was like, yeah. And I'm like, you can't do that. Oh, you guys are dumb. You're dumb. You're stupid. No. And that's when everything went downhill from there. But that was his claim to fame, that you could pay for your insurance through your HSA.
I put a poll up top, y'all. If we want to do the Jim Baldwin versus William Buckley debate, I won't play the whole hour straight through. We'll probably break it in between every 10 minutes. So cast your vote so we can I think it's really good.
That would be a good thing to watch on Chatter, but I know it's hard to migrate over there because I like James Baldwin's expressions to watch it.
Yeah, you gotta see the facial expressions when he speaks, right? You gotta see the facial expressions.
It's a really good debate.
That's when you had true conservatives. That's when conservatives were conservatives during that era. I don't know, these days people call themselves conservatives and they're not really Republican conservatives in the traditional sense. Republicans are no longer really Republicans anymore. They've converted to MAGA. Right? And I don't think we emphasize that transition enough. I really don't. We're working with old titles and old categories and parties when a new party has emerged. MAGA cult has emerged, and we need to really identify it. They're going to identify what this thing is.
Yeah.
But to be a good thing.
I
don't know, Mud. Yeah, I don't. Mud wrote that in the chat. I want to read what he said. Hold on. He said, when did being conservative or Republican become a good thing? I don't know. I couldn't answer that question. I don't know if that was for you, Mud, but I don't know.
We've always had black conservatives.
Yeah, but he's saying when did it become a good thing? So I'm thinking he's
in the 1860s. In the 1860s. I mean, I don't understand the question of what now.
I don't understand it either. I don't understand it, but I don't know if he's thinking that we are saying that it is a good thing. Maybe I don't know if he was basing on my comment, but I didn't say it was a good thing at all. I was just speaking to the fact of what the change was, because I used to read a lot about Mr. Buckley. I used to read a lot about those conservatives, him and a few others, and I wouldn't consider myself their type of conservative. When I say I'm a conservative, it is definitely not the definition of those guys. You know what I learned today? I learned that Trump's company made $54 million in 2024, and in 2025, and the year hasn't come to an end. Can anybody guess how much money they made this year so far? Give me a number. Yeah, $864 million. That's how much money they made this year. $864 million.
Wait, which company made that much?
Trump's company. One of his companies, right? So to give you context on
which one, do you know? Which one?
Yeah, it's the hold on. I'm gonna put it in the PTR. So bear with me. I'm gonna speak while I set that up. So here's the thing. So a game like that, right? It's about 1,600%. right? And if you do a comparison to another successful company, NVIDIA, they only were up, I think, 20 something, no, 50. I forgot. They've done well in the market. And so if you do a comparison, you can see how problematic this is. 800 last year, before he came into the White House, the company was making $51 million, and we are in December, right? We're in December, rounding out. So he went from that to almost $1 billion, and it's crazy. I'm gonna put a few things in the. I can give you others.
So Robert, just one thing, you can't compare it to the scale of NVIDIA because NVIDIA did what, 60 billion last year, so it's a lot easier to scale from 50 million to 60 billion. So that's not a good comparison.
Right. Well, I didn't do the scaling. The scaling was reported. Somebody did the scaling, so you can look at my PTR and see the difference. But I'll put two pictures up. But yeah, I myself didn't do this comparison. I was just watching a report, and they did the scaling themselves. Let me do it. Hold on, I took the wrong one. This is the one y'all want to see. This one right here. Boom. Okay. Yeah, so I have two images in there. So yeah, if you look at the image, first half of the year income. Oh damn, I didn't know it was first half. So first half of yearly income for the Trump organization last year was 51 million, and this year, and this is for the first half, 864 million.
Oh, these are all the organizations combined. Okay, I get it. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm glad you helped us clarify that because I didn't have an answer to your question, but thank you for the clarification. I was just trying to catch the images.
I wonder how much of that was off the Trump coin because that's such a big jump. I can't imagine what other than that would have.
A large portion of it was money from the coin. Yes, they did name a few sources, and they were talking about a deal. Basic. What is it? Quid pro quo. Did I say it right?
Yes.
Yeah. A lot of that. A lot of those were foreign dollars from unidentified sources. So yeah, I just can't wait until we unravel the corruption that is now live and happening right now in real time. I just can only imagine. It's crazy because I know somebody out there is smart enough to be keeping up with all of this, and I can't wait to see those reports and those studies. I'm sure it's going to be disgusting. I'm sure it's going to show us the degree of greed that this administration operates under.
Well, the wildest part is Hunter Biden didn't do anywhere near as well as Eric and Donald Jr.
Yeah, he like Hunter Biden. I mean, let's be honest. He's not the brightest guy in the room, right? Neither are Trump's sons. I think they're just parrots.
I think Hunter was looking for a job.
Yeah, he wasn't that bright. He wasn't. I mean, this guy was not terribly sophisticated. And I don't know about any of you, but if my dad were the president of the United States, I certainly would leverage that freaking connection. Now, I wouldn't be on no scam shit and nothing like that. I'm not saying that. But certainly my business interests would benefit. I mean, I would do it in a legitimate way. But who is not going to leverage the fact that their parents and their family is running the country? Like, that's a no-brainer. I don't know the details of I've heard what he's I heard about what he's done, but I didn't have any concern that he was involved in anything that sophisticated. I think whatever he did, because he's not too bright, is a simple audit. Like, you could connect the dots with great ease. Because again, his son is just not the brightest at all. And I remember listening to Donald Trump's daughter, and when she would speak, everyone would be in awe of her. And I'm listening to her. I'm like, all she freaking doing is parroting. She ain't that deep, and she ain't that smart. Y'all caught up because she's attractive, this, that, and the third. She has that look, and fucking people fall for it. There was no substance in the words that she was speaking, but people just bought into this whole image that they were looking at. And we see that a lot.
Yeah, I thought she was totally going to run for president. And I think Ivanka might actually be the first woman that the right would vote for. But anyhow.
Yeah, but would you have reform in all due respect?
All right, wait a minute. Hold up. All right, one second. Hey, say what? All right. If y'all can, we're gonna take 30 seconds out for y'all to vote. Cast your vote now, so we can close this out and move forward with the conversation of what we're gonna do and get back, if you will. Take 30 seconds. Welcome to Politically Correct. It is Sunday, December 7th, 2026. I'm going to get back to the conversation. We're going to turn it back over to Rob and Reform. They're going to finish the conversation. But I want to know, do you want to listen to this, yes or no? If you don't, then that's fine. We'll continue with this conversation. If you do want to listen to it, we'll prepare it, and we'll get started. Those 30 seconds are almost up. All right. We got 10 seconds left. Cast your vote. Cast your vote now. And 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Poll is over. All right, back to you guys. Go ahead, Robert.
I like that feature. You got the background of violins going on. Look at you in your production. Okay, I see you. So like for example, you take a person who can think in real time. That's one of the reasons why I like this space, because people are not just making shit up. People are really synthesizing in real time, and we go back and forth, and we analyze things. We make adjustments. In real time. A lot of us are not, when we're corrected, we can acknowledge that shit. We ain't in our egos. Certainly, I've done that plenty of times, right? So what I'm saying to you, Reform, is that ain't, what's her name, Ivanka, she could never do that. Like, she could never be, if you were to have a conversation with her, I don't think she's capable of just being spontaneous and speaking off the top. She would just rely on talking points and repeating something that she heard from somewhere. Whereas a person like you and others, y'all can think on the fly in real time, and you can put things together. And so while she may want to run for presidency, I think she would be exposed immediately during a basic press conference, for example, or any reporter that knew what they were doing. She would just simply fold, is the point that I wanted to make. What are your thoughts about that, sis?
I'm arguing in the chat. I'm sorry, Robert.
They distracted you.
I appreciate. Yes, I can't. Well, to be perfectly honest, I was never one of those people that can multitask well. So, yeah, we can take that discussion on. But I think Ivanka is intelligent. I think she's the success behind her father's companies when they were successful. Yeah.
Sorry, Nikki. Why do you think the budget has to be balanced just for balance sake?
I don't think it has to. Well, because, I mean, how can you ever really get a grasp on what you are spending unless you have a balanced budget, right? Debt is debt. I know it's very trendy right now. We love to say, OPP, OPM, I'm sorry, wrong combo. Yeah, I mean, how can you fully function without a balanced budget? And I think that there's a lot of overspending, not in the way that Trump thinks they're overspending, because corporate cuts to me are just taking $1, giving $1 away that we really don't have. I don't think that Trump is fiscally conservative. I don't think that he cares that he's adding to the deficit. That's why he's also not a traditional Republican. I think we needed the balance between Republicans and Democrats, where Republicans tend to be fiscally conservative.
No, sorry, but
in the past.
Sorry to cut you off. I'm asking specifically why you have such an emphasis on balanced budgets, and your response was that we need to understand how we spend money.
How do you do that without a balanced budget?
You read the legislation; it tells you what you're spending it on.
Yeah, like you already know what you're spending the money on. The budget doesn't have to be balanced for you to know where that money is going, right?
Are you aware that there are, the Pentagon has not survived an audit like what, in a decade. So
What does that mean?
But
it means that they don't know what the fuck. It means that they don't know what the fuck they're spending their money on, and they have billions of dollars that are missing. That's what that means.
So you
When
think
you don't pass an audit, that's a bad
wait,
thing.
hold on. 1 second. So you think balancing the budget will give us better insight into how the Pentagon spends money?
Balancing a budget gives you insight regardless, whether it's the federal spending, state spending, like
No.
county spending. I'm answering your question. You just don't like my responses. No, I'm telling you. This is what I'm saying. Yes, I am an advocate for balanced budgets, whether it's corporations, whether it's personal, whether it's the Fed, whether it's a federal agency. Yes, because otherwise you're not keeping track of the debt. Legislation is just tracking spending. It does not track the debt, which is why we have such a huge deficit. I'm not in favor of kicking the can down the road, which this is all that we've been. Do you know what we're paying in terms of our debt, and then we're pissing off these other countries and they're not investing as much in the United States? This is a problem that we're just pushing on to our children and grandchildren, and they're going to have to deal with it one day.
Now, we're asking how balancing a budget tracks the expenditure at the departmental or governmental entity level. So you can have a balanced budget and still fail an audit. So if I raise revenue to balance the budget, and the $1 trillion goes to the Pentagon, it's still not accounted for. Balancing a budget doesn't keep track of anything. That's just the balancing inlay versus outlay.
Yeah, but you also your debt is typically included in a budget. I don't mean the Madoff accounting version that the feds do. I mean if you actually went to an accountant or someone like forensic accounting that actually tracked everything. A balanced budget would include your debt. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, so you think the budget is imbalanced now because we don't understand how our debt is structured and its costs?
I don't think we give a shit about how our debt is structured and its costs.
But they have to by law.
Oh, really? Well, then...
Yeah, that's what the whole debt ceiling fight is about. Treasury...
So then why do they just keep extending the debt ceiling?
Because they have fiat currency, and we're one of the few countries
Because you're the US, that's why.
So are you arguing that is solving the problem, or just kicking the can down the road, which is what I said?
It's the can. I don't know.
What are you talking about? When you extend the debt ceiling, you're not addressing it. You're not eradicating it. You're just making an arbitrary number go higher. Like the last time we had a balance.
Get rid of the debt ceiling.
Well, I don't agree.
What do you need a debt ceiling for? It creates unnecessary political tension, and you get bad legislation.
Well, no, we're just saying that's the legislation that what's in place. Look, I know that it's Sunday and
what is
whatever.
The can being kicked down the road? Paying off the debt?
The debt is increasing on a daily basis.
I understand that, but what is the can that's being kicked? I'm asking.
The debt.
Oh, but okay, but you can pay off the debt and not have a balanced budget. They're not actually. You can actually pay off debt and still have a deficit.
Okay.
You don't think so?
That is definitionally true.
You can pay off debt and still have a deficit. What we were talking about was like fiscal conservatism just in general. Are you speaking about the federal government?
That would be fiscal conservatism. What else would it be if not federal or state spending?
Fiscal conservatism literally is a balanced budget, lower spending, and monitoring debt. Is that what we're doing right now?
No. When I think fiscal conservatism, I think of laissez-faire economics.
Well, that's what I'm saying, which is why I put an AI-generated. Mud, you literally reference a book when it comes to economics, please. Which come up here and have the conversation. You're always in the chat.
With the government's audit, like you brought up.
I put this.
Let me tell you a secret, babe. I'm just gonna be honest with you. If you were to compare the audit or the losses of the Department of Defense on their audits, we do way better than these major corporations. Y'all don't even understand the audit scope or even our financial systems. So y'all can talk this crazy shit, but the missing money isn't embezzlement. We're not frauding. A lot of this shit, like, y'all really, if you even look at how we have over $3.8 trillion of assets. Period. And you, that little number that they fucking show on in these newspapers, that ain't shit, bro or sis.
I mean, Nvidia is worth $5 trillion, sis. We have multiple trillion-dollar corporations.
We're very transparent with how this shit works, and I promise you, the Department of Defense or our audits ain't shit compared to what a lot of these corporations that do actually publish theirs. Because a lot of them keep it secret. Y'all think I think y'all just see a bunch of numbers on TV and don't even understand how it works. And then bringing up accountants, you think we don't have fucking accountants? What's going on here?
I mean, Biden
You don't have forensic accountants,
right, but
and
Biden,
our accountants actually a lot of them have to have a fucking clearance. So these people are like, I don't even get it. Like this shit be funny. I be listening to y'all. I've read those newspaper articles. We've had arguments with MAGAs on the stages about what the budget looked like. Yeah, I mean, like the amount of audits that we do just within a region doesn't even amount to the shit that y'all. We do so many goddamn audits. We audit fucking monthly. That's just internal, not to include the external contracted individuals that audit the U.S. government.
Can we frame this argument a little bit, guys? Because I'm stuck between the federal, our budget for the country, our defense. Can y'all just frame it a little bit for me, sir? Thank you. For us.
Can I ask, what is the problem with reading books about it?
Hold on. I want to frame the argument, brother. Follow me back. I'm just trying to get a framework for the.
I'm not really sure. There was a conversation in the chat about debt is definitely not debt for the U.S. government. I mean, I'm a purist when it comes to numbers. Balance, right? Checks and balances. And plus, I'm old school. That's how I was taught.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's mandatory and required. Whether
my
you're
initial
federal.
question.
Okay, everyone wants to talk. Go right ahead.
So Robert, my initial question was whether or not. So I came on stage to ask Miki, Reformed, whether or not why she was so interested in balancing budgets and why balancing budgets was an inherently good thing. But that was the initial sort of question. And before responding and saying a couple of things, she said that, we need to have balanced budgets in order to understand how money is being allocated in various departments. One example being the DOD, and it's notoriously failed audits every now and again. I didn't really understand that point, and then the conversation just kept going. Hopefully that. So that we kept going.
No, thank you, guys. Okay, thank you. Hope that helped everyone else as well.
Okay, so can I get my question answered about why it's a bad thing to read books about economics? Keynes wrote books.
Right. No, you just constantly reference that one book. I mean, economics
I reference a host of books, but that's like the easiest book for people like you to understand.
I don't need to read a book to understand economics. I mean, economics, when you're looking, are you gonna allow me to speak? So when I'm speaking of not theoretical, right? If we're talking about numbers, we're talking about actual live data, which can change over time. Trends change over time, right? Monetary theory, when you implement it, it's not necessarily something that we can say, well, this is what this book says about how this should flow and how this should work. Because this is why I'm such a fan of Jerome Powell. You have to be able to understand what's going on, and then you have to be able to make changes. I think that like cryptocurrency, for example, is going to change some standards. We're already seeing a lot of legislation and changes in terms of utilizing cryptocurrency. 20 years ago, we probably wouldn't have even taken it very seriously. But now, like the federal government literally has legislation addressing what happens with corporations that are going to use their own altcoins. JP Morgan Chase just came out and said that they're coming out with a version of their coin, which is going to allow for real-time transactions to occur within a matter of minutes in terms of wires, which typically used to take 24 hours. That's what I'm saying. So if we want to have like a theoretical discussion versus a practical, I'm not really good for the theoretical discussion because I'm too immersed in accounting.
Our debt is not
Yeah.
like your bills you pay at home. Like we print our own goddamn money, right? So like,
Which is also a problem, Patty.
But if we were to stay within a balanced budget, right? What would happen? Okay. If we happen to go into a recession, let's just say we go into a recession. What's going to happen to spending? This is all behind this balanced budget thing. What's going to happen to spending?
What happens to spending?
You just said you're not a fan of printing money. What would happen to spending?
Spending goes down.
Right, it stops. So like people say this shit, but like
I wouldn't say stop. I say slow down.
Yeah, it could slow down, it could stop, whatever. I'm just being like a little dramatic, but like when I understand like the balanced budget argument sometimes, right? But then like, what does it look like for like how our country invests?
For me, we could grow organically and based off of your profit. So like when you make money selling widgets, right? You build it for $1, you sell it for $2, you have $1 in profit. You could grow organically based on profit, or you could take that dollar and get leverage, right? Where you now can go get $100 based on that $1 in profit, and then you use that to grow. So I think
how the U.S. would. So
same thing.
Even with our debt, U.S. sells like bonds and shit.
Yeah, that's them going out and getting more leverage or future money today. And future money is good for growth today. And then you have the alternative argument to just grow organically a little bit over time. And people just don't want to do that. They want to see growth today. They want to see exponential growth today. And I take it that our growth is exponential because when you have 2 people, you could immediately make 3 people, 4 people, 5 people in the space of like 5 years. So that's like an exponential growth, right? That's not like a gradual growth. So I think similarly, your infrastructure and your services also have to grow exponentially, right? Because families can grow exponentially, therefore services should grow exponentially. Maybe that's the argument. And in order to grow exponentially, you're not going to be able to do it organically through your profit. You're going to need to, leverage the future with that. And so I guess there's always that war, that balance between those two philosophies.
So I just put in the chat a link that we all can use regarding the government budget. It's an interesting tool. Hold on. It's a good tool for us to have this conversation because we can all immediately look at what the other one discovers in this link. So there's a link in the chat where we can have a real conversation that shows the data, et cetera, et cetera. I just put
this isn't just about the data. We're talking about like this misunderstood concept when it comes to like economics and politics. Like how people like to use like our government debt as like they think our government debt is like how you live at home, how you pay your bills.
I understand, and we know.
Okay, Go ahead, Mel wanted to say something.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say.
Can you go on mute, Mud? Go ahead, Mel.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say that, like, Patty, you make a good point. People just try to like impose their view on microeconomics concepts onto like government spending. Like the government is like a unique entity insofar as that like $1 spent by the government is not the same. It has a multiplier effect, right? Because like essentially when the government prints money and spends money in the broader market, right, there is a greater increase in real GDP and real economic growth versus a the world's superpower, who have, the currency that is used for transactions across the world, have this like aversion to, leveraging the enviable position of being the world financial currency. That gives you the ability to issue debt, right, at some of the best levels and leverage that for broader economic growth. But for somehow, we end up in a situation where we nickel and dime ourselves about balancing budgets and making sure that, the inputs equal the outputs, and we have to be very concerned about, rising debt levels. I think it's a little bit overblown, and maybe because I'm young, I don't, I haven't experienced some of the crises that, older people have. But I think that, you guys should use the leverage that you innately have and use it for good. Thank you.
Okay, so here's the thing. Hold on, I gotta jump.
Everything you said.
Yeah, Fatty, I'm sorry. I just gotta jump in. So here's what's going on. So now, based on what the Molly just said, right? We have been hearing for years from the Republican Party how important it is to balance the budget. They make a pointed effort to tell the American people that our budget is imbalanced, we owe too much, and we need to reduce the debt. I think we all can agree that has been the Republican cry for the past 30 or 40 years or even more. However, with this new administration, they're not even talking about the importance of a balanced budget, so on and so forth. That's not even being discussed. When we look at balancing budgets, just so you know, the importance, like as far as the United States of America, when other countries are seeking to invest in the instruments that we produce, our treasuries, so on and so forth, and other financial instruments, they look at our balance sheet, determine the risk-reward ratio. Is the country living in a manner that is going to ensure that our investment is going to yield us the return that we are looking for? These are decisions that sovereign investors look at. They look at that data to determine whether or not they want to keep buying out treasuries, so on and so forth. So it does matter, right? Because that's what they look at, right? Now with public companies don't have the leeway that the United States have. The United States can simply, via Congress, decide to increase the debt ceiling. The Treasury has tools that it can use. The Fed has tools that it can use. Like, we have different tools that can be used merely because it's the United States and they have those powers. Private companies are different. We can't just finagle our numbers to pass an audit, for example. We have stringent rules that have to be abided by. We don't have that leeway to play with numbers like that. And I think reform, it's a little bit of what she was trying to, I guess, express. But it does matter. Our budgets do matter. Debt does matter. And what we've been doing is basically kicking it down the road. And I remember doing some research on it. The deficit has increased year over year for the past at least 30 years. That's through every administration. It's gone up. It hasn't really gone down. I think 1 year it went down a little bit. But budgets do matter. Deficits do matter. It seems like it's just paper. It seems like we can just issue currency. But the reality is, at some point, it will come to a grinding halt. At some point, it will affect us in a negative way.
What point would that be?
Yeah, I think
Who knows?
Just 1 second.
Who knows?
I think somebody was making a point in the chat, and yes, I've heard people refer to fiscal conservatism and things other than the federal government. With my HOA, we talk about being fiscally conservative whenever we go over our annual budget, because I've been on the board of my HOA, and we have to have a balanced budget. We have to, we don't have to get debt approved, but it functions like a little mini form of government in that you have to be extremely transparent. So we've had to get loans before to finance debt, so forth and so on, right? No, the HOA, but we can increase dues, which we've done. I'm not being literal, and I think that's part of the problem. No, we do not print money, but we have the ability to generate additional income by raising the This is the okay. Just 1 second. I'm not cooking, y'all. Sometimes y'all just like to argue. Jesus Christ. Thank you. y'all know it's about to ruin my Sunday. This is my personal opinion, by the way. What I was addressing was what Maga said in the chat, that no one uses those terms like just randomly. Yes, a lot of people do. A lot of people will say we're fiscally conservative, right? Or so that's just the reference that I'm giving the last time that I heard it mentioned in terms of being fiscally conservative. So
do people use the term financially liberal?
Yeah, HOA takes loans, Roger. We had to replace an $800,000 perimeter fence in our neighborhood, and we weren't going to use all the cash that we have because we have been fiscally conservative for 20 years. So, yeah, we took a loan for almost $1 million to pay for our perimeter fence that needed to be updated. The fuck?
Okay, so if people use the term financially conservative for personal household budgets, what would financially progressive or financially liberal be?
I mean, I'm not sure if you would use the term financially liberal. Is that a term like that we would apply? Financially liberal? Like, what is that? Like you know, like you
like Keynesian economics.
Liberally?
Like Keynesian economic, liberally.
Well, in terms of government, that means that we are going to be pretty liberal and free spending with the money to assist in commerce, to assist in crises. I mean, isn't the United States pretty much a combination of both? I would say being fiscally conservative and fiscally liberal.
One is more politicized than the other. You don't hear that term that you use. You don't hear that term.
Oh man,
What's going on today? Conversation. Like, what is going on? He was talking about your household. Why wouldn't we use fiscally liberal for your household?
But what's fiscally liberal mean? All right, then why did he ask the question?
Because that means financially conservative doesn't mean anything.
Financially conservative doesn't mean anything?
No, not for individual households. It just means staying in your budget. Fiscal. The word fiscal has to do with like budgetary policy, taxing, spending, inlay, outlay. Like, we can't do that at the individual level.
Okay, my apologies. I work with a lot of accountants and individuals like that, and they definitely use the terms fiscally conservative when describing certain kinds of spending. So,
and there's Philly.
My apologies. I just gave you an example. Like our HOA budget, we literally had somebody who is an accountant. We literally had somebody who was an accountant, and that is the terminology that they used when she was presenting it, like to our neighbors. She said, your board is fiscally conservative, so we added like $150,000 to our reserve funds for that year. Like that's what she said. Like that's what I've heard people use that term before. Yeah.
So a board that's different, what would the term be to use to describe them?
There's not necessarily a term to describe that. I mean, if you're just doing your standard spending, I suppose. I don't understand, but if people in certain professions use these terms and you're not familiar with it, it's okay, guys. Like, it's okay. Every industry.
I understand that. Maybe she did, but what I'm asking is, if this is a term of art, what is the term to describe boards and HOAs and other entities at the non-governmental level that are not financially conservative? There has to be a term for it.
I don't know if.
Otherwise, how would you describe them?
I don't know if there's a term for that. We know what fiscally conservative means.
That's just the standard.
Fiscally conservative is a standard? No, I don't agree.
I think what happened is
I don't agree that fiscally conservative is a standard.
In their budget.
I think what happened,
government, and when they can print money.
I think what happens is we bandy about these type of talking points.
Is that what y'all are concerned about?
And what we do is we investigate what's really underlying these talking points, and then we find that it's a big nothing burger because no one ever thought about what it actually means. It's fine. We could just, we grew a little today, and we could just move on.
So the original thing came up when people were saying it'd be good for Black people to be financially conservative. It'd be good to have it for conservatives, good for Black people. I said I disagree because when I hear conservative in like whole groups of people, I'm thinking as a political philosophy at the governmental level. So are y'all just talking about like it'd be good for Black people to not have credit card debt?
To save.
Yeah. That's what I interpreted. It's good for black people to be, good stewards of their money. Yeah.
You don't need a name for that. That's just
So look, there is a definition. Being financially conservative means prioritizing caution and risk aversion in financial decisions such as spending, saving, and investing. This often involves advocating for lower taxes and government spending, while in personal finance, it means preferring low-risk investments and like savings accounts and avoiding debt. So apparently it is a thing.
So guys,
hold on. I've never heard that before.
I don't like the definition.
Well, because you've never heard it, it doesn't exist.
Not the
Come on,
definition.
guys.
It's just two things.
Exactly what you just said. I've never heard that using savings accounts is financial conservatism.
So let me jump in here.
1 second, Robert. Actually, yes. I've never heard that not having credit card debt described as financial conservatism in a discussion on groups of people.
Well, yes, of course, because you have, like, for example, even, and I'm going to seg to wealth management, but you have like portfolios that are literally called fixed income. So we know that you might have balance 50-50, 70-30, which is typically like 70% equities, 30% income or bond funds, right? 50-50. You also have something called like 90-10, where you have 90% fixed income, which is typically going to be bonds, treasuries, CDs, whatever, and maybe 10% equities. Right. So yeah, that's called being with your investing, you're very conservative. So yeah, you have some.
Okay, can I jump
Yeah,
in?
well, probably MAGA because. Just 1 second. Just 1 second.
I need you to blow your
Wait,
money.
just 1 second. So of course MAGA, because remember how we were talking about the lifestyle funds the other day, or the target date? Because most people, there is recommended information about where you are in terms of what you should invest in. So it's kind of like, should a 90-year-old be invested in Bitcoin? No, because that's too aggressive. So in that vein, in terms of investing, yes, there is aggressive and there is conservative. In that vein, yes, in that vein.
Let me jump in here.
So
Hold on,
if you're
Mac.
wrong, Robert?
Robert, 1 second, Robert.
Robert, it's fine. Nikki, obviously, all of us in here know what conservative investing is, but the adjective fiscal relates usually, in most parlance, we know about people, around tax policy and spending policy, budgetary policy. So when people say fiscal conservative, they're not talking about fixed income. In my TD Ameritrade account.
No, I would agree, MAGA. No, 1 second, Robert. I would agree, MAGA. I do think that some terms have been appropriated, and I would agree that have been applied outside of as they are meant to be utilized. I will concede that point. I will agree. Yes.
Absolutely. And now Jazzy's saying, reading the definition. So even based on that definition, Jazzy, it wouldn't be good for Black people.
So there are two things.
So Black people should not, as a people, be 90% in bonds. So even if you go to investment, that doesn't work. So even if Robert, what's going on?
Because y'all going so
He wants to help.
Well, you have to be quiet and listen.
Listen goes on mute. He will help out.
You weren't here for the conversation, so you don't understand the connection.
I understand.
Securities in 06.
So first of all,
Brother. Please,
You gotta listen. This is the problem. You're just talking to be talking. You gotta listen.
No. This is not.
He wants to show us his expertise.
What's fiscal responsibility?
No, this is not that. Patty, this is not that. I promise.
No, you're not paying attention. Yo, that's what it is. Just go on mute and let them have a conversation.
I'm paying full attention. First of all, let's be clear. I'm going to speak on this because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. As a licensed financial advisor.
I knew it.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank God.
We have a financial.
He want to show off his expertise.
So go ahead, MAGA. And
I'm not a licensed financial advisor. Let's bring Robert back up. I'm not a licensed financial advisor. These people have to give you their resumes, man. It's so stupid. Let them do his thing.
But I mean, I love.
I got something to add. A financially conservative person benefits from government spending. So let's.
Robert, just chill, bro.
I want it because the reason why I'm on this is because I'm bringing some value to this conversation. It's real simple. Okay, let me speak.
Historical data, we're not confident.
Bro, there are two things. First of all, we're having two different conversations. One conversation is about
You're having two different conversations.
No, you guys are you guys
are, bro. When you were talking
earlier, can you let me speak, Patty? Can you respectfully? Can you please just listen? Just listen to what I'm saying. We are having two conversations. One is about politics, where you hear the term fiscal conservative. Many politicians run on that. They run their whole campaigns on that particular term. I'm a fiscal conservative. I want to save us money, and we know what comes with that. That's number one. Hold on. That's number one.
Wait, Robert, it's fiscal. I'm sorry. Fiscal, not physical. Okay.
I know.
No, he got it right. Physical.
Jesus Christ. So the point that I'm making is this, right? We have never heard a politician run as a liberal with finance. They never run on that platform ever. You would lose immediately. Now, when it comes to advising somebody in their portfolio, you're going to do a suitability analysis on that client and determine what portfolio is going to meet their needs. It falls under three categories: conservative, moderate, and aggressive. And what determines that is where the client is in their life, their age, their risk-reward ratio, all of those things.
Yeah, Mickey already said this.
And
we know it because we're
mixing. Right, but you guys are mixing everything together. You're mixing everything together, and that's why I came up like this. Two different conversations.
Thank you, Robert. We appreciate
that's
it.
I land.
Thank you.
We needed
Thank
your
you.
help. None of us could follow the conversation.
Thank you, Robert. We appreciate it.
Whatever.
Okay. So, first of all, Robert, it's not true that politicians lose by running on spending money. That is not true.
Term. I'm saying, have you ever show me a politician that's run and said I'm a fiscal liberal? Show me one politician.
It's not a term.
Exactly, and that's the point. That's the point. We agree on that. That's the agree that I'm making.
You know what? The guy was right about Phoenicia.
They are running.
We mocked the whole caps. At least they're funny. That's not a term. Is the point? Obama started talking about being a progressive, spending money on healthcare. Did he win?
Thanks, Kim. Mamdani just won like a couple of weeks ago.
You live in a city where a man said you live in a city where a man is going to be the mayor running on the thing you just said couldn't happen. Literally this month or last month. I'm done.
So I'm just trying to understand, okay?
Spending money and that.
All right. So we live in an economy where we all understand that there's boom bust cycles. So when it busts and there is a down spiral in the economy, are we supposed to be like, oh, we can't have the government spend more money than it takes in the taxes to like increase production or increase the economy? We're saying that we should just tighten our belt because that's not what we have done.
And haven't conservatives been the issue when it came to our like when that's how Obama fixed at this point, y'all.
I don't know, man. People who want us to like take the approach that the Tories did in the UK and become a shithole like the UK. I'll never understand it.
America is like the number one in the world, right? And as far as like the economy is concerned. And we've always had the government step in when there's that bust cycle. Like that's what we've done. So if you're saying we should have done something else, I need you to explain why you think that's the case.
What we need is an example of a modern economy such as ours, like being very, having strict austerity measures and what that looks like. And then let's just see if we want to live in that country.
We had an example.
What's it?
the UK took a strict austerity approach after 2008.
Oh, instead of being going into stimulus,
spending money.
Spending money.
Stimulus.
Oh wow! So what happened?
And you see how anemic their growth has been, even compared to pair European countries.
But are they happy though?
I mean, this is why I think that the balance of the Republicans versus the Democrats, and I'm not sure what the initial argument was, semantics, whatever, but the Democrats tend to have better economies for this purpose. But I think that is also offset at times by the Republicans. Yes, Republicans tend to screw up the economy as they do regulatory cuts. They tend to lower taxes for corporations and wealthy people. I mean, that's just Republican 101, right? They increase spending for military. I don't think that Trump is a typical Republican, however. And Democrats do tend to have more social services and programs that are funded. I personally think this is why they tend to have better economies, because they kind of share the wealth in a sense. It's not like a large percentage, but it's enough of a significant percentage to say that Democrats have better economies overall. Even Cindy Stumpo over on Chatter, who is a staunch Republican, says that she makes more money under the Democrats. People who say that they make more money under the Republicans, but she also does as well. She makes more money under the Democrats, yeah. But most people do. Anybody will tell you that Obama had an unprecedented 10-year bull run, or under Obama, I'll say we had an unprecedented 10-year bull run. So the difference to me is that Democratic presidents tend to bring in sustainable, consistent growth, right? You can't have we're just going to have an increase one year at 50% sales, because it's going to be hard to, I'm not speaking of government, obviously, but it's going to be hard to match that year over year. It's not sustainable, and then it'll, collapse a little bit, and then the Democrats have to come in and fix it. So I don't think that anyone really disagrees with that, because that's what happened.
Hold on, Ben. So, hold on, Ben. So, 1 second. So, wait, Ben, 1 second, Ben. So, back to the start of the conversation. Reformed is fiscal conservatism, and we're talking about, federal and state policy, better for Black people, yes or no?
I mean, it depends on what we're speaking of. I don't isolate Black people in the sense we didn't benefit from what happened during 2008. We were disproportionately harmed, of course, because when these things happen, we tend to be the most harmed, right? The layoffs will impact us more. The foreclosures will impact us more. But I guess when you're saying Black people, are you talking about lower income Black people? Or are you talking about the 1%ers, or what is it?
Talking about Black people in general.
Black people.
Why
Black
are you acting
people in
confused?
general. I'm not acting confused, because I'm
Yo, get off her neck, Mud.
What do you mean?
Expound on what you're saying.
Why does he need to expound?
Are you saying wait? Are you saying we are somehow we have different experiences under economic policy? What do you?
Yes, that's what he's saying. So when the government spends more, does that benefit Black people?
And she just
or when the government
explained
spends less,
it. She
benefit
just said
Black
that.
people?
I don't know if you're listening to her.
Right.
She just went and conceded and said, yeah, you are. She pretty much said what it looks like under conservatives or Republicans versus Democrats. Okay, so what are you arguing with her about now? What's the argument now?
Well,
She just conceded.
just
So what's
'cause
going on?
But Patty, just because it's a Democrat doesn't mean it's not fiscal conservatism.
Yeah, you're right.
Y'all, just because it's Obama doesn't mean it wasn't fiscal conservatism. Obama gave us sequestration. Obama had lots of cuts and was, I would argue, quasi austere in a lot of his fiscal
And
policy.
so did Clinton.
I know, that's exactly. So he didn't actually explain it, because the parties don't align in those particular ways.
But where their cuts are is what matters, right? And where their spending is what matters. And then
We agree on spending, just not on the same line items, right? Is that basically it on both sides?
Exactly.
Their line items are going to be. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Republican policies don't tend to help lower income people across the board. Do you mean that it disproportionately impacts us as Black people? But about 20% of Black people are categorized, as of I think recent data, as being quote unquote not at the poverty line, but considered lower income. So that's just what I'm pushing back on a little bit. And this is the same pushback that I give to people who say Obama didn't do anything for Black people. I'm like, what are you saying? Like, we didn't benefit from the policy. So it's the same pushback that I give. I don't really like questions like that, to be perfectly honest, because it makes it seem as if we exist outside of these policies, and if we, you know what I'm saying, like there has to be something specifically for Black people for us to benefit. That's an unpopular opinion, but it's mine. So there you go.
Can I ask a question? So when the Republicans do this thing where they do tax cuts for the rich, and we understand that most Black people are not rich, are we confused about how that doesn't really benefit Black people? Or when the Democrats do some type of safety net that is going to affect lower income people, are we confused about how that's going to benefit Black people? Like, I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now?
Most of any group isn't rich, number one. I just want to point that out. That needs to be said, because it's,
So if you have a side that's going to do stuff that's going to mostly impact people who aren't rich, and most people aren't rich, don't you think that's going to benefit Black people more?
I don't think that fiscal conservatism is necessarily about what is going to benefit the people in terms of government. Like, that's just my opinion. That's my opinion. It's okay for me to have my opinion.
Okay, so you don't give a fuck about Black people. You don't give a fuck about policy that benefits Black people.
How the hell are you gonna? That's a hell of a leap, bro. What the fuck?
That's not a hell of a leap.
We can
Yes,
do
it is.
exactly what you're saying. We can talk
Oh my
about
God.
Black people and we
But
can care about
you're the one who told me that Roth IRAs were a
I
scam.
didn't tell
and that
you
I was a
anything about
scammer.
Roth IRA.
So please don't start telling me no shit about what I think about Black people. You always say this dumb shit. What the fuck was that? You know what? You wanted me to cuss your Black ass out. What the fuck was that? I don't give a shit about Black people because I tell you that I can make a decision. No. Y'all wanted this. How the fuck are you gonna fix your nigga? You don't fucking know me. You don't fucking know me to say that shit. Like, what in the hell? You're one of those yappers that MAGA was talking about. Yap.
Let's
You
get
don't
past
do
it. Let's get
shit.
past it. We're doing good.
Fuck out of here.
Kumbaya. Wow. But I think both are necessary. You gotta feed Wall Street because that's where our investments reside and where the money resides. And you gotta feed the people because that's where the babies reside, right? You gotta take care of Wall Street. You gotta take care of the babies. Unfortunately, unfortunately, Wall Street gets out of control. And it just can't control itself, and the government doesn't want to control it when it gets red hot, and it starts to get foolish and silly, and then we all got to pay for it. That's the only problem. If we could figure out a way to feed Wall Street and keep it in check, but then, I think that's impossible.
And I think people are getting confused with the ideology versus the behavior when you talking about fiscal conservatism or financial conservatism.
That's fair.
Right.
Concrete. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Patty.
Just because you're being good with your own money doesn't mean the government is supposed to copy you. It doesn't work like that. And that's why when you brought up the audits, I'm like, dude, I don't really think people you can't compare government's behavior like a financially conservative middle class family. It's just not the same.
No, but
if you did, what's to become a Social Security?
100% agree, Patty.
And ways even student loans that we've been fighting about. You cannot. It's not a fair comparison.
No, Patty, not in the sense of
And you said this. I'm not quoting you, but you said when the government cuts spending, people lose income, right?
No, but there's nuance to this. What I've always agreed with, always, and there are a lot of other people that agree with me, right? Like, people were not against the idea of Doge. What I'm saying is that there needs to be government accountability, and I think that's lacking.
So when the government cuts, right? What have we seen that it's affected jobs? It affects hospitals because
Clinton
did that you're talking right now.
But Clinton did cuts as well.
It's affecting education,
right? But you
people's retirement, because now people are depending on a 401k and a lot of pension. Pension ain't even a word in a lot of these industries.
Yeah, but those came from corporations, not government. That's what I'm saying. Like, for the belief.
That's a conservative.
That was conservative ideology, right?
No, but what I'm saying is that the idea that increased spending can occur without some sort of accountability for government spending is an issue. So for example, the idea of Doge, I did not like that it was obviously Elon Musk or whatever, but I'm never going to be against accountability for spending. We should always want that as a citizen.
Right.
Because just like when we talk about Kristi Noem with that jet, or wasn't there just something that came out that Patel was using Secret Service to protect his girlfriend or something like that? Something crazy. Like, that's also government spending. When Donald Trump was...
Remember when we used to fight with...
May I finish? Because that's all government spending. If you're choosing to focus on the government spending that assists with people, that's fine. But I look at government spending in totality. So yes, we would have to break all those things down. I had an issue when Donald Trump was diverting the U.S. military and Secret Service to go and stay at his overseas resorts. And we talked about this in this room, that their per diems were so low that they couldn't even afford to get like a salad because those damn resorts overseas are so freaking expensive. Right? So I have a problem with that, and that is government spending. I had a problem with Donald Trump has the Secret Service go to Mar-a-Lago and he triple charges them for those tacky ass rooms because that's what he's doing. Yes, I have a problem with that. That is also government spending to me. So I guess I need to make a distinction between policy spending versus whatever.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. If I had never joined the military or even had to work on appropriations with the little change that we get, let me tell you what I've learned. You know, our debt is actually, it's literally the private sector savings account. Our debt. That's their savings account.
Somewhat.
They depend on U.S. government debt. So if you was to kill the debt, you're pretty much wiping out people's fucking retirement. I might be exaggerating, but you're fucking with people's retirement, because your 401k is now your pension fund for a lot of yous.
Can I ask Neil a question real quick? Hold on, concrete, because I want to address what you said. Because you said that we gotta find a way to feed. Wait, why are you laughing at my statement, bro? Because Wall Street is at Golden Corral all day, every day. They got a free ticket. Not Golden Corral. They're at the Bellagio buffet.
Trent, maybe you need to.
Wait, what does that mean?
Just listen.
I think I understand what you're saying.
Trent, let's let Mel speak, and then you can go right after and talk about Golden Corral.
I want to ask Neil a question.
It's okay, Patty. I don't mind.
No. Trent, hold on, Patty. Stop making fun of me, Trent. I'm not making fun of you. But when you said that you have to feed the government has to make Wall Street happy. That's what I said. Bro, Wall Street is doing. Wall Street's the problem. If I was to be honest, it is the amount, just the pure amount of money that is going through Wall Street that does not benefit the people, and our just unabashed greed
Wait, hold on. Jazzy said in the Jazzy put in the chat who disagrees with accountability. No, it wasn't her. Someone else said that, and then she said it's actually shocking. Who?
No one on the stage disagrees with accountability.
Can we get to like substantive points?
I'm getting to a substance. I'm in the land because of the.
Nigga, we don't want to talk about Golden Corral.
You're missing.
Very delicious.
Okay, let's get back to policy.
Let's get back to policy.
What Miki said was on point, because the problem is the problem. What? I mean, look, what you said was on point. The problem is the spending. You guys are arguing, but you're arguing like Maggie just said.
Think about what you said because you said she's on point, Trent.
No, listen. What Maggie just said, what she's talking about is pennies. I don't care what the Secret Service mills and that shit is pennies. The real problem is the defense spending and the amount of debt that
Wait.
Oh my God.
That's a whole nother conversation. We're not you because you just came into the conversation late. Maybe listen. Like I do that too sometimes. Like I just come in, I'm like, hey, what are y'all talking about? And then I'll try to listen and figure out what's going on so I can comment. So listen, let's go on mute for a minute, Trent. Go ahead.
Can I speak to the accountability?
No, Mud. Because I said so. Go ahead, Mel.
Sorry, yeah. So defense spending like 15% of the budget, it's whatever. Back to reform's point. So like, I think that, I don't want to show for the government as an online far leftist co-blacker, but like, I think what people should take away from the Doge fiasco is that the government, there are a lot of checks and balances in government that allow for the utilization of capital. And the picture that Musk and his cronies painted of, one spending, of like, unchecked spending and, massive fraud was patently false. And we all know that, right? And so it's like, it's a good thing to care about accountability. And to Reform's point, I would say, if you care so deeply about it, you should, advocate for the enhancements of these checks and balances in the government. You should advocate for having the CFPB be even more empowered, or having the budget officer budget something be more empowered. So the government isn't taking your money and laughing it up and living it up large at the Ritz-Carlton. It's people should give it more credit.
Right, and you know what? One thing about the government budget is probably one of the hardest things to go on a trip to Dubai and just spend. There's lines of accounting, and that's why I kept bringing up y'all just don't really see it, and that's because you're on the outside and y'all read what you're reading, and then you look at how the government runs based off of accounting measures where you work or in the private sector versus what's going on federally. But I promise you, Mel, you have became one of my favorite freaking characters behind.
Oh please, I'm not a character. I'm going to continue being a good member.
No, you won't.
I will. I have a job, unfortunately.
But I you have become one of I love people that speak and it makes sense in my brain or can teach me something. But yeah.
No, I mean, I understand that, Patty. But there's also...
I love you too, Reform. That's why you became one of the people that I stuck to, because you were do this. Why do you have this? And you don't, when I was young on this app, you freaking came for me and said, you need to. And I looked it up and oh, they do it at Military One Source. Take advantage of it now. So you're one of those people that actually helped me put things together. So yeah.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you for that. Nice things said about me.
So the last time,
Can I speak to accountability now?
Sure.
Okay.
No, because Matt was about to speak.
no, he can go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. So what if we create a situation where we can verify that the government is not spending any money on any bullshit, but still it needs to overspend?
We're going backwards in the conversation.
Oh my fucking God. Okay.
We've already talked about that. We've talked about investments. We talked about highways, education, loans. Because one thing, well, fuck the highway. One thing you motherfuckers on this goddamn app, whether you're conservative or whatever, have complained about these goddamn student loans. We've talked about education. We've talked like the things that may seem the most important just to the community of Clubhouse is education. They fucking food stamps. What else? What did I? Student loans. Did I say student loans? Student loans, food stamps, Medicare, Medicaid. Yeah. And all that is the government spending money. And then any of these dummies come on here and talk about the gold standard, I promise you, you're getting kicked the fuck out the woman's block for life.
No, it's coming.
So
I'm waiting for one motherfucking hotel to come up here and talk about some motherfucking gold standard.
Okay, so Jazzy, she talked about accountability. And what I was just trying to say is that there's a situation where we can have an accountable government, but it still has...
We have an accountable government, and they put it online. Transparency is a thing. You know what? Let me tell you something. Ask Walmart what transparency looks like. And y'all motherfuckers spend all the time. Anyone that makes under $59,000 lives in goddamn Walmart. Rural America uses Walmart like the mall. So ask Walmart why they're not transparent. Because the government is transparent. That's why they can have these fucking articles talking about it.
It's not transparent. These people have no idea where that money's going.
Wait, please, no.
Okay, I'm not making
no idea where that money is.
You know what? That's why I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Remember when Kamala was running? Anybody that used to always come to the room, even when I was by myself looking crazy, or even going into PhD, or us as a female, we're gonna make sure these motherfuckers know women ain't just stupid, right? I will tell you that even with Biden, there was a breakdown of every dime being spent based off of fucking growth. Like, every president puts down their priority. There's transparency in the government. You motherfuckers go ask Kroger what it looked like and how they fucking changed the prices using digital.
Trent,
Go ask Walmart.
I'm not trying to talk about transparency. I'm not saying that there's not transparency. What I'm saying is that...
You said there's no transparency, bro.
No, sorry, Patty. That was Trent. That was not Cumberland. That was Trent.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Trent.
So what I'm talking about is that we can verify to a penny that the government is not spending anything on anything frivolous. Like, every program, every penny is really going to use for what the fuck is supposed to go to use for.
My nigga, what's up, my nigga? What's up, my nigga?
This app is fucking incredible, yo. So all I'm saying is, like, okay, if we have that scenario where every program we are saying we need these programs, but still the government has to overspend or it has to do deficit spending, are we saying that, okay, that's something that we're going to be in opposition to? Or are we going to just say, like, okay, this is the things that we need to do?
I think we all agree on the stage that that's something that we would need to do.
Yeah, obviously. And this is a hypothetical, right? Not just asking yes or no. This is a hypothetical.
Like, I'm just trying to say, like, okay, in the perfect scenario, we'll have a government that needs to overspend because we have, like, projects or whatever the case is going on, that we all agree as citizens have to fucking have it.
Yes.
No, but Mike, it has to make sense.
Wait, hold on.
Food reform, she had to, like, compete and say, yeah, we got to spend.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, it still has to make sense at the end of the day for me. It does. We can't just rob Peter to pay Paul.
Let me tell you what's so crazy, right? I have photos and I make them on their favorite on their computer. I have them save appropriations. I have them save, like, what transparency look like, and it's all on their favorites. So, like, maybe that's what it is. You're like, I think sometimes, like, when you're having the conversation, I appreciate it because then I can dig into my personal opinion. It's not the same with the U.S. government.
Sorry.
Wait a minute. Are people, wait a second. Reformed and Trent, are you all not saying that the modern economies, the economic engines of the modern world, the United States, Britain, France, Germany, at one point Spain, Japan, Korea, China, are you saying weren't built by debt spending? I just want to make sure that's not, because you're saying it makes sense. Debt spending makes sense. All economic history of the 20th century, from the Industrial Revolution, the first one, then the second one, shows that it was done by debt spending. Are you guys saying debt spending doesn't make sense?
No, I didn't say it didn't make sense in that regard, but I'm saying that a lot of times it's forged ahead without any real concern about the cleanup after, because we see how it impacts their economy. I think that China is a perfect example. Like, one with China that I'll give is Evergrande, right? China subsidizes a lot of their corporations. And with that real estate, it was just a bad deal. So yeah, can the U.S. government make bad deals? I'll give you another one. But China is part and parcel, hand in hand with that, and the government literally absorbed all of that debt. When the news about Evergrande came out, and if you don't know, look it up.
You're galloping. Can I say that the United States?
I'm out of the conversation. I can't deal with emotional millennial.
The United States after COVID, right? It's well known that we had the best recovery of all of the post-industrial economies. And people shit on Biden because he decided that he was going to spend all of that money in order to catalyze the economic industries of the United States to keep us afloat. That is the kind of investment that leads to growth, right? What happens when you decide to disinvest is divest. Is economy stagnate, right? And the economies crumble. That is not emotion. That's not emotion. It's knowing what you're talking about.
What does Evergrande? I thought Evergrande was a private company.
No, you referenced China in terms of debt spending. So I gotten it out. Right, but China also, if you're talking about a country that also, China spent a lot of money on the Evergrande debt. That is what I was going to get to. But were we not talking about governments and debt?
No, I understand that, but what has that done to sort of inhibit or thwart their growth? I mean, the best economies in the world, China, Japan, the US, they're also the top 3 in debt.
But we also think that China's debt is also hampering them, right? Like they're not getting a lot of investments. Yes, there was last year there was a meeting with their Minister of Finance, or the equivalent, with a lot of CEOs and heads of Fortune 100 companies in the United States and abroad that were literally coming to them with some concern because China is known to cook the books because they have so much debt. We don't even know how much debt China is truly in, MAGA, because they engage so much in debt. It's just like a standard practice with them.
How was that inhibiting them getting people out of poverty, being technological leaders, leading the world in green energy? Like, what are the material effects?
Well, because at some point it's going to catch up with you. Like China.
When did the debt spending from the New Deal catch up with the U.S. in World War II? When did the debt spending from World War I catch up with the U.S.? The debt spending.
Okay, so if we really want to have that conversation, like when our debt is downgraded, right? Because one of the reasons during the recession that when we hear people say, "Oh, China, owns the United States," I'm always somebody to take up for that. Like, we want foreign investment in this country. We can't sustain ourselves just with U.S. dollars, right? We do want other countries to invest in the United States. I think it's kind of silly, for example, how Texas is saying how now you can't have certain foreign nationals that can purchase real estate or housing in the state, because I think that's kind of goofy. To expect the United States dollar to subsidize the entire U.S. economy it's just ridiculous in my opinion. 70%.
Downgrades has got to do with politics. It ain't got shit to do with the.
This is how I have nuanced conversations. I have to go over this. This is how I get the information out. So what I'm saying in terms of China, they're investing less in the United States, right? So Japan, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, neoliberal can fact check me. Japan, I believe, is the number one holder of U.S. debt because they get those dollars back, right? So what I'm saying in terms of China is number two.
Congress, it has nothing to do with our with.
And that's not the point that I'm making.
Too much money.
He brought up China. Yes, it does, Patty. Oh, thank you for getting me back. Our debt was literally graded, and part of the reason why, according to Moody's, is because of the deficit, because we owe so much money.
I'm sorry, but wait,
that's not.
That is the reason that they gave. Argue it down.
That wasn't my question. My question was, hold on a second. My question was, when did debt spending catch up to the people keep saying it eventually catch up? This is what conservatives said at the formation of the New Deal in the early 1930s. Then we got into World War II. They said to us, they said, we don't need to get in because it's the same thing. When will it catch up? That's all I'm asking.
You don't think it's already
caught up? One second, let me ask you a question. What is the tipping point in the ratio between debt and GDP where it catches up? What percentage? Japan, I believe, is at 200%. So what?
Oh no, it's
what percentage? When will it catch up?
Or a little bit.
When will it catch up? Okay. I just want Trent or somebody to tell me when will this debt catch up? Where they can raise taxes, they can cut spending. There's all types of ways to do with debt. Moody's downgrading the thing hasn't done anything. I don't know. Exactly. But when will it catch up?
Moody's downgrading U.S. debt is a pretty much big deal. Like if you don't understand the significance of that,
fell apart because of it.
How soft? Did we go in recession because of that? Did we not pay the bills? What happened?
What are all these one-liners about? Like if it doesn't.
Somebody answer my question. When will it catch up?
The question is that what percentage of our debt or the interest on that debt is we're paying that is part of the U.S. federal budget? If you don't think it has an impact.
What is the metric? How do we know when it's going to catch up?
What do you mean?
Economic fund.
We're making payments on our debt, and that is a significant part of our spending. You don't think that's a concern?
How are we making
Can you chime in here whether I'm not trying to be right or wrong, it's just my opinions. Do we not think that the payments that we have to make on our debt are impacting us? Yes or no?
Why does Japan still have an A grade? Why does Japan still has a double A grade when it comes to and they're over 200? What's going on?
Japan had a sideways economy for a while, Patty. They were sideways. They weren't really right. No, that was recently. They just recently had rate cuts, which were considered a pretty big deal. Like even Warren Buffett
from the debt,
right? But what?
It has nothing to do with that.
Hold on a second.
Yes, it does. If Moody's,
we're one of the safest assets when it comes.
If Moody's says that it's a problem, trust me, it's a problem. What is the
One second, neoliberal. Can Trent tell me when it will catch up? That's all I'm asking. Nobody's answered the question.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Nobody can tell you exactly when it's going to catch up.
Nobody will ever be able to.
For the last 100 years. For the last 100 years, watch this, fiscal conservatives have been saying what Reform, Trent, Jazzy, and other people are saying, and it has not happened. Furthermore, this balanced budget fetishism of Clinton, people should go back and look at the material effects. It did not trickle down to working people and middle-class Americans. There was a spike and rise in income, and it exacerbated inequality, both wealth and equality.
Because it did not increase middle class. I know that for a fact.
No.
One second. Wendy,
y'all always talk about
person is speaking. Why y'all just can't let him
Go ahead, Trent. It doesn't matter.
Because he just came into the conversation late and he's talking about nothing.
People are trying to learn, Maggie. We don't need him to jump in while you're in the middle of it.
But he doesn't need to jump in if he doesn't know what's going on.
Exactly.
So maybe he needs to stay on mute and pay attention to what's going on in the conversation. Whenever I come in late in the conversation, I ask y'all, what are y'all talking about? And I will sit on mute and listen. He needs to sit on mute and listen.
It doesn't matter.
understand what
We
that
issue the debt in currency that we control.
Yes,
We
that is.
print the world's reserve currency. And people don't realize that.
Go ahead, Trent.
Let me also explain why what Miki is saying is important, and I completely agree with her.
Just say it. We don't need the preamble. Just say it, bro.
We pay on the servicing of the debt.
No shit. We know all this. Get to the
And we always have buyers.
I've lost my patience. You always want to cut in with something intelligent, and you're giving us third-grade economics.
Okay, but
Give us the intelligent part. We all know the debt is serviced. We all know that. We all know you agree with Mickey. Give us the intelligent intervention.
the problem, the amount.
And explain to us why Congress acts stupid, and they're the reason
Give us
why.
the intelligent intervention.
Problem is, as debt spending has increased, that the servicing of that debt has become astronomical. It is now well over $1 trillion. So even so it affects your discretionary.
No, but credit agencies have said our debt amount is increasing. It's always been political.
What's been the effect?
It's always been government.
1 second, you're letting him off the hook. What's the effect been?
What's the effect is eventually you're just paying on.
Eventually.
You're
What's the effect now?
This is the reason why you have to cut back on some of the things that you want.
God, you just said it was an effect, and then you said eventually, which means there's been no effect yet.
But it's happening. No, it's affecting the budget right now.
So
What?
I want you to name one fucking economy.
Eddie, you let him off the hook.
No,
How's it affecting the budget?
I'm going.
How's it affecting the budget?
It's affecting the budget because before you even make $1, you got to pay $1.2 trillion servicing.
How would that affected the budget?
What do you mean? How is it affecting the budget? If you
Explain how that affects the budget.
Okay, so if we're making $5 trillion a year,
what do you mean making?
What are you bringing? What are you talking about?
Tax revenue.
What you're bringing in?
We're gonna let these men run the stage. Wait, MAGA.
Jesus Christ.
Females, stay on fucking mute until it moves Patty.
Are you talking about tax revenue?
And let them have this conversation.
Are you talking about tax revenue? You talking about tax revenue?
Yes, your tax revenue, right?
Okay.
We bring right. Our tax and tariff revenue has to pays for all the services that we want.
No,
okay?
no,
simple. And
no.
so, okay, fine.
Hold on, Neoliberal. Let him
Hang on,
Neoliberal. Go ahead, Trent.
I'm just trying to make it very simple. So, before we pay a penny, we've got to pay the debt. This is why we have to keep increasing the debt ceiling. And so we've got to pay down this $1.2 trillion in debt. And we want all these things, like we want to have a $900 billion defense budget. We want to have education and roads and especially Medicare and healthcare. And because we have to pay this debt is increasing, the interest on this debt is increasing every year because we continue to deficit spend. There is a point where there will be a day of reckoning. That is absolutely.
When?
I think
your claim was it affected the budget now.
It's affecting the budget.
What effect did it have on the budget? What program got cut?
Didn't we just eliminate a whole bunch of programs and jobs? How can you
Not because of the debt. They just gave a $3 trillion deficit spending on a one beautiful bill.
We haven't had a balanced budget in 30 years.
I recognize that, but listen, so we can calm down. Look, there will be a day, and it's unfortunately won't happen until we hit a recession or possibly a depression, and then we'll have to start looking at this, and everybody will recognize what a mistake it was. The deficit's been.
We got out of recession and depression's debt spending. Are you familiar with the Great Depression?
Not at $40 trillion debt, MAGA.
Are you familiar with the Great Depression?
In debt.
Huh?
Not at $40 trillion in debt. We have not been.
The economy was smooth back in 1934. What was the percentage of GDP? Do you know?
I don't know what it was in 1954.
Go ahead, neoliberal. You always want to interrupt to do intelligent.
Can I say something real quick? And I'm just going to say this one thing. I'm going to be honest with y'all. We have failed men, not black men only, white men, black men, Asian men, all you motherfuckers. Because right now I'm listening to people that keep coming up here and they are fucking men. And you motherfuckers don't understand how debt, you don't understand fiscal versus financial. Like this shit is fucking retarded. And this, I'm so fucking pissed because I'm listening to y'all and the fucking arguments that is going back and forth. Just listening to someone like maybe MAGA speaking, neoliberal, fucking male, and male ain't even in this goddamn country. And he's trying to give you fucking small examples of what it would look like for the United States. And you fucking men cannot fucking listen and take it in and say, maybe it makes sense. Even, and that's why I said with the women, even with Miki trying to use her arguments based off of her education on what it looks like for a household, or even like people that she has to talk to and how they invest their funds, she had to concede. You fucking men are fucking dumb as fuck. The patriarchy has fucking failed you.
Patty, I didn't come off.
Oh no, sis, I didn't concede in that regard. And for the record, I just let y'all go back and forth with certain
recorded because there were certain things that you said that you fucking backtracked on.
Oh yeah, but what I'm saying is that, so I'm literally putting stuff in the chat about Moody's, and I'm just waiting for neoliberal to chime in.
Go ahead and put something about FIS too and everybody else, and then go and look at what the economy, what the really smart guys said.
You guys, now we're talking about
also
the age of
but
economic prosperity.
how we're talking about the economy when the average American does not really participate in the economy. And when Biden's economy was doing well, people were still talking about inflation. So now it's interesting how we're like, oh, the economy is doing well, but most people don't feel that. So the point that I'm trying to make about when your debt is downgraded, it means that you have to give people a little bit more incentive to invest, which is bad, because that means that we're going to have to give a little bit more interest. So for anybody who is not concerned about that, I get it, but we should be concerned, right? Moody's downgraded the U.S. debt rating, and this is not my words, this is theirs. Moody's downgraded the U.S. debt rating in May of 2025 due to persistently large fiscal deficits, rising national debt, and increasing interest costs, highlighting concerns about the U.S.'s long-term fiscal health and ability to control spending, a move that followed similar downgrades by the S&P in 2011 and Fitch in 2023, signaling a deteriorating fiscal trajectory. Key factors included unsustainable debt to GDP projections, high interest burdens consuming more revenue. Hello, I put in the chat.
So I got
our interest payments are certain.
What does that have to do with congressional?
May I finish?
When it comes to the debt ceiling? Because that's not the debt amount.
Ma'am, may I finish? I'm trying to make it make sense. Interest payments on the U.S. national debt are a significant and growing part of the federal budget, reaching around 13% of total spending.
The S&P has actually said something like,
all right, y'all got it.
Political process. S&P has said it. They said it's about the political process.
Standard and Poor's?
Can I when we look at what
reading
is
this?
They talk about our government. An erosion of our fucking government.
Yes.
Maybe you need to Google and read more. Just because they got numbers on there, they actually talk about our government.
Yeah, they do.
With our government. Our debt ceiling. We are, when we print money, we are the world's economy. I don't give a fuck what y'all got to say on here.
Patty.
But every one of these fucking people that you want to fucking reference always talk about political governance.
Moody's is an
when it came to
organization.
our downgrade, it's been political governance. What has happened in Japan? That's why I said Japan, why do they still have a AA? Because their motherfucking politicians don't talk the way ours does.
But Patty, sis, when Moody's is not an individual, it's a well-respected organization.
So they're very specific. Because a lot of y'all love to come up here and talk about it.
But Standard and Poor's versus the S&P 500 are two different things, though. Are you talking about the S&P 500 or Standard and Poor's?
She's talking about Standard and Poor's.
But Moody's, in their assessment, they do mention fiscal policy and our government's
Every one of them I didn't say that they didn't. I just thought we were talking about the debt.
Every one of them.
I focused on that.
But debt is inextricably linked with
May I finish reading about the interest payments?
Debt is inextricably
Interest
linked.
payments budget reaching around
us, expand industry, decrease inequality, but also pay us, expand industry, decrease inequality, but also pay down debt. If we look at what is generally looked at as the golden age of economic expansion in the United States, where we get all of these new industries, inequality, the gap between black and white decreases, American standard of living increases, that is facilitated by government investment in the mid 20th century. We do not get that golden era everybody loves to point to with the woman, in the house and whatever, without the government investing. And that carries us through until, the conservatives come in and say that they don't like the N-word, so we need to institute austerity.
Yeah, I fully agree with Kimberly. Hello, everyone. MAGA, United States has not paid fully or approximately fully interest-bearing debt since 1835.
Thank you very much.
I was trying to answer that. So,
Thank you. Since when was that?
1835.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Trent, one second, real quick. Trent, right here, has the country fallen apart since 1835? It's been almost 200 years.
Well, there was.
You got multiple collapses. 1929, 1987, and 2008. We got multiple.
And that's from not servicing the debt?
Not from debt. Not from debt. Okay, not from debt. The debt crisis didn't start. I'm with you, MAGA. But what Miki just read is exactly what people. This is something that you, if you want more services, should be talking about. More responsible.
Wait, what? What did she read? I was watching football. What I missed? What was just give me the gist?
No, I read the percentage of debt that is included in our annual budget
report, and
it's about 13%.
That report ain't shit.
I read two different things, sir, respectfully.
And
I read what percentage of the federal debt that,
Deficit spending is not what is hampering the economy. It is fiscal policy.
100%. And that's
Can you guys explain fiscal policy a little bit more?
Politics and governance.
So Kimberly, we agree with you on that. It is fiscal policy, but
wait, you agree with Kimberly?
You don't articulate for me exactly what I just said.
Can you articulate it better, Kimberly?
Yeah, so I can articulate. Look, it depends. What she's talking about is we need to have more investment to grow the economy, right? And there is that part of it. My part of the fiscal policy goes to spending less on defense so that we can pay down this debt, so that we have more, so we can pay down the debt and we can have more of the things that you guys want for education and investment into American kids.
What happens to the industries that are being held up by that huge DOD budget? Where did the Boeing people go? Where did the defense contractors go? What happens to that part of the economy?
Because they're going to lose jobs.
I don't know. We put them in AI. Put them in something that's not.
Because you guys don't
just
shift
me
them.
two
What are we
talking. We're trying to learn. Hold on. So how much would have been AI?
Let me answer the question. I'm with you, my brother, because one great place to put those folks would be energy, a sector that you're part of. So yes, instead of healthcare, instead of an economy that is focusing on killing other people in other countries and controlling resources, why don't we build our own and innovate and get some high-speed rail and a better infrastructure system inside the United States, making it better for Americans that live here? I would agree with that.
So you just
see that. I can agree with that.
You just want to move the money around. You don't want to actually reduce the spending. You just want to move it around.
Reduce the spending, yes, but you can't.
This cannot be this hard.
No, I want to reduce the spending, but you can't reduce the spending if you continue to spend $900 billion on defense.
So it's only 15%.
Asked about how we should do that. What would happen to those industries? You said just move them to other industries.
Why did you say only 15%? What is 15% of dollars amount?
It is 15% of the budget, but it's
what is that in dollars? Not for you, for math.
I don't know, like $800 billion.
Hold on.
And that's little money too.
But hold on, I have a question.
15%.
It's only 15% of the budget.
It is 15%.
We're trying to.
Hold on.
How much was going to be? Hold on, real quick. How much money was going to be for the big beautiful, not for the big beautiful bill, but for the Build Back Better towards energy?
Towards energy, we're talking about defense spending.
I know, but Trent's trying to say if you move that money, you take $800 billion and put it towards.
So you want a weaker military, Omar?
No, I think our military strong already.
But you're gonna weaken them.
You have to spend money to maintain the military.
I just wanna ask one question, Trent. So you're gonna weaken the defense, right? And then you're gonna have to retrain all these people because remember, you want them to shift into different industries, which you said AI and medical. So then you're gonna have to spend more to reach. Okay, where are you gonna get this money from, Trent? I just want to know because no, sir. Listen to the question. Where are you going to get the money to retrain all of these people? Because now you have to retrain them for a different industry. So that's my question. Just hold tight and answer that one question. Don't pivot. Thank you.
I'm not pivoting. If you hang on, I will definitely answer your question. It is 15% of the budget, but it is 56% of discretionary spending.
So what?
And the discretionary spending, as you all know, that's where the money is that you want to control to go to other things. But
I'm saying, what does it matter if it's discretionary or non-discretionary? Those are just accounting terms. That doesn't tell me anything. These are the monies. Categories.
We're not talking about categories. The question I asked you is simple. What is going to now happen if you are now weakening the military because now you are taking money from the.
So first of all, the idea that weakening military by spending less is.
Listen to the question, Trent. You have to now
retrain the people
to new fields. Where are you going to get the money to retrain these people? That is a simple question. Simple question. Just answer that part. Don't get into discretionary and non-discretionary. Answer that question.
You got to be quiet so I can answer it. I would take $400 billion from the military. I would use 100 billion of that to retool and retrain and innovate, but it would come off the books. We would still be spending $500 billion a year, which is still double than any other nation in the world. Maybe China's kind of catching up to us because I think they're at 300 billion. But we still spend more money than anybody else in the world. We have not been invaded in this country since 1941. And we'd still have the strongest military in the world, and we could retool and retrain, and you wouldn't have lead in your fucking water.
Okay, so you believe that the reason why there's lead in the water is because of defense spending?
That's crazy.
He didn't say that. No, come on now. He didn't say
He just said if you change defense spending, you wouldn't have lead in your water.
I'm done. Okay. I just want you to know I'm done.
The reason why your communities are crumbling is because you insist on spending too much money on defense. The same thing happens.
That's not true.
That's not true.
It's not true at all. The reason why community, it's not. See, what's fascinating about you, what I love about this, is you don't talk about the tax cuts. They could have made half the tax cut. They could raise corporate taxes from 15 to 20, do far more than what you're talking about.
That's
it's not from defense. Medicare is how much is Medicare? 1-point-something trillion. How much is Social Security? 1.7 trillion. Why don't they raise the caps on those? So if you make over 180,000, I think it's 186,000. Say I make $200,000. I put the same amount of money in Social Security, Medicare, FICA, payroll taxes as LeBron James. So you're worried about you just said I want you to hear what you said. You think you can service the debt with $300 billion a year. So you're taking from the economy, which, by the way, the defense program, whether you believe it or not, is a stimulus on the economy. You're taking away from that, and then what happens? You're going to get less revenue into the government. And guess what's going to happen? It's going to end up catching you. So what you think you're saving from taking away from the defense spending into the debt, you're going to actually end up paying more.
Can I also offer, it's ironic that you talked about lead pipes when the One Big Beautiful Bill, which is the fiscal policy that I'm talking about, that's an example, actually including provisions that cut government investments to states that would help them address the lead pipe problem.
Thank you, Kim.
So when I say that these are public policy choices, that is what we are saying.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
That's not about deficits.
$500 million is essentially what Biden was spending when he got in office.
No,
They've increased it down.
Wait, on what? On what?
On defense. I think it was $562 million.
No, it was $1 trillion.
No. You're adding in. You're adding in better.
Incorrect.
No, you're adding in the veteran.
You are incorrect.
Okay,
I am not adding shit.
Okay,
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you.
I have it here. It's very easy. I have it here, Trent. Just calm down, bro. 768 billion for 22. 816 billion for 23. 850 for 24 and 25. Where you get 500 from?
Go back to 2020. I mean, go back to 2020.
I wasn't pregnant in 2020. That was a fiscal year.
Okay. I think it was around $600 million.
You are wrong.
Listen.
The fuck?
Here's calm down. Calm down.
Shut up. Somebody else speak besides me or Trent. I'm tired of speaking. I'm tired of hearing him. Somebody else go.
No, let neoliberal go.
So you just have an issue with me, I see.
On the Moody point, let's go back to general debt, not specifically defense. Moody has a certain view of the economy, right? Let's remember that they issued all of those criticisms when Biden was doing the stimulus, right? There was, if you remember, all of these conversations and debate between Summers and other camps that wanted more stimulus to the government and were arguing that the inflation is transitory. And there was Summers that was arguing for Volcker type shock that would create enormous levels of unemployment because he thought that inflation is a bigger issue than it turned out to be, right? So Moody and other rating agencies who sell ratings to, well, at least on bonds, right? They have a certain view. That doesn't mean we have to take their word for gospel. Of course, they're going to downgrade a rating for somebody that responds in a crisis with a huge stimulus package, right? And their view was in agreement with Summers that they thought would deteriorate the fiscal base and actually increase inflation. They were wrong, right? Like, that's the point. Like, rating can also be wrong, and they also can represent a certain of the economy that usually has certain views on the bond market, for example, right? So we can't just cite Moody without all of that context. The rating agencies were wrong. Summers was wrong. United States, because of the Biden stimulus package, had the best recovery, as Kimberly said earlier, right? So there you have it. It's a little bit like, of course, there can be bad spending. Of course, if all of that stimulus money actually didn't, it actually went into productive assets, right? Or to the rich people, etc., or only to the rich people, it would be bad. Like, we can discuss that on the merits of spending and whether the spending is productive or not. But just saying that especially in a downturn, as Mud was saying, right, that the government should not support the economy, that's austerity policies. The United States did that once in Trent's mentioned Great Depression, right? This is when the government decided to not respond with stimulus to the economy, and we had a depression. That's a bad policy. But we can discuss whether the debt levels is too much and should be reduced to some other amount. We can discuss how the money is spent, whether it's spent primarily during with Trump's tax cuts, whether it's going to the rich people or it's actually going to productive uses, right? All of that is valid issues. But the idea that the United States is going to collapse but just because there is debt, right? It's a little bit misguided. You can say that the United States is going to collapse because it's rewarding rich people for doing right, and assets are going into unproductive sector of the economy that are paying grants. There is valid criticism of that there that usually is more associated with Republican administration, right? But just the statement that the clock is ticking, like this debt is going to collapse on itself, that's, I don't know how you can make that argument.
So what is happening to the US dollar if you're saying that it's not a concern? And neoliberal, I was actually referencing the downgrade this year, not during COVID. Moody's was actually the last of the three, but yeah, so I didn't even realize that because it's not widely reported. But it was just downgraded this year in May, I believe. And I was trying to give the reasons that they stated. But are you concerned about what's happening to the US dollar?
Well,
Saying you can't substantiate the why in one conversation and not the why in the other. We have to look at what's actually happening. So that's why I said
politics. Like when you're talking about what's going on with
I asked neoliberal a specific conversation. Right, but I asked neoliberal what were his thoughts about what's happening with the US dollar. No.
I think there are like always multiple concerns, right? And whenever they issue a statement, the fiscal concerns are going to be there. Right? The fiscal concerns have further deteriorated, I agree, right? But there is a ranking of concerns, right? And I think the primary, in the ranking of primary concerns, it would be Fed independence, that would be the one, right? Like Fed independence is under threat and assault. Like previously, it would be a Doge messing with the payment system of the United States in the Treasury on the farther outlook, right, of that. Although that crisis passed, now it's Fed independence. The fiscal concerns are going to be there. It's valid to criticize that the debt to GDP ratio is, let's say, too high. And a certain sector of the economy that Moody represents will always going to do that, right? If a leftist president comes in and they fix Social Security with more debt, I don't know, somehow, right? Or do universal health care, Moody and everybody else in that sector of economy are going to say this is bad. They're going to downgrade the credit rating. That does not mean that we have to take their word for gospel.
No, she's saying with a downgraded credit rating, what about the dollar? Increased debt, downgrading, what about the dollar? That's what she's saying.
So let me read something real quick that came from Moody's, right? The agency cited, this is what they're saying, successive U.S. administrations, Congress failing to agree on measures to reverse the trend of large annual fiscal deficits and growing interest. Like,
so the question is a little misleading. When she says, what about the dollar? What does she mean, what about the dollar? That's the first thing you need to figure out.
Yeah.
How would you connect that to the deficit, though?
Like, when somebody says the strength of the dollar, I understand it as the bond market, not the relative valuation of currency. Relative valuation of currency is, like, there are winners and losers in that. It's good for some people, it's bad for some people. A strong dollar is not necessarily good for the United States. Do we mean as relative valuation of currency? Do we mean people holding it in reserve assets?
Yeah, reserve. What do you mean? What's happening with the dollar? There you go. That's how you do it.
It's weakening.
Weakening because of the deficit?
and it's weakening because of the failure of Congress.
It doesn't matter.
Said a weak dollar is not necessarily a bad thing.
Bro.
And a weak dollar is not necessarily a bad thing. That's another
Yeah, clarify on that. Not necessarily neoliberal. Come on now.
What do you mean, come on now? What do you mean, come on now?
Well, it's good for experts.
Why would you bring up the dollar if you're arguing about the debt and the deficit? And then you're saying that then
I don't have an
she's
argument.
trying to say that there's a correlation
It's a
between the deficit and the dollar.
conversation.
Have an argument.
It's a conversation. I don't
He's saying
have
there's a
I
correlation
don't have
between
an
the value of the
argument.
dollar and the debt.
She said that
Moody's is a conservative organization, and guess what? You want these organizations to be good. You don't want them to be like the people on TikTok saying,
Moody's is a conservative organization.
give us $5.
How do you know Moody's is a conservative? Wait a second. How do you know Moody's is a conservative? I know.
mean politically conservative, MAGA. I mean that we don't want them to be super optimistic when they're doing these evaluations of assets. That's what I mean.
Oh, so they do independent analysis.
Yes.
Okay, so
Moody's, there's Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. I think Fitch is
yeah, so they do math. Right.
So let me go ahead and tell you what Moody has said when it came to their ratings and why they downgraded back in May of 2025. Successive U.S. administrations, Congress failing to agree on measures to reverse the trend of large annual fiscal deficits. This is all going back to our politics, bro.
And that's the country's rating. She conflated that with.
What's the impact on the downgrade? Like, has it raised the cost of financing? Like,
Really global.
when your ratings are lower, you have to pay higher interest. Do we not understand how that can be harmful? Like,
I understand that. I'm just
do
saying,
we understand?
If you're going from AAA plus to AA, like, what's been the impact on U.S. Treasury financing so far?
So
I'm just asking. That's all.
Okay, so there is, and this is actually a recent trend, like not just a recent trend, it's been happening for a minute. We still have a substantial share of marketplace in being the world's reserve currency, but there's been some disruption to that. There have been a lot of arguments about BRICS. There's been a lot of arguments about,
What does that have to do with the debt?
I'm talking about
I hate how y'all ask a question and then it's like people are supposed to give a Sesame Street response in 5 seconds. Don't ask me no more. Nobody ever said that. There's such a thing as a decline. If you're a hoe, and you're the bottom bitch, and you used to being booked every night, you bringing in $10,000. Well, I gotta say something apparently you niggas can understand.
Oh, really?
Then if you don't get as much, and you bringing in $7,000, there's still a fucking
Do
decline.
hoes have a central bank?
God damn,
Do
the
hoes bring
central
money?
bank
Do
is
hoes
your
have nuclear
coochie.
weapons?
But
A decline is still a fucking decline. I don't care if it's 1% or 0.5%. A decline is still a goddamn decline.
Very nice.
God damn.
So I want to say something about debt deficit investments in America. The last major infrastructure bill that was passed, Trent, was over $1 trillion. Do you know who signed the law, Trent?
Biden's on it?
Biden. Do you know what the defense budget was that year, Trent?
Probably 700 billion.
890 billion, between 850 and 890 when it went into effect. So what people like Trent do, who are actually conservatives, is they say things like, well, if you cut the defense, we could do X, Y, and Z. And the reason why they say that is because they know we're not going to cut the defense, so they don't have to hold political figures accountable for not investing in America. It is a narrative. It's not laughing. You said that with last. You said until. Hold on, Trent, because this is what you said. Trent, what you said.
Okay,
You said this is what you said. Hold on, Trent. Hold on, Trent. This is what you said. This is what you said. You said that with the debt, et cetera, you people wouldn't have lead in your pipes. That's what you said. Do you know the Biden administration mandated and put in lead pipe remediation? That was going into effect. And the next administration came in and changed it. It had nothing to do with the debt. You talk about infrastructure, airports, or the biggest infrastructure bill in decades. It was dovetailed biggest defense spending in decades. There is no relationship between investment in America and the defense spending. But what people like you do, who are crypto and quasi-crypto Republican magats, is you make up narratives to justify why conservatives do not invest in America. Democrats like Biden had big militaries, FDR, if you look at percentage of GDP in World War II, for example, even before, it got between 50% to over 100%. And he also invested in social services and infrastructure. There is no relationship between defense spending and infrastructure, environmental, and social service investment. Trent, your response.
Okay. Well, first of all, you're looking for an enemy where there isn't one.
Just respond. I don't need the preamble.
Okay, my man, calm down.
It's annoying with the preamble because you don't know what you're saying. So you're stalling time to get your response. Just say you need a few seconds to think about it. It's okay to sit a while and think. Shout out to Asa Guy raising the sun. Never be afraid to sit a while and think.
No, listen. So I agree with you on I like the Biden infrastructure points, but yeah, I would disagree, right? That your defense spending doesn't affect your investment. I mean, it does. Our transportation is falling behind. Our electricity.
You just said you agreed on Biden.
I did agree with Biden.
So why in the big beautiful bill didn't they just raise, I don't know, 3%? They could have raised a 3% surtax on companies worth $500 million and rebuilt airports. They didn't have to touch defense spending at all.
Okay, well, here's what I do disagree with. I also, at the same time, disagree with taxing corporations and people above.
There you go. So you can fund, exactly, you just proved my point. You didn't even realize it. You just proved my point. You're a conservative.
I mean, we can disagree on how to get there.
No. You said the only way to get there was through military cuts.
In my estimation, and this is not popular amongst Republicans, my estimation is instead of arguing about taxes for the wealthy, stop spending so much money.
I know you're conservative.
Definitely conservative, though.
Definitionally so. You want rich people to have more money. You want more people to pay more. And you want more what? Trent, you literally just said, Trent, you just said cut spending. Do you hear yourself? You just said cut spending.
Yes.
Cut spending and fix airports. You haven't spent on it.
No, I want to cutting on defense. There's no point in having.
They're not going to spending on defense. That's a red herring, Trent.
I just am I allowed to speak? Is that okay?
You are. I apologize.
Thank you, my man. I love you, my brother. So listen, what I am saying is I don't want to see an aircraft carrier and a full fleet sitting outside of Venezuela. Who's got like 40 helicopters.
What does that have to do with the conversation?
What does that have to do with defense spending?
That has nothing to do with spending.
That is defense spending.
It is not.
That's policy, Trent. That's policy.
No. What create? Look, we've got 40 submarines. We've got 3 aircraft carriers. We have military bases around.
Come on, Trent. You're not responding to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, let me do it. I'm yelling. Trent, let me say my point real quick. I want you to think about it. Just take 5 seconds to think about it. They're not going to cut defense spending. So rather than focus on what's never going to happen, why don't we say, and it happened if they don't cut it? And we have a recent example of $1 trillion investment in America when the defense budget was the highest it had ever been. So my point to you is when conservatives like you, by the way, you just proved you were conservative. You literally just said cut spending and give rich people more money. 1 second, bro. 1 second. Let's just listen. Just listen and think for 5 seconds when I'm done. What happens if you move off defense spending? Can you imagine the United States investing in the United States without cutting defense? 1 1,000. 2 1,000. Seconds. Think. 1,000. 1,000. Can you imagine that?
Yes,
You know what's crazy? I think a lot of people don't understand.
You just proved my point.
So a couple of days ago, I brought up like global trade and why we're deployed. Global trade depends on our defense spending. It depends on our military power. Like did you know that a lot of naval ships are out there because they're the ones that's securing a lot of the fucking shipping lanes? Where the government, our defense is actually what allows global oil to flow. Like I'm so fucked up that y'all just think that somebody that wears a uniform just goes out to fight wars. Like, we're the ones that fucking protect these fucking trade routes. Like, our global defense is what stabilizes the fucking entire globe's fucking market.
That's why the defense cut, Patty.
I'm so fucking sick of you fucking motherfuckers.
But Patty, you shouldn't get upset. This is what I'm trying to tell you, and I'll say it without yelling. For people who are wisely yelling, the Redskins are utterly terrible. They've ruined the team. The coaches are terrible. The GM. I'll be crashing all week. I apologize. It has nothing to do with politics or trend individuals. It's all because of the fucking Washington Commandos. They are and Jaden Daniels got hurt again today. He got hurt again.
Well, he weighs about 22 pounds. What the fuck do you think?
He shouldn't be in the game. They're 3-8.
Yeah,
Why is he in the game?
He shouldn't be.
3-8. He shouldn't have got hurt last time. They were down 30 points. He got injured down 30 points.
That team lost. I lost money.
It's probably
I'll drop this because my Raiders are getting ready to
And
deploy
he's
me.
man on the Christmas tree. I'm also pissed. I spent $250, $100 on this fucking Christmas tree. It is beautiful.
That's not being fiscally conservative, though.
Anyway,
Just say, I have a question.
it is because I donate to the people.
All right, Trent. I got a question.
People say it without being interrupted. Like, look, to respond to Patty's exactly right. We spend $110 billion a year guarding oil, and none of you benefit from it.
No. What happens when we cut? Let's pretend. Let's pretend we cut every 50% when it comes to DOD or anything that it has to do with defense. What the fuck do you think would happen with China? Because we cut in certain areas, and what did China do? So what happens with Russia and Ukraine? Like how does Ukraine giving up certain parts of their territory, how does that affect the global economy? Or even when you guys bring up these naval ships that's in certain trade some of our fucking shipping routes, how does that affect you females getting your Fashion Nova $10 fucking dress?
So, Patty, if I can look, MAGA's allowed to run on for 10 minutes without being interrupted, but I didn't get to finish my point. What I'm saying, and I agreed with the Biden administration on this, is moving the economy from an oil-based economy to a more electric-based economy.
Wait. You're saying that?
Yes, Mel. Yeah.
Mel, let him finish, bro.
My bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, I know. They labeled me as like some conservative, like.
Trent, you were extolling the rollback of cafe standards just 3 days ago.
That's why I was asking.
Just 3 days ago, you said the opposite.
Well, at the point that we're at. But hold on, I gotta be able to finish the point.
But you just said you extolled the Biden administration, and then Trump rolled back the centerpiece of the thing you just extolled, and you were extolling it 3 days ago.
You can't interrupt at every point because then I can't ever finish.
Bro, you're right. Go ahead. Explain your contradiction in 3 days.
Look, I agree within trying to move this country to a more electrified basis so that we're not spending $110 billion a year, which could be going to your communities. And what I'm talking about, because it's not just defense, but the defense.
Hold on, Trent. I apologize. Real talk. Stop saying your communities because you're talking to black people. My community's nicer. Just real talk. My community's nicer than yours.
Just say our community.
Yours. Just say black communities or poor poverty. Stop saying your communities. We black people on here, our houses are nicer than yours. They're worth more. Our communities are nicer than yours. Stop saying our communities, bro. You're not some special black dude just because you married some Mexican lady and think you got better lives than the rest of us because we married black dudes. Yeah, my house is worth more than yours. My community is nicer than yours. So stop saying your communities. Yeah, if you're black, you're black. So it's either our communities or make it third person. Don't make it second person. Respectfully, I'm tired of you saying your communities. Guess what? You live in the shithole. You're in the border where you have 30% poverty rates. You're in a place where homes cost $200,000. So talk about your shithole community with your non-black self.
Okay, so let's just say this: our communities, because when I'm talking about it, I'm talking about it in the context of all American cities. Because I haven't been to an American city that is all the way nice throughout in my life, and I've been to a lot of them. And so what's happening in
oh my God, Trent, come on.
I can't do this with you today.
He's so dumb. What city in the world is nice all the way through? He's so dumb. It's dumb. Your communities. He was talking about poor black niggers. Because he's around a bunch of white people and Hispanics, he doesn't think he's a nigger. He think.
Jesus Christ. No, I'm talking about a lot of our communities around America. There's a lot of problems, and infrastructure and power affects all of us. And so we can take a lot of this money that we're extolling on building. Who knows what we're building for $900 billion?
What did Biden do?
We're spending three times the next closest nation.
It's called investment.
Take all of our allies combined. We spend basically all of our allies combined. It makes no sense the amount of money that we spend on defense. And Patty, I know that you're in the military. Rez, I know that you're in the military. I'm not saying take away veterans benefits. But what I am saying is it is stupid. It is stupid to continue to support administrations that were Republican that will not move some of that money back in investment of America.
But Trent, I'm sorry, but Maka has been making the point, it's like for the last 10, 15 minutes, that America will always spend money on defense, but you have a choice between two different parties. One party
that do it.
One party.
You're dumb for supporting it.
Trent,
I don't support it. I'm being realistic. I believe in hold on a second, Neil. I believe in the defense cuts. I'm telling you that it is not a useful point of departure for an analysis because no one's going to do it. That's what I'm saying. I believe in cutting defense. But in terms of whether or not they need to cut defense to invest in cities, they don't. And you're using it as a smokescreen as opposed to just saying, hey, they could tax corporations. They could tax rich people. They could cut spending. Because you don't believe in those things, because you're a whitewashed conservative. Because you're a whitewashed conservative, you're going to give us a solution they'll never do.
No, MAGA, because taxing corporations just forces corporations to move jobs off.
It does not.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. One second. What's the effective tax rates on corporations during Clinton's era? Do you know?
I don't know.
Was it higher or lower than now? The tax rate.
During what?
It's lower. Clinton's era.
I don't know what it was. Is
it higher than lower than now? You know,
it was 34%, right?
Yeah. It was in the 30s. It was in the 30s. Why didn't people leave?
They did. We offshore was crazy. That's what America was created. They offshore was crazy. What are you talking about?
You said NAFTA is not the corporate tax rate.
You moved. Listen, do you know how many things moved during NAFTA? I mean, the entire motorcycle moved during NAFTA.
Trent.
You sound stupid.
Trent.
No. You need to watch movies.
They moved
matter.
Like just asking whether it's higher or lower.
Fuck if I know. Probably higher.
Exactly. So you made the claim that if you raise so what is the corporate tax rate now, Trent? 15%, Trent.
What's the corporate tax rate
now?
now?
Now.
15%?
Right. You're telling me if they were to do a 2% surtax on corporations with revenue over $500 billion, they would move from the U.S.?
No.
No. I have a question for. Can I ask a question for reform now? So reform, are you there? So we're talking about the tax, the corporate tax. Why do people say Reaganomics was good? Because he took the tax rate between 40-something% to about 35, 36%, and he created jobs. Like, how does that work? Why do conservatives believe by cutting taxes, it actually helps the economy? Like, what is can you explain that?
I mean, it's
like why people say that all the time. Like why conservatives say that.
I just honestly think it's like being misinformed. A lot of people think if you give the wealthy tax cuts that it's going to stimulate the economy, right? Or like trickle down economics. I don't think that it works. I think it's largely been debunked, if I'm not mistaken, by the powers that be. What I do think that we tend to see is that when people that make significant amounts of income, like the 2008 Great Recession, people that made over six figures lost their jobs, right? There's less dollars available for spending, as opposed to during COVID, we only had like a mild recession, a textbook recession, which is defined as 2 declining quarters of GDP, because a lot of people that had low-wage jobs that were, that lost their income, right? So it didn't move the needle as much. But no, I don't really think that corporate tax cuts translate to reason for giving corporate tax cuts. If anybody remembers, he said that it was going to invigorate the economy because these corporations would be passing on these savings to their employees. And does anybody remember what the corporations did? Which is what they always do. They bought back their stock, right? And a lot of them are doing that now, by the way. Same thing. So corporations buying back their stock, one could argue, benefits the general populace, but only if the general populace is invested in those companies, which the general populace typically is not. So, no, I don't really think that it works, but I'd be curious to hear others' opinions. I think it's been formally debunked for a while now.
Matt Liberty, are you there?
Okay, you want to talk? Can you explain like that? Why?
One second, real quick. Matt Liberty, are you there?
He's not.
No, he is on stage, but we can't speak. So Matt Liberty said, this is how people who are ideologically dug in and don't read. He said that if my plan about a 2% surtax or whatever came in, companies would leave the U.S. Do people know that in the Inflation Reduction Act, the Biden administration with Democrats, they passed the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022. Do people know that it mandated a 15% minimum corporate tax for corporations whose revenues, exceed over $1 billion over a 3-year period? Which corporations left? Isn't that 15%? But no, I'm talking about the tax portion of it. Don't worry about the green portion. This is the tax portion. It was actually a tax bill as well. Which corporations left for 15%, Matt? Which corporations left? Trent, which corporations left? You said corporations would leave too. Which one of those left?
No, I said what I said. I didn't say corporations would leave.
I ain't talking about Trent, not you.
No, you did pay me. Shut up. Fucking no, I'm just playing. I'm just mad about the Raiders. Get ready to listen. No, look. What happens when you tax companies more? They have less money. And when they have less money, they hire fewer people.
Wait, what does that happen? Wait a minute.
Always fucking happens.
Wait a minute. Wait, it always happens?
Huh? It always happens. Yes.
Telling me.
Tax me more, I have less money to spend on people and investment.
That's not true. Wait, Trent. Explain the corporate tax. Wait a second, Trent. Explain the corporate. Hold on, Trent. Trent. Explain the corporate tax. What's taxed?
Revenue. But you got a lot of.
Did you hear what he said? Did you just hear what he said? Did everybody hear what he said? Did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what he said? This is a man who screamed. See, I screamed, but I know what I'm talking about. I just said, what's taxed? He said in corporate tax, it's the revenue. Did you guys hear that?
Companies don't hire because taxes go lower. They hire people because they need the people, like, regardless. I mean, come on, Trent. You know
bro, have you run?
Hold on a second, Trent. Are you sure revenue? Hold on a second, Trent. Trent.
No,
1 second. 1 second. No, Trent.
We can't move from.
Are you sure? 1 second, neoliberal. Trent, are you sure it's revenues?
Net income. Yeah, your net income is high.
And you think net income is revenues?
Net income is not revenue.
Wait a minute. 1 second. What left on me? You think net income is revenues?
Yes, your net income is what, after you bring in all your revenues and expenditures, you get your net income.
You just said, no, you said net income is revenues.
It is revenues, in part.
Oh my God.
Why are you trying to have what are you trying to have a business? Are you trying to tell me about, please, because I'm sure you've hired so many people and run so many companies. Why don't you explain it?
Well, Trent, I know what the difference between net income and revenue.
Hold on, Patty. Hold on, Mel. So now you're saying because I haven't hired a lot of people, I don't know what net income is. Is that what you're suggesting?
I know you know what net income is, but
no. Do you know what? Wait a second. Do you know what net income is? Yeah, what is it?
Yes, I know what net income is.
What is it? What is it?
Net income is after all your expenditures and your revenue. You take your revenue and then all your expenditures, and what you end up at the end of the year is your net income.
What is that called?
I just said it 5 seconds ago.
1 second. What is that called?
Net profit.
Got it. So let's go back to the original point. Profits aren't revenues. So you originally said that corporate taxes, hold on a second, Trent. You originally said that corporate taxes tax revenue. The reason why that matters is because if I have a bunch of money and I use it to invest in the company and hire people, am I using pre or post-tax dollars, Trent?
Post-tax dollars.
Using post-tax dollars.
Wait a minute, post? I'm trying to inflows.
Pre-tax dollars for your investment.
Did he say post-tax dollars?
Yeah. He's not getting it. Hey, we wish our revenue. I wish my net income
Never do it again.
Bankrupt by now.
Never do it again.
Hey, I wish my net income was my revenue. I wish.
Never do it again.
Look. When companies have less money to work with,
I'll never do it again.
When companies have
the less money is on the profit.
Yes, I recognize.
Profit is not revenue.
Oh Lord.
Okay, so if you got $100 million in revenue and you only made $2 million in profit, why would they tax the $100 million in revenue when you still have to pay your employees and all this other shit? So make it make sense, bro.
I didn't say that.
You said it was revenue.
Trent said net income was revenue.
No, that's it. Trent, go on mute, bro. Just let somebody else, let other people speak.
So you definitely, hold on, Mark. You definitely.
One thing, let me say this, I'll be done. Let me just say this, and I mean this. It's one thing to be wrong, but please do not insult me and other people because we haven't hired a bunch of people. And we don't know that. You have this I have it too, but I'm not wrong. You have a condescending, well, you never hired people, and you're dumb, blah, blah, blah. You said that net income was revenue. You said that it was post-tax. 3 9th grade finance questions you got wrong, Mr. Big Money Grip. You don't hire anybody. You're an employee at Ford Motor Company who wears cheap suits, who thinks that he's in the fourth family. You're an employee.
Yeah, thanks. So,
You're welcome. You. Don't bring him up.
Can we go back
Big
to
money. He think he douches millions. Have you hired people? Well, clearly he hasn't hired people if he thinks net income is revenue.
Hang on. Can we have a respectful conversation? Seriously. Look, here's what I'm saying. Matt, I agree with you on a lot of things. The more you tax companies and the more you tax anyone, right, the less revenue that
You insulted me while getting the very basics wrong. No,
okay, I apologize. I apologize for water the ground talking to you, but seriously, these are just. I'm glad we're having this discussion, right? We have a simple disagreement on where money should be placed. And I don't agree with taxing corporations because I know
you're a conservative. You're repeating yourself.
You don't agree with taxing corporations or increasing taxes on corporations?
I don't agree with increasing taxes.
So what should it be? So what should the number be? Watch this. What should the number be?
I don't know. I think the number is fine where it is right now.
So what's wrong? Why is 21 better than 28?
Why is 21? I don't see a whole bunch of pushback on the 21, right?
But you're
Every Democrat voted against it. What are you talking about?
What? What are you talking about? Are you talking about from Republicans or what? What are you talking about?
Why is 21 better than 28 in terms of hiring? That's your argument. So have corporations. So let's use a test. Has hiring been better under the 21% regime? Has 21 been has the hiring regime 5 or 21?
Same.
Has the hiring been better under 35 or 21?
Yes.
In what context? I don't understand in the context.
Corporate tax rate. Are you listening? Are you drunk already?
I should be. I don't remember when it was 35, and I don't know how to.
During Clinton's time, it was 35 that you love to extol, Mr. Balanced Budget.
Well,
yeah, I think Clinton corporate tax, I think it was 35.
But Reagan
was it 35?
I just said during his time.
The 90s were good. We had an expansion.
So it was 35% under Clinton. So why do you prefer 21? What was wrong with 35? This is your argument.
I think that anytime that you tax companies less, they hire and expand more. Now, what happened during the Clinton era, while it was good for job creation, it was great for job creation, there were also a lot of companies began a process of offshoring, and those two go hand in hand. We can
asking about the corporate tax rate. Yes, Brent, come on.
We talk about corporate tax rate without talking about corporate profits.
Well, obviously. So what was wrong with 35 and why is 21 better? It's a normative question. Just answer that.
Because the less money that you're taxing, the more that you have investment in hiring, plain and simple.
The less money that you are taxing, what does that mean?
Reaganomics.
The less money that is taxed, they're tired of listening to us. The less money that is taxed, the more money that you have to go to do other things. Well, the reason why I said that is because if you've ever had to run a department, you get a budget for hiring, right? If there is less money for whatever reason, you can only hire so many people to that amount.
So why have any corporate tax rate? So why not make it 0?
I think you should have some corporate tax rate, honestly.
Why? You just undercut your argument.
Because
are you listening to yourself?
Yeah, because they use the services of the government.
So then, okay. So then why not have it at 30 instead of 15?
That one I can't answer. I really don't have a good answer.
Cool.
A hiring boom that under each one of these tax cuts, even going all the way back to Reagan. When was there a hiring boom under these tax cuts? France. Just Google it. Figure this out.
I mean, Reagan only got like 16 million jobs.
There was no hiring boom under fucking Reagan, and he went down to 35%. So where was the hiring boom? I want somebody to put in there where the data shows investments, or there was something that showed that there was hiring increase. Not no fucking shareholder payout. I want to see fucking hiring increases going back from Reagan up until now.
So both studies and meta-studies on this show there is modest, like super modest and statistically insignificant correlation. So non-existent that are like as a rule, lower taxes does not mean more hiring. Like it's statistically insignificant. You can't find it in data.
Yeah, you won't find it in data, but obviously then he said there is, he's arguing how these corporations hire. So I want him to pull this data that he's been reading. Because he does have an executive position, right? Or not?
It's just right.
This is
So was America, are we saying America struggling under Reagan? Were we saying America was struggling under Reagan? Is that what your people are saying? I just want to understand. Like, what are we saying about the Reagan times?
Ask Bush Sr. and see if you can pray to him and see if he can give you an answer. Because there's a reason why he raised it.
I brought up Paula. Paula, you're right. I was being a shit. Do you have any comments on the tax argument? I apologize for yelling at you and Trent. Do you have any arguments, Paula?
I mean, I just came in a few minutes ago, but what kills me about people talking about the same talking points about tax rates, can you not see what's happening to our country?
What's happening about? We're talking about tax rates. You want to talk about tax rates?
Well, I mean, what tax rates is doing to our economy is killing our economy because it goes into their corporate pockets and in their friends and their family. It doesn't go into hiring more people.
Corporate taxes have never been lower.
They're 21% right now, right? Am I wrong about that?
That's the lowest I think it's been in American history.
But they do have loopholes. I'm not a tax person, but I'm
I
very
know,
concerned
but they've
with a
always
tax
had
person.
loopholes, but it's never been lower in American history.
But that's my point. It shouldn't be this low, because what's happening is it's killing our economy. There's so many people. I mean, I don't know where everyone's head is at. I mean, is it underneath it in soil deep below?
Paula.
No, because I mean, like millions of people are losing their homes. Millions of people are unemployed. And my family members, okay, 2 of them just got laid off when, they had IT jobs. Okay, so, but my point is, and I'm a teacher, so I've been lucky enough, but I don't make any money, right? I'm not rich. So my point is, it's really bad. The economy is so bad. People are employed. They're living in their vans. They're living in their cars. This is what happens. Now, if you look over, I know you're not talking about this, but if you look over at another country that is socialist, which there are many, and I don't want to hear, oh, we don't want a socialist country because, socialism is bad and they don't collect taxes. Are you freaking kidding me? Let me give Mexico as a perfect example. She is inviting corporations in, and they're fleeing to Mexico. Right now, I think it's Costco just made a statement that they make the most amount of money in Mexico. And you know why? Because they tax corporations, okay, appropriately. That's what you're supposed to do. So people there's supposed to be equity, okay? So it's always socialism for corporations and, or I should say welfare for the, corporations, and we get taxed, they tax the crap out of us. I mean, look at your taxes when you get a paycheck, right? Look how much out, they take out anywhere from 25 and up percent, a quarter of your, okay? So it's time we need to start taxing these corporations. America's behind. I mean, if you look at you look at all these countries, what's going on right now, they're all making deals. Everyone's making a deal, and I'm sorry, but the country has fallen. It's falling. We need to do something.
We agree. So Trent, you said that in the chat. The 2004 corporate tax cut increased hiring significantly. What corporate tax cut was in 2004?
Corporate tax bill. Hey,
what corporate tax cut? Hold on, Trent. Trent, I'm asking you.
Hey, I want to ask Paula. What did Paula's IT relative
tax rate cut in 2004?
I mean, if he's asking me a question, can I answer it real quick?
Paula? Yeah. Okay. He's going to answer mine first. Trent, what corporate tax cut was there in 2004?
Oh, there was one. I was half listening.
It's 2003, Trent.
In the chat, you said there was a corporate tax cut. So the max rate went from what to what in 2003, 2004?
I don't know. I was looking at it. I need to finish the job.
Eat your food before you talk, bro.
And is that the one that Barack Obama actually re-signed in 2012 too?
No, there was no resetting of the corporate tax rate. The max rate was 35% until 2017.
Go. Let me get in there real quick. You're right. The max rate was 35% before 2017. The TCJA Act cut it down to 21%, right? And what was supposed to happen, it was supposed to incentivize everybody, right? Everything that you guys have been talking about. They're supposed to raise rates as far as payment rates for the employees, supposed to hire more people, get more equipment. But what they did,
but Gemini, we can go back to Reagan. We don't need a.
Let me finish real quick, Patty. Just real quick. Patty, let me finish real quick. I'm gonna be brief. What they did was buy back their own stock at a record-breaking rate. It's the highest stock buybacks by companies ever. Look it up. I'm not making this shit up, right? So as they started buying back their stocks and rewarding their investors and giving the money disproportionately to the higher end supervisors, it wasn't going to the lower end employees. So it did not stimulate the economy. As far as hiring practices, it went up like 1% or less as far as the people that were hiring, but record-breaking stock buybacks. So no, trickle-down economics doesn't work. It's been disproven multiple times. And the TCJA Act of 2017 is one of the examples. It's a prime example.
So let's just take Paula example. Are you saying if we had higher corporate tax rates, that her family houses would have been saved? I mean, no one even questioned where she came up with that. Like that would have been. Like her family would have been saved, like they wouldn't have lost their job because if we had a 28% tax. Why was ridiculous? Why did they lose their job? You got to know that. Right. Oh, no, I know why because of the tax cuts from Trump. That's what we heard. That's what she said. So
no, I didn't say because of that. What I said was the economy because of the corporations pay practically no taxes, right? Forget about the 21%. There's loopholes. What I'm saying is they're not investing that money, reinvesting it in this economy. So my point is these corporations, a lot of them either are hurting for some reason, even if they're not paying taxes. There's just a lot of stuff going on in the economy. I don't know. I only know about one that specifically he worked for a place called Tech System. I don't know if you ever heard of it. It's probably one of those big tech companies. All I know is that they hired 15 people from a veterans organization where they help veterans find jobs. Okay, hired 15 people, and I think as of January of this year, they've laid off 5 of them. So what does that tell you about this economy? And I did go to Reddit to Google it to find out what's going on, and it said, because there was an insider on Reddit saying that they're outsourcing the jobs to India slowly. So
and there you go.
It's been going on. That's been going on for a long time.
You'll get that's true, and you can tell.
I mean, there's a book by Thomas L. Friedman, The World is Flat. I mean, that was an old book, and it explains the offshoring and globalization. So, I don't know.
What is going on? What is the conversation?
Yeah.
It's been a good 2 hours. We've been all over the place.
Maury, what you're putting in the chat is not a corporate tax rate, bro.
I didn't say corporate tax rate. I didn't say
that's what we're talking about.
I know
the whole conversation.
But I asked about one of the Bush tax cuts. Didn't Obama actually? I didn't say corporate. I specifically never said corporate, and somebody said no. I don't know who said that, but somebody said no. I was like, wait a minute. I could have sworn he also extended some of Bush tax cuts. So that's all. It wasn't about corporate. Yeah. So.
I don't know. I feel like
so. Trent, where was the court? 1 second. Trent said there was a corporate tax cut in 2004 that spurred hiring. This is a major point in his argument. Where increased hiring significantly in 2004. He said. What bill was it in 2004? And how much hiring did it spur?
In 2004, there was a tax bill, and I after that, because that's actually, I remember that's when we started hiring.
I said corporate tax cut, not the individual tax cuts or capital gains. Not the capital gains tax cuts, not the individual federal income tax cuts, not the, I think there was a state stuff as well.
So I'm trying to
corporate. No, but the conversation's about corporate.
Yeah, I guess technically, it's not a corporate tax cut because we were a corporation. So I'm trying to.
Technically, the conversation was about corporate tax cuts.
I recognize what why do you gotta be so why are you so angry?
Well, because I told you I was angry because of the
you have a woman to take care of you,
and she's black. What is yours?
Well, good.
You can't get a black woman.
Oh well, let's not talk about who can pull more. I don't think we want to do that.
You sure? You want to put your Oscar Barbie up next to mine?
I don't think you do.
I don't think you do.
No, I don't think you do.
I don't think you do. If you want to put your kids up, how many kids you got?
Oh, come on. No, Larry. Come on.
Mr. Sterile. Maybe you had your own kids.
No, I actually got a vasectomy. I don't have
we know you did as a condition of your parole.
What?
Jeez, I'm dead.
That's great. That's great.
So again, the point was I was talking. Let me explain what happened. I was talking about corporate tax cuts. We all were. He made 1 second, Trent. I want to see people see how it happens because I'm better at roasting. People think I started it, and I didn't. You actually did. You said that the Bush corporate tax cut increased hiring significantly, and then I kept harping on it. And 1 second, Trent, I kept harping on it, and you said, "Don't you have a woman?" So it was actually Trent who brought in the person.
I did say that.
Hold on a second, Trent. Hold on a second, Trent. Because Jane Daniels got hurt again.
Why are you so angry?
Because Jane Daniels got. I'm telling you.
Trying to have a conversation.
I apologize. I said because Jane Daniels got hurt.
Have shitty team.
I said Jane Daniels got hurt, so I'm just placing it on y'all. I apologize.
And I'm 2-8. And I'm 2-8.
Trent, I got it. You haven't played yet. Jane Daniels just got hurt again. No one's worried about Geno Smith.
But the skin season was over well before today.
The whole conversation was about corporate taxes. And rather than you saying I was wrong, there was no corporate tax cut, you have to dig in and then say, do I have a woman?
I shouldn't have said that.
I know you should. No.
I
don't know why you think that you can pull. By the way, you pulling a bunch of Mexican women down in Texas does not impress me at all.
Oh, boy. Okay, we gonna get off of that.
Change the subject, Trent. Change the subject.
Again, you pulling a bunch of women who like you because you're an American citizen does not impress me.
But I also look good. But
it doesn't matter.
We only
you know what? If you went to the Northeast Corridor, you pulled no one.
Probably not. But we only.
Trent, don't admit that.
No, I don't really like. I've been to DC and I wouldn't.
And you pulled no one because you're a cornball of the highest order with no money.
No, I don't know about all that. Now I do. Now New York was a different story. But anyway,
New York. Which part of New York, Trent? Please tell me.
I was in White Plains and Manhattan. These were my younger years, and New York was that was an experience. It's like LA but different. But anyway, we'll get off that.
Don't attack people personally if you don't want them to respond.
What do you think about this Baltimore game now?
Hold on. No, we owned a California corporation at this time. And I was director of marketing, general manager. And after those tax cuts, I remember this well because it was after 2003, just after the war had begun. That's when our hiring boomed and our company took off. And so now you're correct. I'm looking back now. That wasn't there was a corporate tax bill, but it was an individual tax cut. But we had more money and more resources, and maybe it was more billing than reality. But it was that period between 03 and 04, and especially 05 when things began to take off before we had the crash in 2007. So I think that cutting taxes and putting more people into average Americans' pockets spurs the economy.
That has nothing to do with corporate taxes.
I understand what Paula is saying, and I think we end up. I've already said we will end up in socialism, Paula. With AI, which when you said they were in IT, I was wondering if it was AI. With AI and the things that are coming, we will end up as a socialist country in the 2030s. There's almost no doubt in my mind because of some of the things that are happening. I just tend to think taxing Americans and taxing companies is not the best way to spur economic growth when you're talking about a capitalist system.
So why not send the tax to zero and have full employment in the entire economy? Can you explain that to me?
Are you American?
I'm not American, but I'm a permanent resident. So I have some skin in the game. Go ahead.
No, but I wasn't saying that to be rude. I was asking like where you're from. Ask the question again.
From here, and you said a bunch of stupid shit. So what's going on?
No. I just asked if he was American because in the context of the question, can you ask it again? Because I don't.
Yeah, sure. So I was asking, why not send corporate tax to zero and, by your argument, have full employment in the economy? Like, at what level should we set corporate tax to?
I don't know. That's a tough. I'm not an economist, and I have economist friends, and I'd rather ask them. I don't. No, there's a lot of different factors. That's why I don't like comparing the 1950s and the 1980s economy, which is now damn near 50 years ago, to the economy today. There's a lot of differences in the way our economy is run, and a lot of things that we're going to face in the future, with humanoid robots and AI and the things that are coming. So I really don't know. And I'm okay with saying I don't know everything.
Okay,
I tend to think, I know this, typically. When there is more money in the system and companies are making more, they hire more, right? That's just been a constant throughout my, 25 years in business. You can take it for what it's worth. I've worked with some pretty darn good companies. But when it feels like income is restricted, especially when we're talking about taxation, that's when we see job cuts, and I've had to make those decisions on the other side.
But Trent, I think the issue that you're missing is that companies don't make profit in a vacuum, right? There's a whole universe of infrastructure and right? And so, like, how do you square that with your thoughts on corporate taxation?
Difference. So if you're talking between the way a Fortune 1000, Fortune 500 kind of company works, and then your average middle America works, I think there's a difference in that structure and the way that they look at it. So again, I don't know the perfect answer to what the corporate tax rate can be. I do know, I agree with Paula, your money is spent on way too much bullshit, and not in the education sector. I don't think we spend enough on infrastructure. I don't think we spend enough in those places. My problem, as I have already stated, is the $900 billion hole.
Okay, wait.
Hold on. For military and for interdiction that most of you on this motherfucking stage don't even agree with. That's why I don't understand the support with it. And I understand what Maggie is saying. Nobody is going to cut it. Well, if you have that same attitude with everything, and you keep electing the same people that keep it in the same place and don't move, nobody's talking about moving, because there aren't half-been candidates talking about cutting the defense spending and moving some of that budget.
Name them at a such level. Name them.
What's this? Yang talked about that.
We have to take. Okay, Andrew Yang. All right.
Andrew Yang. All right. Hey, not many. You're right. Not many. Kamala Harris was not one of them either. You know what I mean?
Okay, so Trent, let's assume
You have to put that. You have to move some of the spending America so that we are woefully behind in manufacturing and transportation and in electricity, as Amari will tell you, and we're falling further behind because when you get this money, it either gets privatized or it ends up in people's pockets.
Okay, Trent. So let's assume, and I appreciate that you care so deeply about electrification. Let's assume we can't cut the defense spending. Where do we get the money to fund the electrification project of America from? How can we raise that money?
You're in debt now. I don't know. You're like $1.6 trillion in debt now, and you're $39 trillion we're going to be $40 trillion in debt before by the beginning of 2027, which is earlier than we expected. So I don't fucking know. I think you'll hear about it when the bow breaks. When the bow breaks, and this is why no offense to people who live outside this country, but Americans don't care about it until we have a 2008. Until Goldman Sachs and Bear Stearns start to fall down and the Dow loses 10,000 points in a week, then Americans will wake up and say, "Oh shit, what the fuck is going on?"
Sorry, Trent.
When you go to
sorry to interrupt, but I was asking you,
when you go to Bank of America and you can't get a 20 out, that's when Americans start to pay attention. And I know that sounds far-fetched, but there are real possibilities, to this. I don't know when that happens. I don't know if that happens at 50 trillion. I don't know if that happens at 60 trillion or 100 trillion in debt.
Yeah, Trent, I was asking you, what are the levers that the government has in order to raise money to fund the infrastructure that you think we need in America?
Taxing people.
Okay, cool. And so, are you saying taxing more individuals, or are there other ways to generate tax revenue?
Corporations and taxing individuals, basically the same damn thing.
Okay. And so, could you foresee a world where we raise taxes on, individuals or corporations to fund this pressing need for infrastructure?
What? Say that again?
Could you foresee a world where we raise taxes on corporations to fund this badly needed infrastructure?
Foresee a world where we raise taxes on.
That's a yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have like a fundamental aversion to increasing corporate taxes because you understand that in doing that we can have broader benefits for the economy. Right?
No, right now I have a fundamental aversion to that because what Paula just came on here and talked about. Because I'm seeing so many layoffs happening in corporate America right now. White collar jobs, like IT.
I was gonna say, can I read something to you guys? What kind of this is the real thing what we're living through. I mean, you guys talk about capitalism. It's not fair capitalism. It's called crony capitalism. And let me read something to you, okay? So it's an economic system where business success hinges on close ties between business leaders and government officials, leading to favoritism like subsidies, tax breaks, and monopolies, rather than fair competition, distorting markets, and increasing inequality. That is what we're living through. So I don't want to hear it's fair capitalism. It's crony. And our government is corrupt to the bone.
Okay, thanks, Paula. So Trent.
No, you ain't here. Because she's cooking.
Yes, she's definitely cooking. She made some very good points. I just want to zero in on what we were discussing previously.
The point of what you're talking about, the Raiders are fitting to play, and I'm fitting to start drinking.
That's great. That's great, Trent. And what are you going to be drinking? Johnny Walker? That sounds good.
And you know what you should do, Trent? You should actually have Johnny Walker see if you can give them like some type of ad, give you some money because you promote them so much.
Yeah.
You should tell them, hey, if you give me a coupon code
I could probably get, you could probably make about $1 million a year.
Johnny Walker.
Give me a free bottle every week.
You should reach out to them, bro. You Johnny Walker spokesman for real.
Sorry, Trent. I'm just trying to. I just don't understand the aversion to increasing corporate taxes. Like
We can land the plane right here. Look, I'm in first. First lady's all mine. Drug your first lady before we do something. I'm adverse right now in this moment. I'm not infallible. I'm not like one of those people where my views can change.
Yeah.
But I do see where we're at, and I do talk to the Congress. And taxation right now would not be the answer. That's where I'm seeing, and the political divide that we have in America is primarily taxation. Now, a lot of Republicans don't like the amount of money that corporations are making. Right, they're adverse to the costs that they're paying and the corporate profits, which are insane, which is not typical. But there are a lot of Republicans, especially MAGA Republicans, that are saying the same thing as the progressives, that corporate profits and executive pay are out of hand. So they're actually like in agreement on that.
Okay.
But the divide in our country, a lot comes down to how we divide up resources. And it's not just our country, it's in every country.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the people, one of the problems with our progressive tax rate, it's the people at the top, my friends, who are making over $150,000,
of course,
feel like that they have to pay or this is their feeling, right?
But respectfully, 150K is not at the top, but I understand
that's nowhere near the top. Goodness gracious.
Not too much 150K.
Okay, well, 150K ain't nothing, it ain't nothing.
I didn't say that, I just said it's not at the top. Continue.
It's the top 10% of income in the United States.
I don't think it's the top 10% of income in the US.
Bro, you need to do that math again, I'm sorry.
I don't have to do the math. I know what it is. $150,000 is an individual in the United States is top 10% income, maybe top 12%, but it's right in there. Yeah.
No, it isn't.
Let's not quibble, bro. Let him just go.
Actually, Trent is. Wait a second. I know we hate Trent, but he's not wrong.
What's we? We don't hate Trent.
The literalism. It's painful. Okay, but he is true. If you make 150, you're at the 90th percentile in the individual income distribution.
Thank you, Kimberly.
I'm glad it's something else.
Yeah, go ahead. I only do it formally.
Okay, Trent, continue.
But you didn't know the difference between revenue and profit.
But I'm
Margaret, don't be distracted, please.
You can't do that.
I know. Okay, anyway.
You said net income was revenue.
Okay, I forgot.
Margaret, you're distracting him.
Anyway, so back to what you're saying, there are people that are at the top 10% that they're paying for people not paying the way. That's the divide in America. I think it's unfair and untrue, but this is why we see so much, so many people cheering these ICE raids, cheering the taking away these SNAP benefits, is because they feel like there are people in this country not pulling their weight, and that they're having to pay. And these people who are making these, what I would call a good salary, 120, 130, 140,000, are also struggling to check the check. I just saw.
Yeah, I don't know anybody making 150 who was talking about ICE raids. It's what we would colloquially call.
There's a lot of people that make 150 that talk about ICE raids. What's going on there?
Yeah, but those people who talk about ICE raids talk about how horrific it is. So first of all, 150. Okay, I don't think the progressives or the liberals are even proposing to tax 150K as the way you're talking about it. I think they're talking about more than that. I believe it's like 250K or above. That's from everything I've ever read, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, what is I'm sure they might feel that way, but it's their frustration is misdirected. I mean, we don't have to validate it just because they feel that way.
It's like less than 50 in the United States. Not many people in that realm.
So,
right. So we're talking about
let's get back on. Let's back on.
Yeah, we're talking about the Republican Party and the divide between Democrats and Republicans, which we'll talk about what you were talking about.
Yeah, so back on topic though, we're talking about tax rates and whether or not it's okay to raise the taxes. And you were saying that you believe that because people who make 150K, feel like people at the bottom are not pulling their weight, right? That's what you said, Trent. I'm not trying to misrepresent you.
I think people are making over 90K.
Okay, yeah. And so
the top income 25% of the nation. I don't think it stops just at the top 10%. I think it's the top 35% of the nation feels like the back half of the nation is not pulling its weight off.
So how could they pull their weight?
They're also themselves experiencing this unaffordability mechanism that's coming from corporations and corporations. That's why when Congress said that corporate, you got to feed Wall Street. I'm like, Wall Street is doing fine.
What is even the topic now so long?
Hold on, Trent. So the marginal tax rate, highest marginal tax rate is like 37% or 38%. If you earn on every dollar over like 640K, right? So would it be fair to say that corporations are pulling their weight in taxes to people who are making, $1.2, $1.5 million?
What?
I'm just asking, like if you understand the question, if individuals who are making $1.2, $1.5 million, right, have a higher tax burden on their income versus corporations, right, who have, the minimum 21, 25%, right, would it be fair to say, Trent, that the corporations aren't pulling their weight relative to these individuals?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're doing because he's not gonna concede.
Kimberly, let the conversation flow, Mom. Come on now.
No, Kimberly, I'm
Laura, get back to your book.
I have a question. Trent, can I ask?
Let me answer the question. So I will concede. I understand, and I will concede that that is a good point to have. A corporation, which generates jobs and revenue, is different than Nikola Djokovic. I was just trying to think of a basketball player that makes over $1 million a year. It's different than the kicker, whoever it is for the Ravens right now. You know what I'm saying? And so one is creating jobs and investment income and needs more capital in order to not just we always think about competing internally, like in the United States. They are competing against China and Mexico and other places. So it's not just competing here in the United States. You're talking about competing globally and investments globally. That's why you want those companies to have the maximum amount of money that you can give them, so that they can continue to thrive.
Is it possible? Actually, I don't have a question. Is it possible to move on? Yes. Kimberly, do you have an
You just got here, Shadow. I know Shadow. I contributes, but
I've been here an hour.
What's going on is what you exactly said. You've been here an hour and then say what's going on is crazy.
So Shadow, what's your thoughts on the topic?
Kimberly was in the middle of speaking.
I wanted to generally just offer something to enrich our conversation about white-collar jobs and the tech job market, just largely. We have seen a rapid decline in the hiring cadence, but also in layoffs since 2022. I think it's like Q3 or Q4 2022. So I know that somebody on the stage seems to be committed to a particular narrative regarding AI, but that is not, from what we know right now, that is not substantiated. It's not AI. It is just a general contraction in the economy. It's what is it? What do they call it? Like a normalization, right? Like they went on a huge hiring spree during COVID. But 2022 actually saw more tech layoffs than we have seen so far in 2025.
Listen, but the problem with what you just did, Kimberly, is you're just looking at tech. And AI doesn't just affect tech. And while
so
a lot of
can I just say, I was focused on tech because you keep mentioning IT, right? The information technology sector. So that's why I focused on tech. But largely, there has been a white collar recession in the United States. I think it's like 2023 is when we got to 2 or 3 quarters of contraction. And that is not just about AI. In fact, I wouldn't even I don't think that there's a good argument to say that it is primarily about AI.
I will, Kimberly, you're an astute young lady, and I will agree with you on both. There is not enough data to say that this is being caused by AI, but there's a caveat in these studies that you'll read. And if you
not read the studies, just job market data, just labor market data.
Okay. If you read the Christmas and Hess report and a couple of the other ones that are out now, what we're seeing now is also a stabilization in hiring, which means we're not hiring, we're not increasing growth because AI, especially at the entry level, has duplicated the need or lessened the need to have people at the entry level part of the workforce, and that's what's very concerning to us, is because we're not growing, we're stagnating in growth, and as AI gets better, which it is going to continuously attack jobs and take away some opportunities.
I know. I'm so sorry, neoliberal. I'm so sorry we got on this. I do want to underscore that stagnation in hiring jobs or not replacing the people who leave the workforce, we have seen that since 2022, 2023. If you are, I know that you're in innovation, but if you are in or around the field, you will see all across LinkedIn Berkeley grads from 2023 saying that they could not get hired. Just generally, Silicon Valley has been struggling.
And you're absolutely right.
Contracting for a minute. Yeah, thanks. I know I'm right. I like when men validate it because I understand. I have a girly voice, and it's easy to negate.
You don't have to be the female oldest.
I'm not validating. I'm just agreeing with you because I said this literally yesterday. I said this yesterday about the overhiring in 2023, specifically Amazon, and they're just going through cycles of overhiring, and all the corporations do this. So I'm just agreeing with you, Kimberly, because you are exactly.
I know. I'm sorry. I was sassy with you, and you didn't even deserve that. I apologize.
Kimberly, you said something about there were more tech layoffs in 2022. It does say there were, right? And in 2023 compared to now, but there's been a surge in layoffs in late 2024 into November 2025. So
that may be true, but layoffs do not matter. Unemployment matters. Companies can lay off a lot of people, and
it doesn't even make sense what you just said. If you're
it actually doesn't make sense.
You're going to collect unemployment.
It does make sense. Go ahead.
Don't you listen? He was in the middle of explaining it. Listen.
Companies can lay off a lot of people and then hire a lot of people. You'll get a headline that a company laid off a lot of people. You'll get a headline they hired a lot of people. That's why we have to look at net numbers, unemployment in a sector. Bureau of Labor Statistics publishes unemployment per sector, and information technologies in ICT's sector, unemployment is lower than in general unemployment levels, and is usually much lower. I don't remember the exact numbers, but a few months ago it was at 3%, which is lower than the rest of the economy by 2, I think.
Yeah, that's most correct.
I don't know that I believe some of these unemployment numbers. And
But it's coming from your Trump admin.
I usually would never, ever say that because I don't believe in conspiracy. I do not, from what I am hearing and what I am seeing, and just like Paul, in talking to people, like real people, and then looking at how little the unemployment number has changed, and I know a little bit about how it's compiled. I think we may not see the real number until February. But I would say, to Paula's point and to kind of Kimberly's point, there is something definite that there is a problem happening in our economy that our government needs to address, especially as we get with autonomous driving, which is probably nearer than humanoid robots affecting a massive amount of folks. They will, but those two things, which are probably 24 to 36 months out from becoming a very big reality, are two things that our government is not addressing in any sort of way, and I am very, very afraid of what is going to happen.
But
to actually directly address neoliberals' point. So that's actually a really good point about the unemployment rate. That's just a sector that has been kind of used to being spoiled for all of these years. But we also see the instability in the IT labor market when you look at job quits in the sector, right? Like people are staying put because they are and they have been staying put for like 18 months or whatever because they don't have confidence in their ability to go out and find another job.
Yeah, the economy, that is true. But the economy is it's in a slow growth. It's in a stagflationary environment. I don't know if I'll call it stagflation as of yet, but because Trump policies since the beginning of the year on tariffs, right? AI as, I don't know, forward-looking. Let's agree to disagree, Trent. Let's not make it the AI conversation. Let's say it's happening in 36 months. It's not happening yet.
No, you gotta stop saying that. It's happening now.
Okay,
it's not me saying this. These are other CEOs that are saying this.
Okay,
it's happening right now.
Disagree, Trent. Like we can't have the same conversation.
Yeah, my bad. I apologize.
No, that doesn't apply.
This is what gets me. You don't live in the free. I don't know.
What does that mean?
You don't have to live in the U.S. to speak intelligently about the economy.
It sounds good on Clubhouse. That's a good Clubhouse.
You're doing the condescending thing.
You're not even American.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm doing the condescending thing.
You're not even a woman.
Not even condescending. You're
not even alive.
Shouldn't you be ashamed that somebody who doesn't even live in the United States knows more about the U.S. economy and labor market than you do?
No, ma'am. I don't think that's the case.
That is shameful.
It's definitely the case. The neoliberal knows way more about the American economy than you.
No.
Wait, so what is a woman?
I know.
Here's what I'm saying. This is what's weird to me. Because you sat up here and all of you sat up here. So you sat up here and agreed with the automotive folks when they came in here, and you agreed with CEO when they were saying things.
I wasn't there.
I also was not there.
I think the automotive.
I'm talking to some of the people in this room.
None of the people talking to you were there.
Gemini is here. Okay.
Gemini is not talking to you. Damn you, Gemini.
How about this? Since neoliberal is such an intelligent individual, how about I bring in some economists that are accredited here?
Do it.
And let you talk to them, and then you can tell them that.
What economists do you know? What economists do you know, Trent? Watch this, Trent. Name two economists you know.
Wait, you're funny. They say
you
want to bring an advisor.
Let him answer.
Hold on 1 second. Let him answer.
Let me answer. I would say the best one that I know.
No, the ones you're going to bring in.
Manfinity and TC.
You let them run. No, before you do the jokes, you said you're going to bring economists in here. Name them. Name two of them.
One of them is called Ifani, right here.
Shut up.
Wait, Ifani, do you have a PhD in
He doesn't have a
economics?
BA.
I have a bachelor's degree.
He has a BA in
bachelor's degree.
He was in your dorm. He was in your dorm, male.
In economics, bro. I don't understand.
No, we're not claiming to be economists.
I didn't claim to be an economist.
To be an economist.
I'm claiming to be an economist.
Shut up. Just be quiet. Shut up. Shut up. Trent, which economist are you bringing?
I'm gonna say Ron.
Ron, what's his last name?
I don't know Ron's last name. I can't think of Ron's last name.
Where's his PhD?
Ron Isley?
Oh no, it's not.
Bernie, it's not Bernie. Come on, Amari. Right.
I'm gonna say Ron because he's in our. I'm looking for his last name right now because
He's an economist.
He's an economist. Yeah. He's in the.
What school does he teach at? What school does he teach at? Or what think tank?
He doesn't teach at a school.
What think tank is he at?
He's a strategist for automotive.
And he has advanced degree in economics.
I don't know. I guess so. I'm gonna think of Ron. Hold on. Let me think of another.
Let me think of the same question, man.
I'll go 1 second. Who's the other person you're gonna bring?
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of the best one to bring in that you guys.
Just name anyone. Just name anybody.
Richard D. Wolf.
No.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
No.
Wait, I don't like Richard Wolf?
No.
Why not?
Well, I'll speak for myself. I don't. It's all a cliche. It's claptrap.
Yeah, he's very alarmist.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, it's unpredictable. We listen to it. It's like, go ahead. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Trent. Who's the other economist you could bring? Just give us a name.
I'm thinking. I'm gonna have to think.
An economist is right here.
All right, cool. So, neoliberal. Do you have advanced studies in economics?
No, personally, I don't have advanced studies in economics.
So essentially, in this stage, I probably have actually a degree that says this guy actually studied economics.
What's the contention though? What is
I don't understand.
I'm just saying. It's just like
you weren't here. Chill out. We were talking about Trent and the car people.
Okay. So, but you're looking for an economist though.
No, we're not. We're looking for the car people. Stop. Okay.
Stop centering yourself though.
Wait a minute. You're an economist?
You ran away earlier.
Hold on 1 second. You're an economist?
Yes, sir. Indeed.
Explain. Okay, cool. This is very basic. Explain Say's law very quickly.
Say's law. What's that? Break it down.
Oh my God. I thought you were an economist.
No. Break it down. No.
No. I'm asking you what Say's law is. It's a very basic concept.
It's a basic concept. I don't know what Say's law is. What's Say's law?
Do you know who Say was?
No, I don't.
And you're an economist?
Wow.
Yes.
Mama saying.
Wait a minute. This is basic supply and demand.
Oh, go. Yeah, break it down.
No. I didn't say I was an economist. You said you were the economist. You don't know what's second. You're telling me an economist does not know the law of supply creating demand?
That's not Say's law.
Of course it is.
What's
it's the law of the markets. This is the Econ 101.
Econ 101 says how Say's law. Okay, wait. Because
what is the law of the markets?
Econ 101.
What's the law of the markets?
Supply and demand, right? The free market, the free hand.
This is why we appreciate reform every day.
Oh my God. Hold on, let me ask you another question. Let me ask you another question.
The wealth of nations.
Hold on, let me ask you another question. So now you know what it is.
To the
The invisible hand.
Hold on, 1 second. Now that you know that, give us an economic theory that challenges Say's law, that says Say's law is wrong, the law of the markets. It could be anyone from the 20th century.
I don't understand. Wait. Say's law, the law of the market. This is the first time I'm hearing it, honestly. Say's law, the law of the markets. And I went to school for this shit. Let me look it up.
Where did you go to school?
Say's law. I went to San Jose State University. Silicon Valley.
You went to San Jose State and you have a BA in economics? Calm down.
At the
you have a BA in economics. Calm down. It's not Silicon Valley. You went to you have a BA in economics? No, San Jose is San Jose State. It's not. It's just a joke. Male gets the joke. Say's law of the markets. You got a BA in economics.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Can you name a theory that challenges? This is basic stuff. Which economic theories challenge Say's law? from the 20th century, like the most famous economic theory in the 20th. This is basic. I don't know economics at all. I know this stuff.
This is the basic of basics.
It's like this is like saying in football, how many points is a touchdown? It's like the basic. Can you name us the theory? This is not the shtick, because he said he's an economist. Can you name us the theory, the theorist, the philosopher, him or her name that challenges Say's law? Oh my God.
He has to look it up.
He's looking it up.
Are you looking it up?
Looking it up. Yeah, definitely looking it up right now. Yeah.
Why are you doing this?
What's the point of lying on Clubhouse, yo? What is the point?
They say everybody has a plan until you get pushed
To be fair,
No, because people write checks or whatever they do and pay their mortgages. They all of a sudden become economic.
you are officially exposed.
I don't think this is fair exposure. Some econ 101 isn't gonna give you every fundamental theory that undergirds
He said he was an economist.
He said he was
So
an
even if
concrete. We're gonna do please don't do the contrary thing, bro. He said he was.
No, it's not contrarian. I'm being
No, but he said he was an economist.
Him being an economist means that he's gonna be
doing this concrete.
Hold on, because I think it's fair. So him being an economist,
And
he's
he
probably
applied
overstated.
to
Hold on. He's probably overstated, given that he got a degree in it and he's probably not a practitioner. Now, being a practitioner, getting a degree in it, and then remembering all the undergirding theories is going to be an immense task. Why? Because
It wasn't something that was immense. He was talking about Keynesian. Like, what's going on? Like, this is like you saying, how do I pay for my groceries at the grocery store?
It's called undergirding. All right, go back to the exposed.
It's free to beat them up, but I think it's not fair. So if y'all need to do this, then go ahead.
That was a fair argument
No, it's
when you
not.
brought up
No, it's not. If you hold on.
Because what is Keynesian economics?
Keynesian. Right. Keynesian school of thought.
If you knew how many different theories
Now we're meta. Can we?
So the Keynesian school of thought supports government intervention, right? Government intervention, markets, sort of like government spending on private.
Explain the relationship of Keynesian economics and Say's law.
Well, Say's law is laissez-faire marketing, right? So markets, essentially, the lack of, it goes further.
Demand.
The market economy.
In economics, those are theories.
Okay, but the reality is we have to make laws that enforce a certain market. What do you mean it's not about laws? Laws create everything. Laws create banks.
Are you a political economist or an economist?
So economics is the only social science that wins a Nobel Prize, right? That happens for a reason. It happens for a reason because economics. So think about the Cold War. At the heart of it was the difference between because that's the heart of economics. That's the heart of economics. It was a system of government.
The heart of economics is its own supply. That's it.
Exactly, and the Soviet.
So why the fuck you gotta bring up politics like that?
If you can't connect the two, right? The Soviets took an extreme view of that because remember, Karl Marx wrote a book and it led to the Soviet Revolution, right? It led to the Soviet Union. It led to this system of reality.
The question, what this has to do with the question? The question was Say's law and the criticism from Keynes of Say's law. Are you just stalling?
I believe Keynes, from the Keynesian perspective, because I haven't really.
Brother,
the debate for Say's, but it's probably going to be that the government would need to intervene somehow. The government has to spend because that's Keynesian economics.
Say's law.
He's asking you why it destroys Say's law.
Here, I'm gonna tell y'all a critique.
You know, sometimes people say money instead of spending.
He hasn't read a single.
He hasn't read a single word on it.
There's a professor.
You know that supply is not even going to exist.
You know who wrote a book on Say's Law? You guys know who wrote actually a very important book on Say's Law at the time? Does anybody know? It's a nice trivia question. Thomas Sowell. When he used to actually do economics, Thomas Sowell, I think in the late 70s, wrote a good book on Say's Law. I'm not even an economist and I know these things. You people are pathetic. You come up and lie on a free app. It's not worth it. Trent is mocking people for not hiring people. He thinks net income is revenue and says that corporate taxes tax revenue. In your people's neighborhoods, and talk about you people when he lives in a place with 30% poverty rates and $14 an hour is big ballin', with a symphony orchestra that's worse than my high school band. Let's get back to the go.
Yeah, exactly.
If he asks you the question, right? If anybody, hold on, I'm gonna help you. If anybody asks you the question, right, about econ, like if he asks you what's a law, right? What Say's laws, for instance, bruh, if you understand the economy, then you should be able to understand all the theories. And let's say you don't.
All the theories.
He asked you about the basic one that you learned. Wait. No. Stop. He's asking you about a basic one that everybody should know.
Okay, I'm trying to help him.
No, you don't. You're talking about all the theories. You are yapping.
Just hold on.
You just talking. No, you just talking. Not about all the theories. He's talking about one person.
Okay, so basically, all you gotta do is Google it, and you should. Know what it means. Google it.
Let's move on, bro. Okay, he fucked up. Let's move on.
No, it's not him fucking up.
No, it's about you fucking up at this point.
No, it's not about me fucking up. I'm trying to break down something so simple.
No, you don't need to break it down. It already been broken.
No, well, this is why
many of us were here. Many of us. Hold on a second. Many of us were here. When many of us were here this morning. When this same gentleman ran away he was asked a question.
Hold on. You go to church tomorrow?
Hold on. This is the problem right here. You could have either answered the question or said you don't know. I gave you the benefit of the doubt. I'm still talking. I gave you the benefit of the doubt. I said he probably knows. He said he had to go. They said he had to go.
You don't even have to probably know. If he pays his bills, he knows. If he's opened a book and read before, he knows. He asked him the basic, something basic that challenges Say's. That's it. It wasn't something that's fucking. This is the most.
Here, I'll do another basic. I'll do another basic.
Come on, let's move on.
No. Because you want to understand. I'll do another basic one for you. Explain Ricardo's labor theory of value. Very basic.
Wait, hold on. I need to respond to a question you asked a while ago. So,
but real quick, what's the labor theory of value? Do that in 20 seconds.
My phone is low. So what was the question?
He asked you labor theory of value.
Explain Ricardo's labor theory of value. Very simple.
Oh yeah. Hold on. One moment. I'll be right with you, bro.
I bet you do. He's gonna Google it. Oh my God.
Look, to be fair, David Ricardo is also not well spoken of in economics. I didn't major in economics. I took courses.
Concrete. That's my point. They debunked. And so I was going to ask you about the contemporary debunk. Concrete. That's my point. Look at their value. So that's why I was going to ask him to the debunking after as an economist. He claimed to be this.
The Marxists don't think the labor theory of value.
He's not a Marxist. He's not a Marxist.
But what I'm saying is to make the statement has been debunked.
Well, then he could just tell us any contemporary.
Wouldn't agree.
My God. Oh, stop. Explain labor theory of value. Explain labor theory of value in any of its critiques. Explain labor theory of value in any of its critiques, if you're a economist.
So essentially, here's why I wanted to develop a response for you. right? So my school in San Jose was essentially a Keynesian school.
When the OG was talking about, you didn't know what was going on. You had to know who you went to.
Yeah, 100%.
Fly airplanes.
This is the same man that came on stage and said something about marrying white women and had the nerve to talk about black women.
He was in the Air Force. I thought he was flying planes.
He was in the Air Force.
No, it's somebody else.
He's moved here in 2015 from Africa.
No, he's from that, and he said something about marrying black women is a waste, and white ones make his day.
This man took a picture of an airplane.
And Vanya, did you say that HSAs could pay insurance premiums earlier today? Did you say that? Now you're quiet.
Who are you talking to? Reform?
And Vanya.
Yeah, the same nigga with Jordan.
All right. He effed up. Let's move on. Nothing to see here. Let's move on.
I would say, you know what? Can we agree that reform would probably be able to answer like all these questions?
I am not
claim to be an economist.
An economist. I say baby economist. Wealth management is not an economist. Like, nobody gives economists any respect, I'll just say. Like,
what?
Nobody looks at a lot of people poo-poo the economist. I'm just saying, making a general statement. Like, you hear people criticize Jerome Powell. You hear people...
Well, he's not an economist, to be fair.
Well, I study economics.
No, he's not. He is not a finance, not an economist.
Bro, he's leading the Fed.
That doesn't mean he's an economist.
Institution on the fucking planet.
That doesn't mean he's an economist.
You know what an economist is.
He's not an economist.
JD's funny. I like when JD comes at you.
Now it makes sense.
Oh, it's JD that keeps shooting me.
Wait, that doesn't mean he's an economist.
He's an economist by profession.
Yeah, he was an attorney.
No, he's not.
I know. I mean, he's leading the Fed in terms of by action.
That doesn't mean he's an economist.
He's an economist. It's not the king. Like, you become a...
What's going on?
Ifani, do you know what Moody? Ifani, do you follow Moody's? Do you know?
Let me ask you.
Oh my God! Why are you asking with Moody's, Amari?
If I have a question for you, if you're on the Supreme Court, are you an attorney? Necessarily an attorney? If you get on the Supreme Court?
But it makes you a judge. It makes you.
No, but I know. That's what I said. That's what I said. But does it mean you're an attorney?
I mean,
does it mean you practice law?
That's a good question.
That's you're legally you're at the command.
Let me ask again. Just yes or no. I don't need the gobbledygook. Say it absolutely right. So if you are, I'm asking a question. If you are a Supreme Court justice, does that mean you're an attorney? Or used to be an attorney?
What's
his answer? What is your answer? Yes or no? Does that mean you were an attorney?
Bro. If you quit muting me, bro, maybe
I'm not muting you. I'm not muting you.
Because I know I'm just saying I was on mute the whole time I was talking. So make some adjustments.
He's muting himself.
Yo, the app mutes and unmutes. It's very glitchy. I was walking the dog earlier, had to pee and unmuted. I mean, it just happens. Nobody was muting you. I'll ask you again. If you are on the Supreme Court, or been on the Supreme Court, does that mean you were an attorney?
I know, but it makes you a justice.
I'm not asking that. So yes or no? I'm just asking yes or no. Okay, cool. Got you. So then I got you. So if you are a federal governor or a chair of the board of governors, does that necessarily make you an economist?
No, not necessarily. But
Thank you very much.
You're at the cutting edge of the field. Like you have to think economically.
That's not the field.
What is considered cutting edge?
The field
it's like you
it's
define,
not the field.
It's like you control the money supply. Understand? You control.
It's not the field. Economics is an intellectual academic field.
Right. Yes, of course, 100%.
Okay, so he's not at the cutting edge of the field.
I guess you can see he's out of the cutting edge. Yeah, I guess you can say that. Not at the field, but he's at the helm of a really important machine.
Monetary policy.
Monetary policy. Yeah, right. So, which is key to economics,
right? Sad, yo.
Key to money, which is key to how we exchange value.
have another question for you. I have a question for you. It's from Brian.
It's like watching a baby discover their hands.
It's a social science, you know. It's a
Brian,
social
would you
science.
say that?
They shade your value.
Would you say that, this is from Brian, would you say that your school, SJSU, was Austrian school, Chicago school, classical, neoclassical, or perhaps Keynesian? That's a good question. Go ahead.
Keynesian, definitely.
Okay. How was Austrian school taken up in yours when you were in school? What they say about the Austrian school?
Generally because, essentially we have a Keynesian fan. We essentially studied
That's not what I'm asking you.
different
I'm asking you
perspectives.
come on, bro. I'm asking you, what did they teach you guys about the Austrian school? Do you know anything about the Austrian school? Do you know who Mises or Hayek is?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so what were their theories and what did you learn about them? What did they teach you at your school? So break down the Austrian school for the room. You said you were an economist, and that's all you're an economist.
Brother, hold on.
Break down the Austrian school. Break down the economist school for us. One Austrian school. One mic on you.
So the Austrian school was more of a mercantile, kind of outlook. It was more European, of course. It believed. It believed in.
It's not the Tuma. That's what they taught you. It's not the Tuma.
What are some of the core principles in the Austrian School of Economics? What are some of the main principles? You need a cola nut to stay up tonight to learn your profession?
He was talking.
All right, he's not an economist. I'm gonna throw in the white towel.
It took you long enough.
Look, he might have taken economics courses, got an economics degree, but not an economist.
Full on a college kid.
Unmute. So Megan, his name is John Ellis. I don't know if he's going to qualify to.
He's an economist.
Let's go, Japan.
I just Googled him. John Ellis, founder of Bird News Items?
Bird News Items.
John Ellis, where would I know him from?
Ford. He said he works for Ford.
CEO of, no, he didn't work for Ford. He's a CEO of Agile Auto.
Agile Auto, okay, cool.
Oh, I found it. Yeah, CEO of Agile Auto. He's
and
he lives in Elville, Mississippi. One second, I'm just going through his thing. He did not go to college.
Okay.
Wait, no, here he is. Hold on. Education, founder. Wait, I'm looking.
He's a former Marine. He's definitely a former Marine.
Yeah, he's a former Marine, and on his LinkedIn, there is no college, but he's an economist. Oh wait, did he go to LSU? Maybe.
Maybe I don't know. That's what I'm saying. If you require somebody with a PhD in economics,
well, how about a master's? You said economist. That's an academic. That's a profession.
Which this is why I stopped when you said it. I was like, your level of what call an economist, and what are the
levels? It's he's an economist or not. It's not levels.
Why did you laugh at?
Yeah. So your level. So what?
I'm expecting someone to have a PhD.
In our field, we call a strategist or an economist may not have a PhD in economy or even a master's degree. I will give you that. But that is probably the one person I wouldn't want to go too much higher than that that I could get in here to speak very, very accurately about what's happening in the economy.
How does he know? How would he know if he?
Has he done studies?
Has he done studies? Oh, okay. He did do. His education says. This says advanced degree, whatever that means. Economics, international trade, finance, August 1986 to December 1994. Was he in some night extension school at LSU?
He was a Marine. I don't know. See, again, if that's the type of if you want to attack people based upon that part,
I'm not attacking them.
But how he contribute to the conversation?
He was an economist.
We commonly call him an economist. So we do have economists that brief us webinar scenarios, eMarketer and Equifax, major credit bureaus.
Does he not work for the federal government?
What are you talking about? So there are economists that brief us like in webinar scenarios on what's happening. What are you asking, brother?
I'm just asking, who's us? Who? When you say they brief us, who is us that you're referring to?
The automotive industry, the organization, on what's happening. I sit on the monthly briefings because I pay a lot of attention to it, especially with the information that comes out of Equifax, which is phenomenal information and insights. But John was with Cox Automotive, and Cox Automotive is at the forefront of insights, mainly pertaining to automotive, but it touches other parts of the economy like housing, like credit rating, like lending. So he's a very good person to know and speak to, extremely knowledgeable.
You think you get him to come in?
Session of for professional reasons.
He agrees with you. He's gonna get attacked, so you might want to ask him first before you bring him in here.
I will lie.
It'll be him against neoliberal.
I had economists on Clubhouse. We did a whole book club. We had Brad DeLong in here talking on economics. Like, I think we meant, economists that have done research in AI, maybe. Like, if that's the topic, or at least like somebody that has done some, if not economist, somebody that has done some.
A labor economist,
Yeah, well, I don't want to over-specify it because, but it is somebody that has done studies on, I don't know, rollout of some technology in this and that sector and the impact that they learn from it. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be a PhD, but
No,
This is why I have some problem with Neil. Is I talk to AI companies on a regular basis and the end users of these products that are used, and so that's why I'm like, well, who are you talking to? Because the information that I'm getting, and I'm talking about on a large scale across the United States, direct information.
Because you're not referring to any data trends. You're just doing anecdotal things.
The reason why I'm not referring to data is because I'm not allowed to share that data publicly. I mean,
that's correct. You're not allowed to share that data publicly, but you can share with us the positioning of U.S. troops before they go into blackout zones.
Well, that's funny.
Right, but there have been studies in widely deployed AI pilot programs, and that data is very mixed to negative. Trent, have you seen that?
What are you talking about? So listen,
what am I talking about? There was recently an MIT study that everybody was talking about for weeks. I would expect somebody on the cutting edge of innovation to have seen it.
Yeah, okay. Here's one that's very public that you can look up right now. Okay, because it's public. Carvana.
If
you go look at
Carvana.
What? Yes, Carvana is very.
It's not a study. It's the name of a company.
Look it up.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't know anyone in sales who reads white papers. I'm just saying.
Carvana's latest release, Q3 2025, they sold 150,000 people.
How did we get here?
30%.
Wait, hold on.
I know I should have bought their stock when it tanked.
The same
That's the only thing I know about Carvana.
It's doing the same.
I expected them to go away forever.
Plug it, Carson.
Yesterday, you said that Verizon fired 1,000 workers before because of
He did say that.
30% of those sales were completed within agentic AI called Sebastian. On the other side, they have 60% interaction with their other AI called Shackbot.
That doesn't
It's
mean
called
there is a
Shackbot.
net job
But
loss.
bro, listen. Just listen. I'm down, son. The reason
You're doing it again.
Doing it again.
You're doing it again.
Okay.
You just called him son. He knows more about economics in his statement than you do.
Carvana stock is up 100% this year.
We were talking about AI.
Yeah, no, I just put a link. I just put a link in the chat to the MIT study. I'm just gonna read these.
I'm not talking about a study. I'm talking about real world.
Okay, I'm sorry. You just have to listen. You're gonna have to listen. Okay. So this was released in July. The report, based on 52 executive interviews, surveys of 153 leaders, and analysis of 300 public AI deployments, found that 95% of pilots delivered no measurable P&L impact. Only 5% of integrated systems created significant value.
So let me continue from there.
Exactly.
Artificial intelligence and labor market. That's NBR study from Yale from.
Somebody's
confessing
before I whoop some ass.
Okay. So another study just came out September 15, artificial intelligence and the labor market. The last sentence of the abstract. Despite strong substitution at the task level, overall employment effects are modest.
Somebody's getting their ass whooped today.
Occupations is offset by productivity-driven increase in labor demand at AI adopting firms. I can give you 5 more studies that are all released in the past 4 months.
Okay.
Holy shit. Okay, well, let me pay attention to you just a little bit more.
Just respond to what Neil Liberal just said. Don't try to use Mickey's sock thing to divert from attention. Just respond to what he just said, Mr. Cutting Edge.
Well, he didn't say shit.
Did you hear?
Say anything.
He wasn't
say anything. I heard him kind of. But it didn't.
What about what Kimberly said?
What about what Kimberly said?
I can read what Kimberly said. What Kimberly said. Okay, so listen. Like when we run pilots, we'll run 12 companies at a time. I'm just giving, for instance, I'm not talking about anything that we particularly do, but this is pretty common. You run a pilot, you're going to run 12 at a time. 10 of them are going to fail. We already know that going into it. 10 of them are going to fail. So what is that, 80%, right? And then out of those 1 or 2, you're going to end up picking one company. And that one company is what you're going to release. So you don't guess. Yes, it's not uncommon for 90% of things that you try to fail, but it's what that 5% or 10% is actually doing. This isn't going to mean a lot to the people on the stage, but these agentic AIs, and if you listen to what Brian Kramer was talking about, they are quite incredible. And they can actually do some of the physical tasks that we often do, like a used car manager books out a car in store. There are agentic AIs that can do that task. Doesn't mean that you don't need a used car manager, but it does lessen the need. It does make it so that you can only have one used car manager over multiple locations, and that's the difference in what we're talking about in different areas.
Makes sense to me, Trent.
Okay, so one of the conclusions in the study is that the managers that they are talking to are saying that the investment has not been worth it, right? All of the time, right, and the opportunity costs that are required to train people to use these AIs are not worth it. So you're saying that it is normal for 95% of that stuff to fail?
Okay, come on. This isn't even...
Oh, okay, you're right. We can move on. I just,
unemployment.
Unemployment
wouldn't be decreasing.
What up, TC?
You were right. I do not run a company, so I do not know. I don't know.
The problem is, if you look at unemployment among recent college graduates, it's substantially higher. And the only reasonable explanation is that companies are not hiring people because they can get better productivity out of their internal tools. And this might be just business process improvement and so forth, because AI kicked in. But jobs are going to be harder to get in the future.
That is not the only reasonable.
We can move on.
We can move on.
That's okay. Hold on. I got decide driving 3 hours for my work, but I'm a big baller, so I decide to live 3 hours from my work sound. Yes, what it sounds. Nasty.
For 4 hours. What Stan said is completely accurate. The only thing is to say that it's not is wrong. The idea that AI is not, like, again, I'm with Kimberly, like, it's hard to say that it's infecting jobs in mass, but the job stabilization is happening right now across the legal sector, across accounting, automotive. It is happening now, and that's why you have these CEOs. This is, like I said to Kimberly, this ain't me. This is Bill Gates and Jim Farley talking about these things.
Okay, so you're not explaining. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just beg you, don't use condescending voice to me. I can't. So
Cattle meat black, hello?
I do that. I understand that CEOs, people who have a vested employment in creation of certain narratives about their companies actually understand why they would be trying to build so much enthusiasm around AI in order to justify CapEx. Like, I understand, but that is a separate thing from being able to independently evaluate AI's effectiveness in improving business outcomes.
So, real quick, no, you're thinking about it wrong. Bill Gates.
You're just wrong, Kimberly. You're just wrong.
Here's what she's thinking about wrong. They have Bill Gates, Dario Modi. They have no vested interest.
Dario Modi, the CEO of Anthropic, has no investment in bigging the outcomes that AI produces.
Yeah, sweetheart, let me finish.
Don't sweetheart me, Trent. Please don't.
They have no vested interest in telling you that AI is going to replace jobs. It's actually quite the opposite. They would never want to tell you that AI is going to cause mass displacement of jobs. Elon Musk, none of them, but they are. And the reason why it's good that some of these even CEOs, like I said, Jim Farley, even coming out and saying that they have concern about the displacement of white collar workers in the near term because of AI is a good thing. And I think to not pay attention to what these people are saying, because there is still significant people who do not want you to know about what we call compensation replacement. And so to not even have these discussions.
Wait a second. I do pay. Wait, I only know these things because I do pay attention to them. Okay, Trent, I'm sorry. I am not reading the headlines of emails and then coming on Clubhouse to say that I am an AI expert. Okay, like, I understand what these CEOs are saying. I also understand what the actual researchers are saying, what the analysis is saying, what these institutions that study these technologies are saying. Your analysis is single variant, monovariant. I'm looking at a multivariate analysis.
No, ma'am, what I'm saying is I actually work with some of these companies, and I'm seeing it in
lots of people work with those companies and have completely
No, not those companies.
Don't have any specific authority in the subject at all.
My man, all due respect.
But if Trent is with Ford, it would make sense that what Carvana says is going to be more important. That stock, I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on the fucking stock price. In just 2 years? That's fucking insane. What has driven the growth of that damn company? Because that shit was like, I thought they were going away.
What's driven the growth, if you look at the market cap, Miki, is the market cap is larger than Lithia, Group 1, Nation combined. Their market cap is insane. Them in CarMax, and it's because.
Yeah, what about their revenue?
Their revenue is insane as well, and it's because they use less people, obviously, than you would have in a traditional car dealership.
But wasn't that always their model? Is Carvana the one that would like deliver your car in front of you or something like that, like deliver your car to your house?
That's why it was so significant. I love you, Miki, because now you're telling the story. That's
what
why
does this have to do with anything?
Because what she's talking about why is their market cap so high? Why?
No. That's a complete non sequitur red irrelevance engine. But what does that have to do with the conversation y'all were having?
That's the reason why they're increasing so much much in stock prices because they are using an agentic AI that just makes them.
What does that have to do with anything?
What does that have to do with the Congo?
Oh my God, they don't understand what the issue.
No, break it down. Break it down.
Okay, if I'm using an agentic AI and I'm not employing humans, I'm making more money because I don't have a capital expenditure on salaries.
Okay, yeah, but now explain how those humans are not hired elsewhere.
Trent, the problem with your analysis is that it ignores that Carvana was essentially at this price 4 years ago, and they were going to go bankrupt, and Apollo came in and gave them $1 billion money that kept them from going bankrupt. So that's why their stock went low, looked much lower.
The person that gave them those billions of dollars was part of one of them was Bill Gates.
How is this relevant? Why are we doing Carvana?
Because
I just looked it up. Carvana's revenue is not coming because they aren't hiring people with agentic AI. They're selling used cars, they have wholesale vehicle sales, they have income coming from financing, loan sales to third parties like Ally, VSCs, vehicle service contracts, gap waivers, auto insurance commissions, high volume. Has nothing to do with having a low workforce. I looked it up. Their revenue is insane. They have a revenue of last quarter, Q3, their revenue was $5.647 billion. That's 55% up year over year. That's not because they're using agentic AI and not hiring people. You just said their revenue was $5 billion. So it's 55%. One second, trying to go to that, man. 713, 2. You're telling me that $2 billion is driven by them not hiring people?
How are they processing the VSCs, which is maintenance contract?
You just did that in your head? That was crazy.
Yeah.
How are they?
They may be using AI, but the argument is about workers. You said what's driving it is the fact that they're not hiring people, not paying payroll. You're telling me the payroll for Carvana, if they hire people, would be hundreds of millions of dollars?
Yeah.
$1 billion?
If you're using an agentic, the reason why when Brian Kramer came in here, the EVP of Cars.com, and said that's so significant. Okay, maybe you have to listen to somebody.
What's driving it? What percent? I don't care if he said it either.
Yeah.
What percent of that 55% year over year is driven by not hiring people?
That's hard to tell. But if you're
that's your argument. That's your whole argument.
My man, hey, listen, bro. I'm down.
Yo, you backpack.
No,
I see that you're used to speaking to people who don't actually listen to you and ask you follow-up questions that are germane because you backtrack. You literally said that the revenue that's crazy and all this huge stock price and all this kind of stuff. 1 second, you said it was driven by them not hiring people and paying payroll. So I'm asking you, what percentage would you estimate or guesstimate is that?
The 30% of the 148,000 cars that they sold in Q3, which would be about 48,000 cars. So you did 48,000 cars with an agentic AI, which means that you did not have human interaction in those car sales. Typically, when you have a car sale, you're going to have 4 to possibly 6 people. You have a salesperson, you have a sales manager, you might have a BDC and a BDC manager and a delivery specialist, all involved in a car sale.
So why is there payroll
what has happened
up 27% year over year? If you
wait, what?
Agentic AI.
Wait a minute. The employee count is up 27%?
Yes.
It's up because it went to 17,400 as of December 31st, 2024.
I thought this whole claim was they were hiring less people and firing people. Y'all telling me that Carvana's employee went up?
Yes.
But humans are robots.
2023.
Humans are robots. Wait, no, seriously. Did they hire humans or robots? This matters.
It says humans. You said 13,700.
Hey, yo, Trent, you got
2023 before jumping back up.
Yes, you did.
No, you have to listen because they're going in. The reason why it is so substantial that Carvana has purchased a dealership now, they're fulfilling this dealership in Atlanta, is because they use less people. We know this internally. And they don't employ as many people as your average car dealership, which is going to have,
Wait, did he hear the part where they increased their employee base?
But their volume
But let's say here, to Trent's point, Carvana's business model over relies heavily on AI automation, especially.
Okay, so I'm seeing that
driven parts.
in Q3, they're reporting that their car sales were up 44% year over year.
Yes.
So couldn't that also contribute to their desire to expand their ability to
That's exactly what is happening.
So how are you connecting that to a reduction of employees?
So their main core function is vehicle inspection, reconditioning, logistics, compliance, and many physical processes remain largely human driven.
So because the sales are up, they would probably need to be able to quickly expand operations, right, and get more salespeople. And it seems like AI or the agents are an easy way to accommodate that rapid growth. That seems reasonable to me.
The agentic agent is acting like a sales and finance person. So when you get that to scale, which they now have it at scale, which is why their market cap is going so high. When you get that to scale, it means that you could cut out a significant portion of the human revenue or human capital that you would have to put into a dealership in order to sell the same amount of cars.
I don't know. I'm looking at the CEO's guidance, and the CEO is not saying anything about that. They're actually saying that the increased revenue gives them an opportunity to reinvest and hire more people. That's what he's saying.
Most people don't say we're hiring a lot less people.
Okay, well, I'm saying that the person who has a fiduciary duty to offer guidance about the future of his company is not saying what you are saying. That's all I'm.
The reason why they put in that call that 30%, it was very significant that 30% of their sales are coming from an agentic AI is because yes, you're increasing inspections as you increase volume, but inspector people don't make what a finance manager makes. A finance manager inside a dealership is going to make anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000 a month, right? These are pretty expensive.
So why don't you do that so you can make more money?
How much do you think I make?
You don't make $30,000 a month.
Let's not.
You don't make anything close to $30,000 a month.
No, I don't make $30,000 a month.
Right. So why don't you do that if you have all the answers?
There are. I'll just say this: there are a lot of people who would like to be in my position. It's a very
no, but I'm not asking you that. But good, so you can leave yours. Somebody else can get it. And you can make $30,000 a month. Why don't you do that?
Because I don't want to work the amount of hours that you have to put in. You also have general managers make.
You don't make $15,000 a month.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you've told us how much you made.
No, I haven't.
You said you made around 120 to 130,000.
Maybe with him and his wife income.
No. You've told us you made between 120 personal tax. I'm not attacking. I'm not even in the argument. You said you made between 120, 130,000. If they're making that kind of money, why wouldn't you do that?
I'll just say this, not to get too far into my business, but I'll be in Detroit tomorrow, and after I come back to Detroit, I'm basically on vacation until January 5th.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's my man right there. Okay. So why don't you explain how an increase, because this is actually interesting to me, an increase in hiring happened at Carvana at 27% of humans.
You're hiring at the lower end. You're hiring at the lower end of the pay scale.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm very positive.
Okay, so how much of okay, that's cool. So it's about $2 billion. 1 second, yo, hold on. So the revenue is about $2 billion. Hold on. So about $2 billion, not 2 billion, excuse me. It's like 1 billion and some change. How much money do you think they've saved out of that from there? How much they have to pay humans? 20 million?
Oh my God.
50 million?
I don't know. 30%, $48,000. The guy who was in here before DG could probably
30%. So that would be 10. So $1 billion, 30%. So you think that Carvana is saving over $250 million?
Let me put it. I don't know what they're saying.
Just asking.
Let me answer.
You're not going to say it.
No, I don't want to ramble.
I'm not rambling. I'm trying to answer for you, my man. Golly.
Yeah, but I want the short answer, not the long answer.
Okay, this is how you can break it down.
Go
they did in the quarter. Basically, most dealerships, physical dealerships, can sell between 250 and 500 cars a month. So if you take that $48,000 down and just divide it by 500, and then you put in what the cost it takes to run essentially a dealership, the front end of a dealership, not the service side, but just the front end side, that is essentially what they're saving. That's a substantial amount of money.
How much of that of the billion would you say that is?
I'd have to do the math, but it's significant.
Well, how much? Just give us a guesstimate. It's got to be over 50% of it, where your theory is stand.
And I'll come back.
Because you said that it was driving the revenue and the high stock price. That's what you see, that it was driving it. So when you said that, I thought they had massive layoffs and it was just a bunch of robots and agentic AI, etc. I wouldn't have guessed they increased their workforce by 27%, even at the low end.
How much do you think the car salesperson makes?
Oh, it could depend. I've known some. Well, I guess now you could make anywhere. I don't know, if you someone that drink coffee and watch TV, and you don't take the demo, you could probably make anywhere between 50, 75. If you work really hard and you do really good, you can make 200,000.
Okay, yeah. A salesperson selling.
Oh, isn't it amazing? You didn't think I knew?
Well, no, you did good.
You think you're the only one in the car industry here because people think they know about this kind of trick. Do you think?
A salesperson selling 20 to 25 cars a month is going to make between $10,000 and $15,000 a month.
Yeah, that's very high. That will be the top 10% of salesmen in the country.
Yeah. Most don't sell that, right?
No, I just said that. I said it'll be in the top 10% of the country. I just said.
So most are probably around on a yearly basis, like you said, probably around 60 to 70,000. For those that think there's a lot that don't. But then you also have finance and sales managers. Sales managers.
Yeah, I know. They sit up at the front desk. They're oftentimes drinking under there. They got booze. There's some guy that signs off on deals, and they take it to the Chinese guy, and then they off the real numbers. And then they get 2%. And then they get 2% on each deal, and they make $180,000, $300,000.
Finance and sales managers, general manager, finance manager. So you got all that income that's all being done by an agentic AI.
Are you sure? I just put a link in the chat. So that link and I get hyper focused. So from what I have gleaned, Carvana is using these agents, these agentic AI agents, to automate their security operations. Right. And then on the sales side, they're using the agents to do the low level, FAQs and to help guide people through the sales funnel, but that they are still relying on real people to do the high touch, higher value person to person work. The agents are doing the busy work, and that you still need humans to do the stuff that requires human interaction, charisma, Riz, as the
correct, man. But that's why they cited 30%. That's still a very significant percentage, and a significant amount. 30% of their sales were done with this AI, right? They already use less people than a typical dealership.
Does it really mean that if 30% of funnel participation is in it, does it mean that people were not involved in those 30%? I don't think
there's probably still some human interaction with us.
So then, where the labor cost, if they're hiring like crazy, where is the labor cutting coming from? Like, we don't see any evidence of cutting.
That's a good point. I think that's the best analysis I've heard so far, Neil. You don't see that.
Like, no public data has any fucking about.
The flip side of the argument is that the company has a 390 is more valuable than all the other major. I don't even know. I don't know why they would be more valuable. Then, if everything I'm saying is wrong, then why are they more valuable than all the other major automotive companies, sellers combined?
I mean, if they have been able
people are just going to their site and utilize them more.
Yeah, if they have been able to effectively improve the sales
don't use a lot of sales agents. I mean, everybody seemed to act. You just kind of go in and type in your number. They're just a more efficient solution than the traditional car dealership. And the traditional car dealership has a bad reputation for the experience. Not all car dealerships, but enough have been make it bad that people would prefer to go elsewhere.
And that was true before agentic AI.
Yeah, remember their vending machine? Remember that? That was like,
All of that was true before introduction of agentic AI. Like if agentic AI caused this type of efficiency gains that precipitated firing people, we need to see that in the graph, right? In the graph, you see, other than that indirect research short seller stuff that they were going out of business for, and you see consistent trend in hiring. They have a better product, they're expanding, it's great. Yeah, they're using some agentic AI for low-level consumer like sales interactions, and then the person takes over if there is and for most of it, from I understand, the person, like they do it through the website. Where are the where are the job cutting coming from?
Yeah, we can get off. I think people are bored with it, but Roger,
this has been a good conversation.
No. Here, let me just say for Roger in the chat. Yeah, and I put
Roger's trying to fight people. Ignore Roger.
Well, there is some elements. I just put my Facebook in the chat. You can see the post from. That shows the graph of how big Carvana has gotten, and it's massive. There is an element of Enron possibility. I will say the company is overvalued. That's why I'm not buying the stock. Where they're at right now, and the numbers that they are putting up are kind of unbelievable.
25 does not always translate to immediate investor confidence, right? So a lot of it's speculation, exactly what you just said. And they just went through a significant debt restructuring. Carvana did. So they're trying to figure out how to pay their long-term debt. That's one thing. So there's a lot of investor skepticism. And another thing is on the back end, they do finance their own loans. Over 50% of their loans are subprime loans, and people are in delinquency. So that's where they're bleeding their money on the back end.
Okay, the conversation was about neighbor effects and agentic AI.
No, it wasn't.
The Carvana stock. Right, okay. Yeah, problem. So where are the cuts?
Well, look, there are definitely cuts because they're more efficient. So there's going to be more. People at traditional dealerships are going to lose their job, and Trent, they just had the data. It went up 27%.
Yeah, the sales, but it's commensurate with the sales increasing, right? And it's the type of people that you're hiring. Yes, you need more inspectors to inspect and bring in cars, right? But we're not talking about hiring entire dealerships of people. That's the difference. If you
used to hire entire dealerships.
If you sell 48,000 cars, that should at least be 100 more dealerships.
Is Carvana doing better than like Toyota and Ford and other places?
What?
Market cap, yeah, they're higher than ours. Or higher.
You know what the market cap?
I'm just talking in general, like with their sales.
No.
We would look at like AutoNation and CarMax. We wouldn't look at Ford.
Okay.
What if you wanted something
that have drive time AI?
Because we're trying to tie, like, it's because his company's using AI. Are they seeing similar kind of gains as Carvana? I guess would be.
None of this correlates to AI. I don't understand why this is still the argument.
Because AI,
like literally every company with a digital footprint has a chatbot on their website. What are y'all talking about?
Wait a minute. Trent said, wait a second. Trent said that should equate to 100 dealerships. Does Carvana have dealerships? Traditional dealerships?
Yeah, they do. Well, they have locations, yeah.
I thought they did
the
have
vending machine thing.
I thought they did have brick and mortar.
Yeah, they
But
have,
the vending machine thing.
I haven't heard Carvana in
they
years.
have,
one.
But the big thing is that they now have four Stellantis, that's Chrysler. They have 4 Stellantis new car franchise dealers. And this is why dealers are definitely paying attention because it changes the game.
Wait a minute. So one minute. So they actually did acquire traditional dealerships?
As an experiment, that's an exception to the rule, which
Not a
is
fucking experiment anymore.
Well, whether it is or not, wait a minute. I thought the whole claim was they wouldn't be doing stuff like that with agentic AI.
It's the difference.
Now I'm confused. I gotta be honest. I'm very confused.
Okay, so the difference, I understand where the confusion comes in. They used to only sell used cars, right?
Okay.
Now that they have acquired an actual new car franchise, and their model is not reliant on people in store, right?
But they were not in store, right?
No, there
So
weren't.
they didn't get rid of anybody. So how did AI replace anybody? They didn't replace anybody. If anything, the AI has facilitated hiring more humans.
Yeah, I mean that's the real.
It's the complete opposite of your argument.
And that's what I don't understand. He had the same argument yesterday. I don't understand why we're belaboring this. He said the same shit yesterday.
Now I'm totally confused. I thought the argument was the AI, agentic AI, whatever. Once again, let's recap. I thought the whole argument was it was replacing people. And now we're learning that this company is hiring more people and going into traditional style dealerships with people. So the AI is actually facilitating hiring people.
So, but what the significance of it is that when they buy a dealership, they do not staff a dealership like a traditional dealer would. I think that's maybe where
before that they didn't staff it at all.
They didn't staff anybody before.
What the?
You said they didn't have traditional dealerships before.
I know, but it's such a. So listen. So if in a market like Phoenix, which they're in, okay, and all the dealerships, I'm just using round numbers, okay? Let's say all the dealerships have 100 employees. There's 5 dealerships in Phoenix, okay? And let's say Phoenix sells 1,000 cars. I'm just using round numbers, right? And all 5 of those dealers in Phoenix staff 100 people on the front end, okay?
Right.
All right, everybody with me. All right, so that's 500 people. But then Carvana comes in and staffs 25 people, right? But sells more cars. This is where it's really tricky. But starts selling equal or more cars, more share of the pie than the people who are staffing 100.
Right.
They have a different business model. Their business model is different. And
It
is a different business model, but then what do those other dealers, right? This is, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Then what do those other dealers have to do?
Ignore that. That's their choice. They can ignore them and continue to try to make a lot of money on every sale.
And just one point on why they bought the brick and mortar.
Hold on, keep going with this thing. So what you're saying is, do you think car dealers, are gonna allow a company to come in and sell more cars and make more money than them with less people? That's what you think is gonna happen.
Well, there are laws, right? Which is the point about, just one quick point, is the reason they bought the dealerships is because certain states don't allow direct, like wholesale to consumer, or you have to have a license, you have to have a dealership. So this isn't them like going in and buying dealerships. It's a way that they're getting around the laws because, they're trying to be able to sell more in that state.
So, look, I'd be careful with algorithms and machine processing versus agentic AI. There's a difference there. So if you go and you bid on something in eBay, it's an algorithm and there's no person involved. It cuts down the processing power. It's much, much cheaper for someone to sell something on eBay, or at least electronically, because there's no effort there. The same is happening with them because they're automated
automating the transaction with consumers, most likely, I'm guessing, and making it a lot cheaper to run the sales office than it is in the traditional dealership.
I love this conversation. Stan, you're a smart person. P, I don't know if you were, I think you were talking about something different. Not sure where you were going with that. But if the labor cost at a dealership for Carvana is $250,000, and at other franchise dealers it is $1 million, and the Carvana dealers begins to sell more cars, which is taking away income from those other dealers, you're going to have a squeeze, a push-pull squeeze of labor.
You know what that labor can do? They can go work at Carvana because it's growing at 40%.
Now, this is fucking.
They're hiring.
No, they're hiring. They wouldn't be at the traditional dealer, Trent, but they come bring work for
Carvana's
Carvana.
a scam too.
They're literally hiring. That's what's so strange about your argument.
Yeah, but if Carvana doesn't need
Well, they do.
a finance director. Yeah, no, but if Carvana doesn't need a finance director because they do things with the agentic AI,
But they do need it. They're hiring.
No, they don't. Maybe you don't.
They're hiring.
You can't just eliminate a job just because you're using an agent. Like that doesn't make sense.
I understand that I'm talking to, it would be good to have somebody else come in and talk about this conversation, but the answer is no. You can't just move from your job at, Westway Chrysler and then go to Carvana and make the near close to the same amount of money.
Why not?
Because they don't have finance managers. They don't have a spread.
Okay, I mean that's a very I don't know if that's true or not, but that's a very
I don't think it's true.
specific. That's a very specific job. The finance managers. That's true. But getting rid of finance managers. 1 second, Charlie. Finish my point. Getting rid of finance managers is not driving 55% year-over-year increase this quarter in revenue. It's not because of getting rid of finance managers.
They also don't have salespeople.
I mean, they don't have salespeople.
No.
I'm looking at jobs. Let's see how many jobs. No, I'm looking at jobs here.
He's probably right that they don't have salespeople and they don't have finance managers because it's all automated. Just
They
like
have everything else. They've got senior software engineers, which they don't have at traditional
spend a lot more time on
dealers making $160,000. I can't get that from Western Ford.
That's one
senior software engineer.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad you're sounding this out. Yeah, this is the problem. Yeah,
they're hiring people.
They're hiring people to be what? Software engineers? How many? There are.
They've got. I can read the jobs for you.
Is going to have 20 to 30 people on the sales floor, right? That's employing 20 to 30 families, right? So if you're replacing if you can replace a sales force with one software engineer, okay, you got.
What's so funny? Why do you do that last? Doing that? What is funny?
I don't know what's funny. It's.
When you sound it makes it sound like you think I'm an idiot. You're the one that says they're not hiring. They're hiring. They're 28%.
Yeah, but what is happening is you're taking 20 to 30 families that you're feeding, and you're placing them with one software engineer. And
there were other jobs. I just did that job because that was the one that paid the most. It had a whole bunch of jobs.
Yeah, inspection, but it's not.
Delivery driver, they had auto body, combo tech.
He was saying that it was on the lower end.
Auto detailer. They've got, here across the country, they've got, looks like over 1,000 jobs listed at Carvana.
He was saying that it's on the lower end, though.
Shop detail,
shop detail pay.
Technicians. I'm not clicking on them. I'm just doing account administrators.
Yeah, some administration, some back end. There's some back end jobs that they'll create. Yeah, I mean they're taking on so much. They're going to need some title work. They're going to need some of those people, obviously. But you're taking away the entire front end of a dealership, and the biggest grossing, the biggest pain.
That's the front end of the dealership. Nobody wants that.
Wait, no.
Everybody's a salesman anyway.
They have a different business model. Just like a self-service gas station, sold a lot of gas stations that were full service.
Yeah.
They
their process is more efficient.
And they're just
Yes, it's going to require different people to get there. They might be able to sell the used cars for a higher price than the traditional dealership, and they're going to be able to execute the financing at a more efficient fashion. But they're going to have to spend more on advertising. They're going to have to spend more on engineering. They're going to have to spend more on cybersecurity. It's just a different model. But ultimately, there is going to be a job display.
No, I mean, yeah.
You were literally
Trent.
just talking about sales, Trent. Like,
Trent, do you know Kelly Saunders?
Yep.
Okay, if you actually want to have a car room, I love Kelly. I can arrange a room so y'all can just talk about cars all day long.
Ask Kelly if Trent knows anything about cars.
We don't care. We know you know things.
I was asking you guys. I was asking.
Who gives a shit about Kelly?
Yeah, it's okay. I love Kelly.
No one cares about Kelly.
That's okay, but
let's just go with the conversation, bro. You act like you so big balling, but feel the need to always prove your bona fides.
No, I apologize. I was just talking.
No one cares about Kelly. Let's go back to the conversation. Do you still stand by the claim? Do you still stand by the claim? Do you still stand by the claim? Do you still stand by the claim that Carvana's increase year over year from say Q3 was driven by a lack of human payroll?
Yes, their revenue generation.
How could the revenue?
Their net profit. Okay.
Revenue. Talk about revenue, bro.
Their revenue has a lot to do. Yeah, sale revenue. Yeah, they're told. Well, no, it's net profit because you have to include expenditures. So we'll try and use the correct term.
Let's stop on revenue.
Yeah. Well, having a lack of sales people doesn't necessarily increase revenue, but it would help net profit because you have less expenditure.
That's correct.
But salespeople are not a huge expense in a dealership, right? They usually have a base pay, and then on top of it, they have commission, right? And so then, hold on. The big expenses in dealerships, right, are the carrying cost of inventory. You have to, buy the cars from the manufacturer. You have to carry the parts. You have to train the service people. Like, they are it's so expensive to run a dealership. The idea that, just because Carvana doesn't have to have a few people, at the front, it sounds like you've never read a expense report from a dealership before.
I have never. See, Magda, you see what happens when you like.
Oh my God!
Don't cry about it.
Trent, I just looked it up. Hold on, Trent. Hold on, Trent, real quick. Since Kelly's not here, but let's do a Kelly test. Do you know car salesman and bonus? What percentage?
Shador had 4 touchdowns today while y'all are arguing with Trent. What the fuck?
Come on, Miki.
You've been talking here for 4 hours. Shit.
IRA. Come on, Miki. Oh my God. So you get to talk about Roth IRAs and do your thing uninterrupted. Awesome sauce. We can't do our thing.
I have not talked about Roth IRAs in this room.
Roth IRAs are more.
Snouts?
Miki, when you hold your rooms and all stuff, people respect you. Just let us finish it. Come on, man. That was kind of fucked up. You and Gemini was talking about your thing the other day for 4 hours. Beautiful bill. Nobody ever come on. That was fucked up. Nobody gets fucked about Shador Sanders. Trent, what percent of dealership revenue is for sales? Do you know? Including bonuses. Do you know?
I'd have to look at what.
This is key to your argument. You know, I just looked it up.
It's going to vary by dealership.
I know there's a range. Obviously, I'm asking average. Do you know what it is?
What percent of the statement is?
Yes, of dealer revenue. What percent of that goes to sales, salaries, and bonuses? Do you know? This is key to your argument.
I'm gonna guess. I have no idea. I'm gonna say 3%, and I don't know shit about dealership.
What do you say? What do you say?
It's got to be between 10 to 20. No, 25%. I'd say it's 25% goes to compensation.
Okay, it's 4 to 6.
No!
You win. Price is right.
Don't read it. Don't read it.
No,
25% is
read it. I'll read it. Let me read it. And you know something? You know what's funny? When P said what she said, I said, that sounds correct. Because most of the money would go to what they pay for the vehicle that they sell. Do y'all know what the cost of goods for a dealership is?
90%.
90%. The cost of goods is 90. So Nathan's like, oh, yeah, but just looked it up. But that means Nathan, because I'm not in cars. Trent should know this. He's the expert. 1 second, bro. Car salesman salaries and bonuses account for combined 4 to 6% of a dealership's revenue.
Okay, but you gotta. So you're not taking that into.
What's funny about that?
He's an ops guy. He's not a finance guy. He's an ops guy.
What's funny about that?
I said I'm an ops guy.
You guys have said the wrong thing all day. Trump is some Trump's some leadership. I mean, he doesn't probably have to. There's probably no.
He doesn't talk to the finance people.
You don't need to hear it.
No, but he should know. This is something he should know. If he's making the claim. But you said 15 to 20.
I'm talking about of the statement. I would have said it was 15 to 20%, because you have to take into account. And then you're only looking at salespeople. I'm looking at total compensation, and you also have to take into account
salespeople.
But it's not just salespeople. You have to take into account total compensation, which includes management and finance.
Right. And so other people who are compensated, like the lot deal, the lot guy that watches the lot, the detailer and all that, Carvana still hires those people. So we were looking at the people that aren't in Carvana, that are in the traditional stuff. So that name will be sales.
Yes, but the sales is the totality of the front end, okay? Which includes sales, which includes management, which would include finance, okay?
That's 4 to 6%.
Okay, but you also have to take in their healthcare cost.
Yeah, that's 4 to 6%. It says here, costs are 90%.
If you're taking the totality with the floor plan, then yes, of course. But that's not how we would necessarily look at it. I can bring in many general managers.
Is the cost of goods sold 90% or not, Trent?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're taking
so if the cost of goods sold is 90%, but I got a question for you, then I'll meet up. There you go. If the cost of goods sold is 90%, you agree. How could anything else be 15 to 20, which is what you originally said?
Because I'm thinking about the total cost of what
because.
Hey, Megan, what I think he was trying to think about this is under gross profit. So if you throw out how much they're paying for the car, if you only talk about the gross profit, that would mean that of their gross profit, they're excluding the car costs, 25% of their costs are sales, which is, if that's the case, I don't know. That's pretty significant.
Can I get some clarity on the claim? Have we moved away from Carvana reducing its sales force?
Hold on, let me finish, because Stan, you broke it down better than I did. Yeah, it is the gross profit. The two things that in a dealership that you can move are compensation and marketing. Most of their costs are pretty fixed. I mean, you have to pay inventory in cars, right? You're gonna have to pay basically the same amount for oil every month and tires and those are pretty fixed standard costs. So your big two things that you can move is how much you're paying people, and so that's why I'm saying it's so very significant. Okay, that when a company says that they're using an agentic AI to sell 30% of their units, and they're selling 150,000 of them a quarter. That's a fucking lot of cars, right? And even though, granted, I'm going to go to some of your points, doesn't mean that there's not one person involved, but it's a lot less people than would be involved if we were talking about compensating for a dealer. That's what concerns a lot of people in this industry, and that's what Brian Kramer, the executive price of Cars.com, was talking about.
So what was the original point? The original point that you was making, Maga, that kind of kicked us all off. So we can put like a bow on this.
Oh,
does anyone know?
No,
does anyone remember the original point?
Yeah, it had nothing to do
with this. God bless.
But I think
All I know is Trey is correct about everything. That's all I know.
that's a fact. So again, does neoliberal anyone remember the original point? Okay.
Hey guys, I do remember.
Yeah. I'm just saying that I have just spent a little bit of time just going through the organizational structure. There doesn't seem to be any commission-based salespeople at Carvana. They all seem to be hourly or salary people, but not commission-based.
Yeah, I think that is unique to their business model.
It is, and it's a significant portion. It's like moving from Circuit City to Best Buy. And I'm gonna get out of here. Look, my background, just so you know, because I know some people don't know. Look, I've spent the last 15 years in automotive. I was a former group marketing director for a major auto group in Dallas and in South Texas, and been the digital advisor for Nissan, the Gulf Coast of Nissan, and now work for a subsidiary or a joint venture of Ford.
Just say, "Thank you, have a nice night." Just skip to that. "Thank you, have a nice night." Just skip to that.
When you excise or cut out what Carvana is having the people that they're not hiring, it's actually lower than 4 to 6%.
You know, I think would be great, MAGA, is to bring in some other experts. What I was trying to also say.
Well, we don't have an expert here, so why have we bring in other experts?
Okay, so I'll be. We have an expert here. I will also say, no, I said all that to say this. I haven't been day-to-day operations in a dealership. And now,
how did P know more than you? She's not in cars at all.
But he's no operations.
He raises 18,000 children and bakes bread all day. How does she know about more on revenue in car dealerships?
Okay, you think she knows more about what I'm trying to say is I haven't been day-to-day. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is I haven't been day-to-day operations. I'm trying to humble myself.
This isn't day-to-day operations. This is sort of a macro overall look at dealerships.
My brother?
I apologize.
Yeah, look, I haven't been day-to-day operations in almost five years. So there are caveats, which I am getting more away from because I am more attentive to what is going on with AI, what is happening.
Oh, you're in strategy.
Wait a minute.
He's in operation.
Knowing this information. Wait a minute. What's confusing about that claim is this is precisely the kind of information that someone in AI would know because they would know the kinds of people they're replacing, the kinds of revenue streams that they're replacing or augmenting, personnel. This is the kind of stuff you should know.
Yeah, no shit. It's the shit I know. I know it's what I know.
But you didn't know it, is what I'm saying.
I know you don't think I know it. Yeah, okay.
You said 15 to 20%. You didn't know it. You said 15 to 20%.
I said it's 15. It would be 15. It would be 15 per 20% of the revenue if you took it in totality. That's what I still.
It's not 15 to 20% in totality. It's 4 to 6.
What I will do, if it'll come in here, what I'll do, I don't know that'll come in here. I'll bring somebody like Kevin Deutsch or Brian Benstock, if you guys would actually listen to them and let them.
What does that have to do? I'm reading analysis online from people who are in cars and study it, and it says car salesman salary and bonuses account for a combined 4 to 6% of a dealership's total revenue. This figure is a portion of the total personnel expenses, including all employees like mechanics, bookkeepers, etc., which are the single largest operating expense category for a dealership. Cost of goods sold. This is the largest expense, typically accounting for about 90% of all costs, representing the actual price the dealership paid for the vehicle it sells. How can you get 15% if there's 90 of it is paying for the cars?
Because internally, I think we would look at it. I think we would look at it different. But I'm gonna ask. So I'm gonna ask 2 comptrollers of auto groups. I'm gonna text them right now. I'm gonna ask them the same question that you're asking. See what they say, right? And if it's 6%, it's 6%. But 6% of
you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do the same thing. I'll do the same thing. One more.
Yeah.
Trey, just Google it, brother. Don't bother those people on Sunday afternoon, bro.
Information is good, Trent. Just have faith and just have confidence in
fact, I'm gonna call them. Watch this. I'm gonna call them. Watch.
am glad is that we're even having the discussion. Not that we're talking about the car business, but we're actually sounding out like why people have concerns about what will happen if you have more AI.
I know how we got here. Trent was talking about the defense money and not wanting to spend money on defense. And the argument continued to go from there. Defense spending, and they were telling you that we can't really use money you can't use that as an argument to save, because most administrations are going to go with that. So then you went into this whole deal or explaining about how cars and these businesses, it was a comparison or something. So that was about 3 hours ago. I think MAGA is going to call a friend. He's going to phone a friend. You're going to phone a friend. And why don't we just come back? We need a little break. Anybody agree or no?
Break?
Can I just ask one question before our break?
Content, please.
Okay. Is the Carvana customer the same as the median Ford or, I don't know, whatever customer?
Give me a break, I sure do need one.
Yes and no.
Shout out to Nate Carter.
Well, they do use sales, right? So
yeah,
it's going to be.
Ford has from $25,000 cars to $150,000 cars, so they cover everyone. But basically, that would be a yes. They touch all cars.
Okay. Man, I'm so sorry. I don't want to question your expertise, but it seems, I'm sorry. But if Carvana specializes in used cars, right, and we know that used car market is exploding because of tariffs and inflation and a down economy, and as you mentioned earlier, they do some kind of shady stuff with the financing and stuff, that their core customer would be more of a downscale customer, like a customer that would proliferate in an economy that has entered a stagflationary period. Like the new car customer would be different from the used car bad credit customer. That's just what I've just been looking at some stuff.
No, like my wife.
When you let women think, they gonna get your ass in.
My wife sold her car to Carvana. I know a lot of women, especially who don't like the dealership model, who have gravitated. These are women of means, have gravitated towards the model. So now, while they do deal with a lot of what we call subprime credit challenge customers, they also have they've bought 4 new car franchises, 4 Chrysler franchises. So they're going to touch Chevy, Nissan, Toyota. They're going to touch all of us.
But can you explain why that is not germane here?
What?
I stated earlier why they bought those car dealerships, right? And Kimberly's absolutely right. Like, this is a market that's ripe for disruption, whether we had AI or AGI forever, right? You can think of it like hotels and Airbnb or Zillow and the MLS. There is a solution in a time where there was high demand for used cars. During the pandemic, the supply chain was disrupted. Remember the chips in the cars, no one could get a new car, and the used car market just went insane. Carvana comes in, it's, a slicker solution. You can, work at scale. You don't have the same overhead as a dealer. But then the issue with the dealerships is there are a lot of legal constraints on dealerships, or to keep them kind of alive and to not have disruptions like this, because they do a lot of local employment. They carry a lot of the inventory for parts and things like that. Not saying that the model can't, be disrupted in the future, but that's why you'll see them buying them. So the only point is just that, AI has very little to do with this.
Pete, did you see what Elon Musk said that AI is going to it will end America's debt like in 3 years? Is this guy, is he on that shit again?
Yes. He also said we'd be like floating around in space by now, but that's Elon.
Debt and
for Carvana, I thought that the Carvana's business model was more unique because of the delivering the car to your house. But I mean, actually, if you get certain vehicles or ask, like they'll deliver the car to your house. So I didn't see that as a big deal. But wasn't CarMax and AutoNation more disruptive? Because I remember even when my sister sold her car, she went to CarMax and sold her car. So a lot of people started doing that versus the trade-in because you didn't get as much money. Or they would go and get that certificate at CarMax and then like bring it to the dealership and say, right, like you need to match this price. So I do think that that's disruptive in the market, but that's all that I have. I'm done.
Carvana's advertisement today, they owe Trent a check. Seriously.
Y'all be careful with Carvana. It is seeing explosive, increase in its market value. But there are some short sellers. I haven't heard their thesis, but there are some short sellers who are, bearish on that price. So I am curious about what their thesis is, but don't jump in just because Trent told you. Well, not that he told you to.
No, I brought up the stock. Trent did to his credit.
I wouldn't buy it. Word concrete. I took it back.
Which company should we take apart next time? This was kind of fun to listen.
Just FYI, there is AI in all dealerships. A lot of your major dealerships now are communicating with AI. We launched an AI at Ford Lincoln that I was a part of called Impel. There's significant amounts more AI going into dealerships. It's probably.
Wait, I thought you was going to make a call.
I know.
Let me ask the room this question. How long? Let me ask the room this. So when you attach AI to anything, peanut butter, candy bars, it just makes it automatically better. How long do you think that's going to be a part of our the zeitgeist?
Concrete. That's a great question. Concrete. Trent, can you get the answer?
No, come on, brother. Move away from the content.
That actually was not a bad question.
I was moving on cars. What I was trying to say is these companies that we're talking to are now going into dentist office. They're going into hospitals. They're now setting up solutions to move. It's basically the front end communications.
Sales pitch after sales pitch. Come on, brother. Please, brother. That's what other people know, brother.
You turn concrete against you. First lady, we have a clip.
Anybody else?
Concrete on this one.
Anybody else? How long is AI going to be the magic elixir? Does anybody know?
Put the clip in, First Lady.
It's not a magic elixir. It's going to stay. It's becoming way more potent.
Please, we need the bailout.
Until it is no longer, until we have the conversation that we don't all need to work in order to maintain society. Eventually we'll get to a point where we have a conversation that we shouldn't base whether or not someone is able to live and sustain their life based on whether or not they have a job. So maybe we'll have that conversation soon.
And that conversation is really bro. We do not heart men. Don't do that.
Do we think that Sam Altman thinks OpenAI is too big to fail? That they are just banking on if the business model collapses or never materializes, that the government will come in?
Yeah, they intimate towards that through their CF, I think.
Wow.
Hey, Trent, what's your thoughts?
No, come on, brother, what are you doing?
I agree with brother, 100%. No, I really do. This is why I believe that we will have socialism very soon. Like what I am seeing.
Oh my God, Trent, that's enough for today, sweetie.
No. What I'm saying that.
Somebody else
what I'm saying that is what is coming? What's these guys are talking about?
Where's Mrs. Trent right now when we?
Trent, come on, brother, give it a rest, brother. Please let somebody else go, bro.
Widespread fear and uncertainty among the Somali community in the Twin Cities. Now, that Somali community in Minnesota is about 80,000 people. The vast majority are U.S. citizens or legal residents. So what is the reason for sending ICE there?
Look, we also know there's a large illegal Somali community there. There's an illegal alien community, a large illegal alien community there. If you're a U.S. citizen, you national security threats and illegal aliens. Nothing's changed, Dana, from day one.
I've talked to several state and local officials who've said that the number of Somali immigrants who are living in the U.S. illegally there is very, very small, and that this is about scaring people more than it is about arresting criminals. So what have you actually accomplished with this operation so far in Minnesota?
Well, we're just starting, and I disagree with the fact that people, even we don't know how many illegal Somalis there are, because remember, in the last 4 years in Joe Biden, there's over 2 million gotaways, known gotaways, people caught on video, drone traffic, or essential traffic that crossed the border illegally and weren't apprehended, weren't vetted. And so, what President Trump's doing is fixing the last 4 years of the open border, where millions of people are released in this country, men, we don't know who they are. So we're going to do the same thing in the Twin Cities we've done across the nation. We're going to focus on those illegal alien public safety threats in these cities. And if they weren't a sanctuary city, many of these people would be apprehended in a safety and security county jail. But because they're a sanctuary city, we got to send more resources there to flood the zone, because it takes a whole team to find somebody in the community where it would take one agent to arrest one bad guy in a county jail. So this is exactly what President Trump promised American people we're going to do, and that's what we're doing.
So you are confident that once this operation is over in Minneapolis and the Twin Cities, you are confident that you will unearth many more illegal immigrants in the Somali community than people who are there, local officials, state officials believe actually exist?
Remember that we're going to arrest every illegal alien that we find there, but again, we're going to prioritize the public safety threats, national security threats. These are target enforcement operations. And, the success has been proven in Washington, D.C., New York City, Chicago, North Carolina. Every city we've hit, we've arrested a lot of criminal illegal aliens. I looked at the numbers today, by the end of this calendar year, we'll be around 600,000 deportations, and the majority of them being public safety threats.
Minneapolis, the city, and a councilman there in particular, Jamal Osman, who was born in Somalia, told CNN that, quote, Somali citizens have been stopped on the street, asked to provide documentation, and that he never thought he'd have to tell people to carry their passports around because they look Somali. Are ICE agents stopping people because they look, quote unquote, Somali?
No, they're not. The law requires agents are trained, Fourth Amendment training, every 6 months, Morgan Fourth Amendment training. If they stop, you can detain people for a short period of time based on reasonable suspicion.
What is that suspicion? Is it based on how they look?
No, their appearance alone can't raise reasonable suspicion. It's articulable facts, a lot of different facts taken into consideration. And the Supreme Court just backed the Trump administration up on this. I know a lot of media says, the Supreme Court just justified racial profiling. That's not what the Supreme Court said. Supreme Court said they agree with the way these operations are being conducted because the standard of reasonable suspicion is being used by both ICE and the Border Patrol in the interior operations.
Mr. Holman, the president said very clearly this week that he doesn't want Somali immigrants in America. He called them garbage. Is that the real reason this operation is happening in the Somali community?
I think President Trump's referring to public safety threats as national security threats from Somalia and every other country.
Well, he didn't say that. He said
from day one.
He talked about the whole community.
Well, look, I'm not aware what the President Trump was thinking when he said that, but I agree that President Trump, from day one, he has said, we are concentrating on public safety threats and national security threats. He was put in the Oval Office to run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen. That's exactly what we're doing. That's what American people voted for. So there's numerous countries that President Trump's, is looking at everybody that came from this country, make sure they're vetted properly. Some of these countries don't have the proper systems in place to totally vet somebody, so we don't know who they really are. So President Trump's taking upon himself and this administration to make sure anybody that came to this country illegally that we find, and those that came in through a vetting process that weren't properly vetted because they don't have the database and information to ensure they're properly vetted, that we're going to relook at those cases and make sure they're properly, and we have all the data we have from them. Some of these countries don't have the databases we have, and some of these countries don't even do the proper checks before they issue a passport instance to come to this country. So President Trump's doing the 100% what he's doing, Dana.
The Department of Homeland Security posted on social media this week that ICE does not arrest or deport U.S. citizens. Just the other day, I want to show you some video. There was an incident of masked ICE agents targeting a 22-year-old mother in New Orleans, chasing her to her home, even though she told them she was a U.S. citizen. And then there was this video, which I am actually going to show you. It was an incident in the state of Florida.
Male, check your back channel.
Now, she was released once they found her driver's license in her car. That time she was, in fact, a U.S. citizen. So if ICE says it doesn't arrest U.S. citizens, why do we keep seeing incidents like the one I just played, so aggressively pursuing people as they say they are lawfully in America?
I don't know what they're thinking, but right now, every Domino's pizza is half off online.
Well, a couple things. First of all, I started as a workplace in 1984. Through my nearly 4 decades of work, I can't tell you how many times you go alien claim to be a U.S. citizen. It happens all the time. But to get back to what I just said, reasonable suspicion. If they have reasonable suspicion, stop and question somebody. Hold them and detain them briefly for questioning. If you have reasonable suspicion, they can stop. So, do I think there's been 0 U.S. citizens that have been detained for questioning because the reasonable suspicion said they may be in the country, they may have an issue with that? But as soon as the questioning is over, if they're U.S. citizens, they'll be released. It takes probable cause to arrest somebody and actually, transport and take them to custody. So, I'm not aware of the specific cases, Dana. I'm not there, but I will have faith that the ICE agents are gathering articulable facts from reasonable suspicion to detain somebody and question them.
So there's reasonable suspicion that you're talking about. There is releasing somebody once they're comfortable that they are a U.S. citizen. And then there's just the aggressive tactics that we are seeing in video after video. You're comfortable with those tactics that we're all seeing with our own eyes?
Threats on ICE officers are up 1,200%. They're being doxxed on social media. They're getting death threats every day. They've been attacked. They've been shot at. And these officers are looking for the worst of the worst. So they're protecting themselves. And I think they're following the law. And if any ICE officer acts out of policy or does something inappropriate, they'll be held accountable. But we got to remember, they're under attack. And we're at a place in this country where all of a sudden the ones who enforce law are the bad guys, and the ones who broke the laws are victims. I'm going to trust the men and women of ICE and boards who have been trained very well at doing the right thing. But I'll say again, if someone does something inappropriate, out of policy, illegal, they need to be held accountable. I simply think I haven't seen that. And again, I'm not in every arrest. I'm not in every operation. I trust the men and women of ICE and boards who do the right thing.
Tom Holman, thank you so much for being here this morning. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I just want to point out that the autistic Houston teen, he was held for nearly 50 fucking days in federal custody. Like, he was an unaccompanied immigrant minor. Yes.
And was somebody coming off mic, or was that him doing that? Who
that
did
was
that?
him.
That is nasty. What, Ed?
He was sucking.
Huh?
He's out of shape. Yeah, he was sucking his boogers to his nose.
That was gross.
Is that my racial point?
Take his Zyrtec.
Yep, take something. Stop sniffing the pink powder, the Diddy powder.
All right, that was a nice little,
Well, hold on, we gotta talk about it.
Let's get back to Trent. Please and thank you.
This nigga.
Behave.
It was a joke. So what I heard from that video is he didn't really have an answer for some of the things, but he does answer questions. For the most part, I think he's better spoken than the president in regards to when it comes to immigration and border policy. So,
Is he? That's a pretty low ass bar, bro.
I mean, it's a low bar, but at least he came and he answered the question, and the CNN person didn't have a lot of pushback.
That's what we're giving people credit for now, showing up and answering questions.
MJ and continue a.
Stop it.
I've been doing this for 10 days.
Wait, Kalisha, you sent me a back channel?
Yes.
Stop it.
Flush everybody. She sent everybody a back channel, bro.
Is she gonna get removed too?
I didn't get a back channel.
Conversation going, guys.
So I mean, yeah. So you're right. Is it a low bar? Agreed. But Cameraman, he didn't get a lot of pushback, and so it must not have been that much where who was hosting? Who was the host on that CNN show? Who was that first lady?
Huh? Dana
Who was the
Bash?
person in? Oh, yeah, that was Dana. Yeah, Dana definitely has follow up. So he must have not said too much that was inaccurate for her not to have that much pushback. So.
Speaking of
Dana
CNN,
Bash.
Are you serious? She did the thing that everybody's doing now. He answered a question and she just kept on going to the next. But it was not, didn't make it whereas he was saying the truth. Because he's like, oh yeah. She said, oh, so you think that it's all right to just walk? Oh no, the Supreme Court didn't give the right to just, racially profile. And then she went on about it. This is not true. She played the video and he's still denying it. Oh, I'm not there. Well, if you're not there and you're saying this, what is the answer? How did you go and pull this lady over and she's sitting here crying? You got this lady in the middle of the street. She telling you she's an American citizen. Why are you even, what's going on? So any and everybody's just going to get picked on because they have color in their skin?
So the lady in Florida was a white lady who was driving her boyfriend's car, who was illegal. And I think that was crazy because she's a straight up white lady. But he was full of shit on that because she...
A straight out white lady is crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, why are white ladies not necessarily illegal immigrants? That's crazy to me.
Well, I mean, we're talking about them looking at people based on the color of their skin, right? They are
right.
Actually,
so shouldn't the original colonizers be the most suspect? What the fuck?
No, they have the complexion for the protection. Please, let's not.
Right.
Wouldn't that include your biracial ass?
That would include, that would include anybody who
is barred against self-incrimination.
Yeah.
Wait, Alicia isn't white.
So she would, exactly. So she would be targeted. So, if she wasn't targeted, that makes sense. The lady in Florida was clearly, again, she could be a Cuban, who knows? But for the most part, when she started talking, that was a straight up white lady.
The mayor did the right thing. He told people, just roll around. I mean, it's fucked up that they have to do it. Roll around with your passports. When they run up, they're going to get, a passport shoved in their face. And let's see how many people they actually find in Minnesota.
We know that shit wasn't working, right?
Yeah.
We know that did not work, and it led to people's passports being destroyed. Yeah.
Yeah. In Georgia, at that was Hyundai plant or whatever, there were citizens and people with valid visas and stuff, and they presented them, and they were still deported to South Korea.
They told her that she didn't roll her window down quick enough, and then they yanked her out of her vehicle. It's just.
This is on video?
Yeah.
They took her out. They pulled her out of the car.
And a lot of people are on, saying that, who does she vote for? The usual questions. And also a lot of people were saying, this is what happens when we warn you that the U.S. is going towards a police state, and they're not going to be happy with just, doing this to minorities and melanated people. And I think that they're right. Don't start having that outrage now when it was happening to other people. It wasn't a problem. I get it. I appreciate the outrage, but it's did y'all really think that they would just, do this to, Jerome and Jesus?
Her Karen card did not work that day.
I wouldn't want to be pulled out of that looks painful. She was, these guys just yanking people out of their damn cars in the middle of traffic. First of all, it's terrifying. You don't know who the fuck they are. I wouldn't pull my window down, or women are told to drive to a safe space. We have that ability, even if you're being by a police officer. I've always been told that, even by police officers, right? Put your blinkers on, go slow, and drive to a lighted area. So not even if this could have been an older person or a male, but like, what the fuck? They don't look like they're any kind of official, and they're just running up on you, yelling at you with their masks on. Get out of the car! Get out of the car! What the fuck are you supposed to do?
Yo, are y'all familiar? I was gonna say this quick. Are y'all familiar with the 4 Ds of escaping accountability? Deny, deflect, diffuse, defend. Well, he when she asked him about the poor treatment or the aggressive tactics of the ICE agents, he went on to say, and his immediate response was, they're getting doxxed, they're getting harassed. We're up 1,200% in ICE. What was it, attack or whatever? That was pretty interesting. I don't know if anybody else knows.
And that's the talking point. They had that other, I don't know if her name McLaughlin, whatever, the other Homeland Secretary spokesperson. She's annoying.
Well, Matt Cool says in the chat, if you did nothing wrong, you will be fine.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Like that poor lady who was just driving to work in Chicago and she got ran into and then she got thrown into the ground and the guns pulled on her.
She got shot at by the.
Yeah. There you go.
That's the just world fallacy. Everything, we're in a just world where only good things happen.
Or the black children that got zip tied out of their homes on the south side of Chicago.
Wait, somebody erased his comment. I don't know if he did or somebody
erased his own.
Because he just said, wasn't she the one that was ramming the cars? Did she ram a car or something?
No. She was driving.
She was driving to work.
No, she was driving, and ICE did a Yui, an illegal Yui, and they hit her. You watch the video? It's crazy. Yeah, they dropped they tried to charge her, but the prosecutors was like, no.
It unfolded.
Yeah, you see the video.
It unfolded over several days. It wasn't like they tried to play like she was the one on the attack with ICE, and then they got found out. But 75,000. That's the number that they're giving us. 75,000 people ICE has arrested have no criminal record. We know this. We know they pull in anybody they can.
75,000 out of how many?
I think 220 some thousand. 75, yeah, like a third of them have had no criminal records. Like we were.
Yeah, I mean, I think I heard from people on the stage that they're okay with the people who have the criminal records being pulled over. But I think it's when the folks, I think from what I heard, I think it's the people who don't have criminal records should be left alone. Is that
I think it's fine to get people who are criminals.
Matt, it wasn't me, Matt, but now it was not me, Matt, but now you can get the fuck out.
Man, come on.
Alright, so
I literally just walked back in.
I deleted it. Let me just because Meg, I read your message. You said you did speak with the people.
Oh yes, I spoke to a sales and finance.
Let me just make this clear, and I'm gonna send it right over to you. I think when we make these comments or have these conversations, people think that we're talking about it in a negative way. We're not saying not to get the people out of here that don't belong here. That's not it. And for you guys to make that argument when the argument is simple, you don't have an actual plan. You're just pulling over American people, looking underneath rocks, trying to find and make this whole point that there's all these 50 million illegal people here that are criminals. If it was that many people, then it shouldn't take this. And that is the conversation. Nobody is not saying any of this. And the guy also said, "Oh, we gotta come there because they're in these sanctuary cities, and we gotta find the people." So that means you're gonna go around searching everybody? Is that what we're getting ready to go to? I don't know. I don't understand. But don't think that the conversation is just because of the fact that we are against ICE. We're against the practices how they're going about their actual job. It's not legal.
Do you think this level of activity that we're seeing could persist for the entire administration?
Yes.
Or do you think midterms, be like a temperature change? Or what do y'all think?
No, they're gonna double down.
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time before one of these dumbass policies and directives and the motion that we've been seeing in the past 9 months, or rather 11 months, I think something's going to come to a head sooner or later, and I think it's going to get worse. It's just a matter of time. Whether it's the ICE issue, whether it's the bombings, or how the shoe is going to drop. But I've been around long enough to know you can't sustain something like this for too long. So
I agree. But the one thing that's going to happen is probably you're going to have an ICE agent probably get ambushed, most likely. They got lucky in Dallas because the targets were the ICE agents, and unfortunately, rest in peace to those who were injured or died in that mass shooting in Dallas. But that's probably what they're going to double down.
Congress they have to get more funding, and hopefully they didn't give them all of the money. And so with the midterms, denial of funds could kind of curtail this. That's my guess.
All right, so I'm gonna take this. Take this back. So thank y'all for joining us. 6:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tiffany has asked for a reset. When I close my mic, I'm going over to MAGA. Today has been a crazy day. We literally spent 3 hours talking about this. If I'm not mistaken, MAGA, wasn't Trent talking about the defense money or something or another? And
He was. That's how it started.
that's how it started. And then we got all the way here. And then he actually had you to call some friends because he said he was going to call a friend. And you said, hell, I'm going to call a friend too. So what are your findings, sir?
Well, a couple of things. One, Bill Cassidy released his plan. I missed it earlier today for the ACA subsidy fight, if people are interested in that. So what I was told.
Oh, well, never mind. Don't mention that. All right, we'll come back to that later. Go ahead.
What I was told from this person was at the high end, it's about 10% revenue. He's at the high end, it's about 10%. He says a couple of things. He says he does not, well, I'll come back to the Carvana. He also says that the cost of goods in terms of the cars, he says where he is, they don't even buy their cars because they don't have cash like that. Anyway, what? They lease them. It's called a floor plan.
Shut up. So
you get it, and as long as it's on the floor, you're basically renting until you pay off the difference. Then you keep the profit.
No.
So they don't have money like that.
They're wholesaling cars.
It's insane. Now he says the used cars they will pay for, but he says like if you have a new Toyota Camry, for example, and the it's $20,000. He said they'll pay $2,000 a month until it. He says sometimes they get $1 million in inventory in a week. He says we don't have cash like that. Now to the background person, he's a sales and financial manager of one of the big superplexes of cars. They have Nissan, Audi, one of these type of people. But he said at most it's 10%. When you look at the overall revenue for the year, he says nowhere near 15 to 20%. But we have maybe trends people say different with the internet. Now, on Carvana, you know what he told me? He said the reason why Carvana is having the success it's having is precisely because they're switching traditional dealerships, kinds of sales, tax benefits, etc. They require physical dealerships that the car vending machines did not suffice for. He says what they're doing is changing. He says what they're doing is changing their business model by taking the traditional model and adding it on to their original online model.
No.
He says it has nothing to do with agential AI and the replacement of salespeople because they're hiring salespeople in their traditional dealerships.
No.
He says if you look at about what?
Nothing. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, but he was saying, because he was like, it was almost dead. He said, what was the stock 2 years ago? I said, oh, it was about $4. He said, look at it now. He said, that's because they're cornering the market. The supply chain. It has nothing to do with AI. Then he said, why are you talking about Carvana? The big boy is CarMax. I said, no. I said, no. Like First Lady or Crowder would say, no. He said, look at the revenue. It's almost 10 billion more. He says the money for them is going to be in physical dealerships. He says there also used to be all used cars. He says they're now able to sell new cars too. But that's my people. I don't know Brian Benstock. I don't know the economist, white man who tells nigger jokes at dinner with black guys who laugh at. I don't know that guy. Oh my God. So maybe Trent has other info. He says it has nothing to do with AI. He said, and Bobby, all those dealerships, they all are hiring salesmen. And he says they'll probably pay them more than what I would. That's my information. You can take it for what you want. I'm about to go in Cava and get a steak and feta. Oh, it's on like Donkey Kong.
Maga, can I ask you a question, Maga?
That was good, Maga. Thank you.
Heard in my life. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanna ask Maga a question. I've been listening for like 2 hours, and I'm loving all the back and forth. It almost sounds like that Carvana is, I would say, like the Zillow of real estate. I mean, you know what I mean?
Car sales.
With how they, of car sales. Yeah. You know, it almost sounds like that's what they are, but it's like they have their hands in like an octopus. It's like they've got the real estate agents, they got the brokers. They don't have to worry about inventory per se. You understand what I'm saying? And they can hire the people to do the marketing and the sales and everything for them. And I wouldn't be surprised if Carvana is not connected in on the financing side as well. They've got to be in bed with somebody on the financing side.
No, they do 100% financing. No, Carvana finances. Now, they'll service it with other people because they haven't gotten into servicing yet. But yes, you're exactly right.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
I'm just listening.
I don't see the Zillow analogy.
I
don't see the Zillow analogy.
Well, Zillow is basically, you got Zillow, you got Redfin, you got Homes.com, but let's just really look at like Zillow and Redfin, so to speak, right? Zillow, I don't know which side of the lawsuit they were on, but there was this big thing with NAR, the National Association of Realtors, and it's something about let me see if I can remember it correctly. It is about the disclosure of where funds are going to go when it comes to the selling agent and things of that matter, right? So now a selling agent can be involved, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, can be involved.
Well, the last upheaval with National Association of Realtors and the lawsuit was dealing with commissions paid out to buyers agents versus sellers agents. Yeah. So
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I don't know how Zillow had it, but yeah.
Well, Zillow kind of, I want to say, benefited from that because when you think about how Zillow does now, I'm a real estate investor, right? I'm a wholesaler. So oftentimes there are a lot of people when I'm doing JV deals or when I'm talking to different contractors, different investors, whatever the case may be, especially on the buyers, they use a lot of the information that's on Zillow. So Zillow is becoming like this representative of real estate, quote unquote, and I'm doing it with air quotes, as like a whole where people are looking at the comps on there, you can get a lot of the public information on there, where I would say maybe a couple of years or so ago, a lot of this information wasn't really on a lot of these sites like that, and Zillow is kind of like leading that way. So when you look at how Carvana does it, Carvana is almost acting like almost like an advertising agency but way more involved. That's why I asked Maggie the question and presented it the way that I did, because when you look at Zillow, Zillow was like the advertising agency, but they're way more involved. That's where I was making a correlation.
So, I get it, what you're saying. So, Carvana, I'm unfamiliar with Carvana's business model. Are you saying they advertise like other people's inventory and like make a profit? Or they just advertise their own inventory? Like,
no, if you go to Carvana right now and you start looking through their inventory, you'll see that there are a lot of other dealerships that they probably don't own. But I believe Maga said that they would. Yeah, I believe Maga said, Maga, if I'm wrong, bro, please correct me. I believe he said that they are starting to buy dealerships. But if you look at the Carvana listings, they're connected with dealerships that they're not in ownership of.
Okay, I got it. So they're aggregating car listings and making money through their like visibility and portal. I got it. I see it now.
Yeah, you see, I can even use and I apologize, I'm not trying to take too much of the conversation. I can even use Credit Karma as an analogy as well. Because look at Credit Karma, what's it? Affiliate marketing. Like affiliate marketing. Online, you get what I'm saying?
No,
a lot of people think, yeah. Okay, I'll be quiet. My bad, y'all.
You're good, bro. You're good.
It's a good example. I used it earlier because the MLS, it's kind of protected, right, by different legal licensing, professional stuff, the whole real estate industry, as you know, right? And so then that kind of leads for an opportunity to disrupt over time. You know, as a consumer, you go and you're like, oh, well, I have to use an agent to get into this. I just want to see the thing. Do I really have to get an agent or whatever? So they end up liking Zillow because, you know, they're armed buyers and educated, and it disrupts the, you know, market a little bit and makes a good platform in the same way Carvana was able to, because the dealership model kind of, you know, is also protected by a lot of laws. And yeah, it's a good enough.
I appreciate that. And to your point about having access to the MLS, I'm not a real estate agent nor a broker. I use something that some of y'all may be familiar with. It's called PropStream. I pay $97 a month. And that's like a different version of MLS that agent has. You get what I'm saying? You don't have to be involved in real estate. If you just want to have it as a consumer, just to go in there, I can look up foreclosures, pre-foreclosures, public properties. It's not as up to date as the MLS. It's probably maybe about 3 to 6 weeks behind, somewhere around there. But it's really good information that a lot of us use to look for comps. I can find cash buyers and things on there. So I want to say it's kind of synonymous to the MLS, but it's not as up to date, I would say, in real time as the MLS system is.
All right, so we listened to 5 hours of nothing. I mean, so we just listened to 5 hours of Trent blowing smoke. Is that what the conclusion is?
Was that a surprise?
Y'all do that almost every day.
Yeah, we ain't spend that much time on Trent before.
Hold on. First,
I have a question for Maga.
Was on point. Did
Oh,
you think
yes.
he was telling the truth?
Wait, no, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I have a question for Maga. Okay, Maga, you there?
No, I need some time. I'm sorry.
Okay, so, all right, well, maybe, so based on what Maga said, right, it seems as if there is a return to traditional models of selling, right? It's like the consumer's behaving more positive to the traditional way that cars are being sold. Is that basically what was being said?
He said Carvana is pivoting towards the traditional business model.
Okay, so you know, because I made a comment here several weeks ago, and I pointed out that malls are filling back up with like millennials, young people. They are engaging, and it's a thing that is surprising a lot of retailers, that you know that these kids are returning to the mall, and they want the traditional feeling of going to the mall, seeing their friends, enjoying each other's company, so on and so forth. So I was just thinking about trying to draw a parallel between what he just stated and what's actually happening. And that's
millennials?
millennials. the young folks. I don't know what generation.
Yeah, those are kids.
Z. No,
Z
Z.
and
Oh, the
Alpha.
Z's. The Z's and the Alphas. They're going back to the malls. Like they really are engaged. Like young people. Not, I began seeing that at some of the luxury malls here.
Yeah, but are they
New York,
spending money? Or are they just getting out the
yeah,
house
yeah.
and hanging with their friends?
No. These kids got. They're the children. They're the children of parents with money. So yes, they are definitely spending money. And they're being involved with if a brand has an activity set up and it engages them, they're all for it. Like they're with it. And they're like you see 2 to maybe 5 kids at a time. Like so it's 2 people, 3 people or 5 people. Yeah, that activity is taking place in real time. So
where did you see this at? Where'd you see this?
It's out here in Long Island. Some malls out here in Long Island.
Did you read a report? Is it like across the entire industry, or is it some local, regional thing?
I haven't done any deep dive data on it, but I know I've heard some others speak about it online, and I believe I was watching CNBC. They mentioned it, but there's no data yet.
No, you're right. Traditional mall brands. Yeah, like Abercrombie, American Eagle, they're trying to revive.
Well, majority still prefer online, but the mall foot traffic, which is like a high visibility month-to-month data, sometimes even at a higher weekly cadence, is showing an increase like from 3% to 11% year on year. It's growing.
Thank you for that.
But is revenue going up as well? Traffic is one thing. Wait, I'm not trying to undermine your point, bro. I'm just trying to dig a little deeper.
I get it.
But don't take it personally. Let me ask you.
No, it's not personal. And my response wasn't to you personally at all. But I'm just saying what I'm seeing on the ground. Like I really like to break down things as they're happening in real time before the data.
Yeah, but can I get an answer to the question though?
You could ask. I
did.
Neo.
I'm waiting for him to respond.
Yeah, someone might have that. I'm sure somebody can pull it.
So I have looked it up. So it says modest. So neoliberal is right about the moderation of the growth, but it's modestly up. For American Eagle, I see. For Abercrombie, for Gap, modestly, like 3 to 6%.
Kimberly, the data that you're looking at is specifically for the younger generations or just in-person shopping in general?
I was talking younger.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm surprised to hear even modest increase because it seems just counterintuitive considering the younger generation.
But who's shopping at Abercrombie and Fitch? Are those people over 30? To me, it seems that their target demo is a little younger. Am I mistaken?
No, you're absolutely correct.
No, it's changed a little bit. There's lots of millennial women who are shopping there.
Okay.
So I study social media. Now they still are embracing social media, but their purchasing habits are like leaning towards, like they'll be on social media all day, but they're just seeking a balance. And I'm wondering, like, is it because they're just tired of all the stuff that like older adults like they just want to get away from that? I'm curious. I would wonder what interviewing one of them or some of them and posing certain questions just to figure out what the mindset is, why they, what triggered them to want to return back to the mall. Very curious about that.
I mean, the e-commerce is still growing, so like it doesn't mean one is declining, one is going up, right? Like, and the traffic is higher, but the sale, like they would, how should I phrase it? The data that I have available points to that they're not going there for shopping. They would go there and they might buy a single item for $20. Like, it's not a shopping spree, or it's not like, it's a different spending habit, right? It's more of I'm there, I might grab something, and that something would be cheap. It's not going to be 2 articles, it's usually 1 article, and that's.
I mean, I will say anecdotally, if you were in high school in 2000 to like 2007, a lot of those outfits the kids are wearing. That to me is really interesting. The camisoles, the jean styles, the layers. I mean, if you know, you know.
Also heavily on discounted items.
I thought Abercrombie was losing sales or something like that, but I don't really keep up with those little retailers, to be perfectly honest.
No, they made a huge comeback. They like remarketed themselves, like distanced themselves from their problematic hoe, and I mean they've always had like high quality clothing, so they're popping.
Yeah, these kids are buying quality garments. Like they're not buying like little rinky dink stuff. I think they're definitely buying quality goods.
Quality goods from China.
I don't know where they are, but Abercrombie, it used to be so dark in there, right? Or was that Harry Potter? What store was that when you went in there?
That was Abercrombie.
Oh yeah, I used to go to the one on Water Street here in Manhattan. Like it was just like another one.
I thought that was Hollister.
Yeah, maybe it's Hollister.
Yeah, they're like all the same.
One of them is just really dark inside.
Hollister was darker than Abercrombie though.
Yeah. See, I'm like, why is it so dark in here? There's a site on social media about that.
I'm glad my kids got over that phase and they don't wear that stuff anymore. I hated to go in those damn stores. Those emaciated salespeople. Never saw a black salesperson in Abercrombie.
That's true. Yeah, and those kids, they like Uniglow. What else one they like? They have Uniglow, and there's another one that these kids like. But Uniglow has a wide market. Like they get the young kids.
It's Uniqlo. It's not
Uniqlo.
I know I got a Q.
Oh yeah, no, because I got a dope. Like I have one of my favorite vests I got from there. I can't wear their pants because they don't really fit my legs.
They're for Asian. It's like Asian sizes.
Yeah, that shit don't go around my calf muscle. But their tops, I like to fit it because it fits my body pretty well. So I like the cut up top, so that works for me. And it's always a dope experience when you go in there.
These little bougie ass kids going to Nordstrom, Neiman's, and Saks.
Yep.
Little fuckers.
That is correct. They're buying $300 jeans, and they mix it up. They're not afraid of thrifting, but they definitely are in those luxury stores.
Something like 40 to 50%, maybe 60% still goes to fast fashion. So they say they are like high quality, high sustainability consumers, but in reality, they're lying.
Right, like what does Shein do, or what's that other one that's like the global one? H&M, aren't they?
But Shein is a marketplace, so like
Yeah,
you can find high quality items on there. It's just like it's like a place that has a ton of different stores. It's not like Shein is its own. Like people misunderstand what that whole thing is.
I don't trust their fabrics and their materials. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I read an article somewhere where they said like like when you wear polyester and you wear those like that's not healthy for your body at all. Like that shit is toxic.
Oh Jesus! This has to stop.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna. I'm gonna boom the room. That's what I'm gonna do.
No, boom this bitch, and that's what it's gonna be.
That's what it's gonna be.
Because of Linux, because of
I mean, but you know, a lot of those textiles are not created in the United States.
That's what I'm saying. You don't know
at all.
This is crazy, man. We gotta
Even the
discuss
quote
these
unquote
issues.
high end brands, like.
Good night.
Energy emanated by Linux.
Y'all gotta get out of here because I'm tired of listening to this foolishness. What's going on?
After what we just experienced,
Robert's telling us about plants that don't go to run his calves.
Yeah, I think this, right? After the discussion that we've heard.
Well, that's what you think. I don't think that way.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I swear.
What?
See?
What?
Lady, I don't know who employed the tactic, but when we were in, hold on. When we were in one second. First lady, a good technique. I don't know if you were the one who employed it, but to use airplane analogy, when we were in a conversational, dive, somebody played a recording and that got us out of it. So maybe that's what
I have a
we
recording.
get out of this fabric.
Not too much on fabric. Not too much on fabric. Leave it alone. And no, I don't wear it like polyester. Yeah.
Okay, I got
one of those things.
Play it.
Zara.
Let's start playing.
Or something from Zara. That shit fell apart. It looked good at first, but after a while, that shit just was not good.
Yeah, we're in a conversational nosedives.
I'll
Please
boom it, Maggie, for real.
engage in emergency procedure.
I will, dear Maggie.
Emergency protocols.
Maggie.
No, wait, did y'all hear about this? Hold on. Did y'all hear about this? Juror 160 from the Diddy documentary.
Oh, not Diddy.
Apparently she has a picture with Diddy.
Yeah, that's already been debunked. So next, go. What were you saying about playing that video?
Debunked by who?
Everyone. The person already came out and literally said that's not me.
Play the recording.
Wait.
No,
So wait a minute. So we're allowed to listen to Negroes from 1967 and 1968 yell on black and white TV shows and white proto-Karen say, I was just helping them out and I grew up poor too. We can listen to that for 40 minutes. But Kalisha wants to share something for like 5 minutes. What is her clip? I don't even know where her clip is. Can we hear it? I don't even know what it is.
Everybody knows.
She's been talking about it for the last past 2 hours, the last past 45 minutes since she's been in.
It's biracial censorship.
She's sending it to everybody. Listen, Concrete.
But why don't you want to hear it?
I don't think it's appropriate. That's why. I don't think it's appropriate.
Wait, how do you know what clip it is? Because I didn't even send it to you.
Because people talk, Kalisha. Drama spreads. That's how.
Like herpes, everybody got it.
What's going on?
Don't worry about it.
That clip is the HPV of clips.
What?
Oh, God.
Clips you got, Kalisha?
Everybody got it.
You're nasty, sir.
First lady,
You're gonna need some cream after you listen to this.
Yes, cream.
Jesus.
You want to boom the room now, first lady? That's what I'm talking about. HPMB. Want to boom
Wait, why are we booming the room? Y'all be in the room up till 4 o'clock in the morning. Y'all gonna boom it now? What's going on?
Because she's mean. That's why.
This is the thing. This is the thing. It's not political. Praise the Lord.
Oh, it's political.
Great minds discuss
I think there's a whole question that's posed by this, and that is like,
No.
should a nigga ever get flued out? Should you ever ride
What's
next door?
wrong? What is wrong with y'all? Why?
Wait, you can't say
Y'all talking about the flu vaccine? What's going on?
Alpha Glam, can you come give me a song?
You can't say the N word. That's not
Congressman, you didn't check your back channel, so I can't help you.
David.
Wait, y'all talking about the flu? That's definitely a political term.
I'm a back channel you, Mud. I'm a back channel you.
Nessa Friday said your ass out.
I'm gonna put it back there.
Wait, so y'all talking about vaccinations? How is that not political?
No, this is. Why y'all gotta do this? Why y'all gotta do that? At the end of the day, we all need to stick together. We don't need this. It doesn't help. It's not productive. It's mean. It's bullying. It's not cool.
You want me to read something for you, First Lady, so we can pick.
Bullying?
We need a
Divine, read the transcript. Divine, read the transcript from the clip that we can't play it.
Oh, shit.
The only biracial that's been bullied is me. I'm the only victim here.
Be a funny ass read.
What's going on?
Mud,
So you're sharing too much
check
stuff.
your back channel, please, Mud.
$50, but you're gonna spend.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, if I'm bringing extra stuff like liquor or you can't bring wine and alcohol, so I have to ship it through a courier. You can't bring liquids like that on a plane. Oh, no.
I want to bring liquor. Like that's all I do. I get on a plane. I watch too many movies and shit. But I get on a plane, I want to drink liquor. Because that shit, I don't want to feel no pain if it goes through a wreck. I don't know. I might die. I don't know. So you gotta look out for people like me. Like I'm sorry, dude. Like, dude, I want to drink. I want to just.
Have y'all ever? We know